something new, always honest, sometimes right. Ooh, you feel that energy rising. The truth is calling, but we'll need some analyzing. Open your mind, let's take a ride. Jaren's almost here, time to toss the lies to the side. Lights down low, crowd tuned in, truth unlocked, let the show begin. Red pill taker, no faker, no shill. Jaren's in the house, he always keeping it real. Always honest, sometimes right, he claims. He's seen the lies, he broke the chains. Now he's here to level up the game. Crypto truth, let's talk growth. Mind unlocked, yo, he does both. He's been around, he's seen it all. 10 years of flat, now he back on that ball. No more fakes, no more scams, no apps to track. Jaren's here to save the day from these lying maniacs. Oh, open up your eyes. The world ain't what it seems, no disguise. Take a step, take a breath, it's time to rise. No regrets, no regrets. Was flat, but that was whack. It was fake, out the gate, globe's a fact. So I went back, now I gotta shake the hate. Bad research, bad humans, bad intentions, built with lies. You can tell the shape of the ground, just look up in the sky. He's a man who admits when he's wrong, when he makes a mistake. Them other little boys will never give up, since they said TFE was fake. We are waiting on the man, the myth, the legend, and host of the show. The show is about to start. 5 minutes behind 2, 1, go, 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 go.
Tick tock, hit the countdown, bro. 5 minutes left, yeah, we bout to take control. The speaker's corner, get ready to talk. Step up to the mic, time to walk the walk. Got a theory of truth, a crime of complaint. Wanna bring that fire, or you just gonna faint? Love Jaren a lot, or hate him with passion. Either way, get ready, time for some action. Waiting for Jaren, it's almost time. Mic gets hot, let the people shine. More. You ready or what? This the moment, this the test. What you bringing, give it your best. Truth, a joke, a wild hot take. Clock runs out, no time for fakes. Love them or hate them, the floor is yours. Kick down the gates, we open the doors. Jaren's almost here, it's time to go. Mike's live now, welcome to the show. Share the show now, cause it's about that time. Support your boy, cause he need that dime. Forget the past, ignore the former. We about right now, and it's Speaker's Corner. Waiting for Jaren, it's almost time. Mike gets hot, let the people shine. 4 more minutes till the show goes live. Speaker's Corner, and it's 2025. Ain't no filters, ain't no script. Say what you want, don't bite your lip. Truth gets messy, lies get wrecked, but only the real ones get respect. Countdown ticking, energies rising, voices loud, no compromising. One mic, one chance, spit it raw. Get it off your chest, win or fall. You have only 4 minutes, so don't delay. Grab the mic and get your say. Say what you want, you got 4 minutes, dog. Just hoping it's not a vagina monologue. But Jaren, it's almost time. Mic gets hot, let the people shine. 3 more minutes till the show goes live. It's Speaker's Corner, and it's 2025.
This is a test. This station is conducting a test of the emergency broadcasting system. This is only a test.
Welcome. This is the Jeranism show.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
This is the Speaker's Corner, where we speak truth, seek truth. Speaker's Corner, yeah, they see through, we see you. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is art on the Speaker's Corner. 3 minutes hit the spotlight. Speaker's Corner, where 3 minutes gets your mind right. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is art on the Speaker's Corner.
What is up, Manyekas? How's everybody? Hopefully you're well. We got the background track here. Is that working? Yeah, there we go. Welcome, everybody. It is time for Speaker's Corner. It is the month of April. It is the 3rd of April, 2025. Welcome to the show. We got a fun one for you. It's time for Speaker's Corner. Let's see who's going to be joining today, shall we? Should be fun. Let me get this main screen working here. The thumbnail up there. Lower that down a little bit more. So how does the show work? You get a 4-minute clock, and we're going to try and stick to it exactly today, even though I always say that and it never works out, but we're going to try it. And trying it's all that matters. Let's see. Make sure our clock is working. Make sure we're ready to go. We've got the show on the screen. Is the clock working? Clock. Clock, let's work. Oh, there we go. Clock's working. Good. Goody gumdrops. We got this out of here. Reset the clock. There we go. Beautiful. We are ready to go. How's everybody? Let's check out the chat, see who's here. We did have a poll. Let's get that done real quick. The poll was, if we can bring it up, please. Thank you. How has Flat Earth responded since TFE? Your options were with honor, upstanding gentleman, could be better, or falling apart, or disgusting, decrepit, and deplorable. And we'll start at the last place one. Got could be better, 9%. With honor, upstanding gentleman, 13%. That's strange. And falling apart, 14%. And in a landslide victory today, disgusting, decrepit, deplorable. Which might have something to do with, like, I'll just show you this real quick, and then we'll get right to the calls. But it's a good way to start it, just to show you the kind of people that you are following, because it's kind of like, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and, I thought I wasn't talking. I was going to say, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and Flat Earthers to the show. Very happy to have you. Let's show you this real quick. If we, why is that doing that? We gotta fix this one real quick. Maybe that'll work there. Good enough. So check out these guys. I mean, this is just disgusting, by the way. This is why I said that. So remember, Elizabeth Acosta went to Antarctica with us. Very nice girl. And they...
I wonder if it's Elizabeth. And I'm not going to say what she was wearing.
It was 11 days ago with Celeste.
Would you say she could have been a comforter through all this kind of deal? You know what I'm saying? When they went down there, pretty girl, she was part of the package. Yeah.
You see the difference between Lisbeth and my wife. Lisbeth sends nude pictures to Jaren.
Completely and totally, in every way, false. These guys have no problem just making shit up out of nowhere. Which you should, if you've been watching my show, you know that that is the case. You got away from the globe Earth. You thought you were being lied to about the shape of the Earth. There is people lying to you about the shape of the Earth. Just to tell you.
My wife doesn't do that to anybody, so get your facts straight, mate.
Who needs to get their facts straight? Maybe it's you. Maybe it's you for just making up bullshit. I think on the internet you should, I don't know. Just it bothers me that these guys can just get away with just saying bullshit about people they've never even met, never talked to.
No, that actually happened.
We literally have seen a picture of Elizabeth half naked for Jaren, so...
You literally have not. You literally have not. You're making shit up. You talking about my wife? Okay, well maybe you saw my wife, but you certainly didn't see Lisbeth anywhere on my stream.
Get your facts straight.
Again, he says get your facts straight, and the guy is just completely and totally wrong. What a disgusting group of people. So
That whole group is a perverted, nonsense, idiotic people, and
we are.
Frankly, they need to get a life. We all know why Elizabeth went with on the group. Yeah.
Yeah, we get it.
Ski it.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Have you ever heard of the saying before, village bicycle?
I have heard of village idiot, which you would be right. You'd actually be his jester. I think you'd be the accomplice to the village idiot. I don't even know if you're allowed to do that. You clean his toilets, basically.
Yeah, tune back.
Anyway, we don't need to watch anymore. Just the point is, that's why I said hello, ladies and gentlemen, and disgusting flat earthers, because it's just disgusting. Just disgusting what I've seen the last couple days. Baffling to me that they have no problem with this. They have no issue at all. Doesn't matter if it's revenge porn. Doesn't matter if it's calling Elizabeth a village bicycle for no reason at all, with no provocation at all. Just they're bored. They're bored and have nothing to talk about, and they're dumb as shit. Besides that, they have no reason at all to talk like that. It's insane. Insane. Okay, let is move this over, and we will get over here, and we'll try the first person who's up. Who do we got today? We've got let's see here. Nick, you're up first. Nick, do you have a camera? I don't know if you do or don't. Let's see, we got the wrong screen up. We're screwing up here. All right, let's bring him on. We've got the first person up is Nick7597. Nick, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks, man. Can you hear me?
I hear you great. You sound fantastic. You sound better than me. I don't like that. Actually, come back. Get a different mic.
It's just a cheap headset.
Oh, great. That's even worse. You shouldn't have said that. You should have said it was like super expensive. It cost $2,000.
Right.
And... All right,
$100 razor. That's all you need.
Yeah, right. Welcome to the show. Go ahead. We are going to get that off the screen in a second.
I just got a couple questions for you after watching what you did in Antarctica. About how you expected the responses to be when you got back. And a scenario that I was going to compare this to, it's not a one-for-one comparison, but on the Joe Rogan show half a dozen years ago, there's this girl named Megan Phelps Roper.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you've heard of her, but she was a granddaughter of the people in Wichita, Kansas, the Westboro Baptist Church. And I don't think it's worth talking about them in this forum.
Mm-hmm.
They don't need any type of publicity. But she was one that left her family knowing the results that would have happened when she does that. And they did exactly what she thought, and they ostracized her from her family. So I was just wondering, you leaving the community that you spent 10 years of your life, that's not an insignificant amount of time.
Not at all.
Did you expect the responses? I mean, I imagine you expected some of them, but I was just wondering your feelings about leaving a significant part of your life behind.
Well, I had to follow the truth, so it doesn't really matter. I think other people would have chosen to do something differently there, but I couldn't be dishonest about it, so it's just going to be what it is. So I kind of just did it, and kind of like a Band-Aid, pulled it right off. But I didn't expect to have the, Dave Weiss block me and hasn't talked to me since the trip. That's weird. Conspiracy music guru, weird. Just the people who then trust, other people and what they're saying. That's the thing that bothered me. Is I think I've earned, or I thought I did, some sort of a reputation, but I think that might actually contribute to some of this. I think a lot of people did see me as honest, and so they see me switch sides, and they're like, that can't be honest, so he's either a sellout or purchased or whatever. So, I mean, I get it, if that's your point. It's certainly not like I expected to be buddies with them, but, Austin and I still talk, we're fine. So, I mean, it's not like it's impossible to do. I guess you just have to be an adult, and most people can't do that. Most people are very childish. We've been pushed into this weird world of you have to believe everything the same as everybody else, or you are ostracized, where we could have had better conversations. It doesn't have to be all about this hate and everybody's got problems. It could have been a discussion, which is what it should be, really, in my opinion. When you make teams like this, you're never going to get anywhere. You're just not going to get anywhere. And I really do think that at this point, the entire Flat Earth community should pack it up and let's move forward with real conspiracies. Let's move forward with things that can actually be helpful to humanity, and not just a bunch of children running around with nothing. We didn't come up with anything in 10 years. We got nothing done. We accomplished nothing. We brought nothing. We changed nothing. And we wouldn't. There's nothing in the future. Not in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. There'll be nothing coming out of the Flat Earth camp. And people should realize that, because that's how growth is done, right? That's how you move on. That's how you move. You grow in whatever you're doing. You have to be able to build off of what is already there. So we've already had people come and map the Earth. We've already had people come and discover what we're out there trying to discover. The Earth has already been discovered. The Earth has already been mapped. It's already been canvassed. It's already been figured out. And we are just holding back humanity. And I say we, including myself in the Flat Earth group, we're holding back humanity by just arguing over shit that shouldn't be argued over, making up new rules for science that will never be accepted and will never be anything more than a laughingstock. Saying you can't tell the shape of the ground by looking at the lights in the sky is literally the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Literally, flat earthers don't get to make rules for scientific evidence. Evidence is anything. Anything can be evidence. Yet not to these guys. They get to pick and choose. So it's just quite obvious. I don't know how long it's going to take them to realize it, but the reason that they say that is because the sky proves the sphere Earth. So they have to default to, we can't tell the shape of the ground by the sky. So everything that they do is really just, we have no model, we have no map. That's because they know that their map and model have been debunked. So everything that they say is just an admission of having nothing. And yet they keep wanting to argue and yell at people and tell people that they're dumb and be in Facebook getting in fights with people and the comments. And it's just pretty disgusting, because we could just move forward. And it's okay if everyone just said, all right, we were wrong. And you know what? If somebody discovers something about the flat Earth, fantastic. Bring it back. Oh, look, I found a new map, whatever. But to just pretend like flat Earth has any kind of equal standing is false. There is no equal standing. It's not even close. The score would be about 100-3, would be my guess if it was some sort of a basketball game. 100-3 would be the score, and flat Earth has a couple players injured, and a couple players are, volunteering to send out revenge porn. That's basically the flat Earth team. Pretty disappointing. Anyway, go ahead. I stopped your clock, so you have a little more time.
Oh, it's okay. Just one more follow-up question. So, obviously, if we just sit there and call flat earthers stupid all the time, they just shell up and just like, you've probably experienced that, right? You shell up, you're not going to talk to anybody, you're just going to believe what you want to believe. Is there, as you try to go forward, do you think there is any way or any decent way to have these discussions with someone that just won't choose to look at something or look at a second opinion? Is there a good way that you can predict, like, hey, maybe this is what our tactic should be? Not that it's an actual tactic, we're not trying to deceive them or anything. We're just trying to say, hey, here's the stuff that we have found for decades and centuries and thousands of years. I don't understand why you switched. What is the way forward in your mind to maybe bridge that gap between the two groups?
Yeah, I don't know necessarily. I mean, it's, I had one intention of coming back and being kind of that bridge, and then you quickly, just get frustrated with it and go your own way. But I don't know if I have an answer to that, because I don't think that they really want. So here's my opinion of both sides. Globe earthers feel like they already know the truth, so that they just spend their time making fun of flat earthers. That's basically what they do. They think of debates as jokes. They think of pretty much all flat earthers as jokes. And then you have the flat earth side that thinks the same thing about the globe earthers, that they're just jokes. They're all liars. They're all cucks. They're indoctrinated. They don't have any idea what goes on in the real world. So neither one of those people are leaving room for the possibility that they're wrong. Now, I understand one of the sides, because one of the sides is correct. And so that side, it's kind of hard to tell them to pretend like they could be wrong. And then one of the sides I know is dead wrong. And so I have a hard time telling them to pretend, because if you tell any flat earther, like, do you think the Earth might not be flat? They'll say, what are you talking about? We know it's flat, right? Which is the absolute worst thing there is in science. I saw Sav the other day say, if I ever say that the Earth is a ball, I've been compromised. It's like, who says that? You can't that's like saying that all future evidence has been brought to the table. There's never going to be something that's going to change your mind, even though we all have had moments like that in the past where we clearly have had our mind changed based on something that came to the table. Just like he believed in the globe, right? And then all of a sudden he became a flat earther. Why? Because he saw new information that made him think that the earth could be flat. So he should be thinking the same thing and go, no, there's a chance that something else comes up that makes me go back to the globe. But if you've just already cashed it in, then that's not even a scientific position. It's a religious position. And I don't know if we should really be arguing people's religion. You're not going to ever get anywhere. And that's what this feels like, right? You have two religions arguing. Who's really going to be like, oh, you know what? My religion is wrong. I'm going to go back. Now, so, I mean, I know that's not a good answer, but there's really not a good one to it. And the people that have made their stand now and said what they've said, and the Karen B's and those kind of people, that they're just stuck now. So the Dave Weiss, there's no such thing as he's wrong. So is there a way to bridge that gap? You have to tell me. What's your thought?
I don't know right now either. I mean, I think as time goes on, yes, you will possibly develop ways that offer, a conversation with something that's not off-putting.
Right.
I do have a friend. That's why I'm so invested in this. I do have a childhood friend that I just try to provide facts and evidence, and of course they deny facts. I'm like, well, let's go outside and measure some shadows. I don't know, let's do something.
Right.
And they just it's frustrating because you see this person that you liked and just oblivious to anything that anyone else wants to say. It's tough, but hopefully we figure it out one day.
Yeah, I think keep hope alive. Don't give up on them, because
sure.
That's my opinion there. You don't want to do that. That's a quick way to lose a friend. So just I wouldn't try and pressure him too much, and just kind of mention some things when you can. I think personally that the fact that like water doesn't curve, let's say, for example, when you really, really get down to it and you look at the GeoGebra of it, that water lies level everywhere, and it doesn't necessarily curve, because we could zoom into any place on the earth and the water will be level and flat, and therefore it doesn't curve. Now, if you zoom out far enough, then the earth is a sphere. So the entirety of the water curves, as weird as that sounds, but it's just, that's how big we are humans. So I don't know. I think those things are what is missing, because I think that the flat earth has basically three good arguments. Things lie flat, or we measure flat below our feet. We see too far, and water lies flat and level. And all three of those are actually features of the globe, right? We see too far because we see in an atmosphere. We don't see geometrically, so there's extra things to see. Water does lie level and flat on the globe Earth, and the ground beneath our feet is also flat. So that's, I think, the struggle, is that we, at least me as a flat earther, thought, and the spin, the spin 1,000 miles per hour is crazy spin. Then you look at it from space and you're like, oh, you can't even tell it's moving. So I think those are the things that we're missing, is that they've built up like this, 1,000 mile per hour spin. It's a spinning water ball in space. It's it's curved water. Are those things really the case? I'm not so sure. So that's what I would say, is just, try and bring up some of those things. See if we can get people to be alerted that the globe does match the things that they say about the flat earth. It's just not flat. So, any final words? Why didn't my sound go off?
No, I just appreciate taking my questions.
Yeah, no problem.
Giving some insight. So I look forward to the rest of the show. Thanks.
All right, thanks. Let's go with, I can't read that. Griff. What's up, Griff?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, what's up?
Can you hear me?
I hear great.
Yeah, cool. It's nice to talk to you, man. I've watched you for a long time.
Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it.
It feels like I'm talking to a celebrity.
No, you're not. I'll tell you that much.
Well, anyways, I've always been a globe believer. I probably believed in the flat earth for like a day.
A day?
I love conspiracies, and I got, caught up in the YouTube videos, and believed it for about a day. But it still always interested me, and I've always watched like the debates and stuff.
Uh-huh.
But I think you've talked about like you want to move on to other things, which I could totally understand, because obviously this is like crazy, and you probably feel like you've wasted 10 years or whatever. But I think you have like a really nice perspective that you might be able to change minds if you kind of keep up with maybe some sort of like debunking of some sort, because you're a really good creator. You have a lot of skills in that area,
Mhm.
and I think you could change minds.
Yeah, I just don't know. It's too because it looks like what's happening so far is that these guys will stop at nothing to get rid of me. So, if I kept doing that, then I would have to expect the same thing. And I literally say they stop at nothing, right? I mean, so what does that mean for me? Because then they'll just fabricate things. Then you got people making up shit. You've got now Flatzoid saying that, you know, Elizabeth is sending me just making shit up. But the people that hate
Flatzoid is crazy.
yeah, and the people that hate me and like anybody else, they're always going to believe who they're listening to. So literally anybody could make up anything at this point. There's nobody who's going to be on my side who's going to be telling my side of the story. It's just going to be Flat Earthers' words against mine. So that will just cause so much hate and vitriol. And I don't know if you've seen the comments on my posts on Facebook, but they are.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a video where I just go through the comments and actually bring up these people's profiles because people need to see what the kind of people Flat Earth is pumping out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is crazy. And I mean, I know there's some like some main flat earth debunkers that have talked to, like they have an open door if you ever want to talk to them, like Cyman Dan or MC Toon. Obviously you know him.
Mm-hmm.
But I just didn't know if maybe that was something that you should look into. And I know it's probably hard, and getting threats and people talking like that to you is terrible, and you have to have so much patience. Like sometimes I can't even believe how much patience MC Toon has sometimes.
I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, but he really, there's times where he takes it as a joke because sometimes he thinks they're fake flat earthers or whatever, but he really does try to explain it to them, and I think if you did some of that, it might be, if you change some lives, I think that would be cool. But, I've always, even way back in the day, I remember you did a debate with Red's Rhetoric forever ago. And it was something about, bring your model. And you came in and you were like, we don't have a model. And they made fun of you for it. And they're like, oh, you lost the debate. But I was like, man, he's just being honest.
Well, and that's a bigger story behind that was that wasn't told to me originally. So I went in there.
I remember. Yeah, I remember all that. Yeah. But I just remember thinking about it and was like, that is, there's the liars and there's the people being lied to. And I always defended you as, I think Jaren actually believes what he's saying. I don't think he's lying. Like, there's the flat earth creators that they're lying, but I always defended you, and it's nice to be vindicated.
Well, thank you.
After you came back, because I always defended you, and everybody's like, no, he's just the same. I was like, I really don't think so. And I remember an episode MC Toon said that too. He's like, I think Jaren is the only one that might convert and see the truth. So I just think that's really cool, man. I've been loving watching you go through this. I know it has to be really hard, and like, losing friends and stuff, that's terrible. But at least now, and you can, move on and get better friends,
Right. Yeah. No, that's the hope. Hopefully I can figure out a way to continue doing this. So that's the plan, but we will see.
Man. I mean, whatever you do, man, your streams are great. You're a good creator. You have a real eye for it. So keep on working on, man. And I think you can make a lot of money and you can keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah. I mean, well, I would have to ask, so you said make a lot of money. Which way are you thinking of that? You mean
Well, I just mean in the creating, like on YouTube.
Oh,
I think you could. Yeah, I think you could keep going, and you could.
Yeah, I don't think people know because like my videos are all demonetized, especially these live ones. So I'd either have to get a new channel. I don't know if they would ever take me off of the block list that they have me on or whatever they've got, the shadow ban. So there's some things there that don't seem to be lining up, but I've got a couple months, so I'm gonna figure it out.
Awesome. Well, good luck, man. I'll keep watching, and
all right.
Just proud of you, man. That's awesome to see what
Thanks.
you've been doing.
I really do appreciate it. It's nice of you.
Yep. Have a good one, bud.
Take it easy. All right, we've got up next the hairless primate. There he is.
How's it going, buddy?
Good, you?
Yeah, just figured I'd get on and check in, see how you're doing, man. Because you've been through the ringer since you got back. Oh my fucking God.
It's all right. I'll get through it. I'll get by.
Yeah. Have you ever had that feeling? I've been trying to put words to this, and have you ever had that feeling where you think back to something that could have gone wrong, and it didn't, and you think back and you're like, damn, I was lucky.
Oh man, yeah, my entire 20s.
Yeah. So that's for me. TFE happened because I was starting to lean properly towards their feet. I was properly leaning that way, but I hadn't said anything out loud. And it was like touch and go if I would. And then TFE happened, and I just looked back and I'm like, God damn, thank you.
Barely made it. I wish I had the same story, but I unfortunately don't. I've got 10 years on the other side of that story. That's good. I'm glad that we were able to provide that. I wish that everybody felt the same way. I mean, that's how you move forward as a human race, right? Like if you have two different sides, you figure out what that one difference is, and then we go down there, we verify, we come back, we say, hey, this is what it is, and then everybody moves forward. Doesn't mean that you have to lose your touch with the flat earth. You can still think, I think it's kind of flat, but as a collective human group, we all get along and we move forward on the sphere where it's been shown to be a sphere. And it's unfortunate that we live in a place that'll never happen, because it just means that there'll always be fighting, there'll always be lying, there'll always be hateful words and calling each other liars and just you name it, and it will never accomplish anything. It will never come to anything. Nothing good will come of that hate. And I do think that we are given a special power that I think grows with the collection of human beings, and they've just learned how to completely make us at odds with each other, whatever it is: flat earth, globe earth, left, right, blue, red, black, white, trans, no trans. So they've just done an excellent job, and we fall for it. We let them do it, and why would they stop? It's not like we are catching on to it. So
I remember back in 2000, I was seeing humanity kind of moving forward at this pretty smooth pace. Things were going wrong, obviously, but it's almost like people were getting on with each other, regardless. Didn't matter what your political affiliation was.
Right.
But then something post 2000, something post then, and I started to see real division starting to come in. I don't know. It's but taking it back to the FE crew. Oh my God, the straw clutching. Oh my, some of the stuff they're coming out with now. I hadn't even seen Flatsoid's thing where what you showed at the start of this. I hadn't seen that.
There's more of it too. That just decrepit.
Oh my God. Yeah, that was enough for me.
And then to tell other people, get your facts straight. Like, think about it. So on my stream, I was going through my Google, what's it called, my iCloud, and I passed by a picture of a girl dressed in, and she's in shorts, and I remember her little top, my wife, and so I moved past it quickly. So for him to say get your facts straight, he never asked me who that was. So whoever he is talking to, whoever's telling him that that's Lisbeth, is just a liar. And so it's like so weird to hear somebody say get your facts straight when you just made an assumption about a girl that you saw on my live stream. It's like what? It's just crazy to me. I mean, I don't know how people are so deluded. And then to say that she's a village bicycle with no evidence at all, nothing like that at all, and you just say that, pretty sad.
Yeah, I agree with you, mate. Anyhow, I see my time's up, so I'm gonna just, I'll say keep going, and thanks for replying to my messages on Facebook, dude. So
yeah, no problem. Thank you for writing.
And keep your head up.
I will
make it.
I'll try.
Please.
Thanks. All right, we've got Elder Bear. Elder Bear. Elder Bear. Let me pick this one. Boom. Elder Bear, there.
Hello.
Hello. What's up?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Hi. How you doing?
Good.
Oh, yeah. Old Flat's always going a bit crazy, eh?
A little bit. I don't know anybody in the flat earth that's not.
Oh, they're talking about taking out contracts tonight. I heard.
They're what? They're doing what?
Taking out contracts on people. Sounds like it,
Oh boy. Lovely.
Oh, you're gone. What happened there?
I'm here.
Yeah. Yeah. Just wondering what to talk. Well, you said I heard you say that you'd through flat Earth people had said that you brought them to the Creator.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering about how those people deal with it now. You've kind of tugged the flat out from under their feet.
Yeah, that's probably the hardest thing. Yeah, it's one of the most difficult things. But I don't think that I don't believe in lies for good, right? So I don't really believe that there's it's better to lie and keep people. I think that people need to find that on their own. They need to find the creator on their own. For me, it's very easy because it's just kind of a prerequisite. It's kind of a baseline assumption. So it doesn't matter what the world is. There is nothing that could make me say, unless you could crash a plane 1,000 times and one of the times it created a world, then I might start thinking that, okay, maybe a creator isn't needed, but I don't believe that. So I do think that there is one needed. And I just don't think people, one of the things that people do, I think, is they, at least the atheist side or the science side, says because Christianity is so dumb, their version of God is so dumb that they don't believe in God. And it's like, why would you take the words of people that you clearly think are not smart about God and then say, well, we don't believe in their God, so therefore God doesn't exist? I don't go that direction. I say that everything that happens here on earth is because of men. And so any version of God we've been given is a man's version of God. And so I can easily dismiss all those and then kind of come up with one in my head. And that's okay with me. That's,
that's for you, isn't it? That's for you. I'm talking about the guys who found, flat earth Jesus and the flat earth God with the flat earth scripture. And then, suddenly...
Well, no, most of those people
guy
came
that
back.
They were into has now said, sorry, it's not flat anymore.
Well,
we know it's not flat. That's obviously, but
right.
And then they got all the scriptures that said the Earth's flat. And
well, I don't know anybody.
Turmoil.
I don't know anybody that really, at least through me, came back and was a Christian. Most of those people were formerly Christians, became atheists, and then came back to the Creator. So they didn't come back to Christianity. So at least most of the people,
atheists,
huh?
I thought you said they were atheists who were, former atheists.
They were, but they were. Most people are, at least some way, raised religious or something, and then they became atheists. And then these atheists came back to the Creator. So they didn't. I don't have anybody, at least that I can remember, who said, "Oh, I was an atheist and I became a Christian because of flat Earth." Now that might be out there, but I'm just saying it's not anybody I've talked to.
Well, I'm just thinking about the flat Earth creator. Once you found the flat Earth creator, anyway, I was wondering about them. The other thing was about your Home Depot thing.
Mm-hmm.
About, I just wondered how big is your Home Depot's? The first one.
Home Depot is about 100 yards.
100 yards. So
about 300 feet.
So 16. So it'd be 16 of those in a mile.
Yeah, 17.
And so there's like an eighth of an inch drop on a Home Depot.
No, eighth of an inch drop in two. So it's
2 Home Depot.
660 feet is an eighth inch.
660. So in 4 it would be what, quarter of an inch.
No, you don't really go that way. So it's half of that. So you want to know what it is with 4 Home Depots? So
if two is 1/8 of an inch, 4 would be a quarter of an inch, wouldn't it? 2/8.
Half of the half. Yeah, you might be right. So you're saying it. Yeah, that might be right.
So you got quarter inch over 4, and then 8 would be half an inch.
Yeah, I mean the reason I don't start talking about those levels is because let me pause your clock quick. Shoot, I missed it. The reason that the reason that I don't talk about those distances is because we don't have anything rigid.
Hang on. I know you get 4 minutes. Does it mean I get 4 minutes, or you get 3 minutes talking?
No, I get 4. I get 4. You get negative 13 seconds. No, I'll put you back on. Don't worry. I said I tried to stop the clock, but it didn't stop. So, if you have something longer than 2 Home Depots, or let's say 2 football fields, which is 660 feet, there's nothing that we have in the world that is that long, that is that rigid, right? So we would never.
No, but it's a combination of a few, and so you've got an exponential growth of drop, haven't you, over that distance?
But that doesn't matter to building anything. You would never look at that. That's the 8 inches per mile squared is kind of not needed. That's saying, hey, I'm standing here and I'm looking off in the distance. Well, we don't build things like that.
We've got to a half a mile. You got half an inch so far.
No, see, I think you're doing it wrong. It's 8 inches per mile. And then to get to a half a mile, it would be half of the half. So it's 2 inches in a half mile. Then half of the half to go to half of that. So I think you're.
Yeah, but half of the half mile, it's 8 inches per mile squared. So it's half a mile. Half of a half is a quarter, and 8 times a quarter is 2 inches. So it's 2 inches for the half mile you got.
Okay.
But when you get to that halfway, so then you're 2 inches lower than where you started.
Yeah, so we don't build like that.
No, but it is. I mean, you built it because it was, they were like concrete pads, aren't they?
Yeah, but you would just build one Home Depot. When would you ever look at?
But yeah.
But let's think about it. You would never look at the first Home Depot to build the second. So it's just.
But you've got an 1/8 of an inch, so the second one would be another 1/8 of an inch. So that's a 1/4 of an inch. 2. You said 2, didn't you? 2 was an 1/8 of an inch.
Right.
So 2 would be an 1/8 of an inch. I mean, you built another 2. That would be a 1/4 of an inch.
No, that's another 1/8 of an inch.
Yeah, an 1/8 and an 1/8 is a 1/4.
Okay.
Over 4. Yeah. So when you got if you stood at the end of the 4 and you look back at where you started, you'd be a 1/4 of an inch lower.
Right, which we don't even have tools that would really figure that out.
Okay, so that's like a slope then.
No, it's the curvature of the Earth is so slight that we don't recognize it. We don't see it. Okay, so you have to picture, say I don't know what you would use, like a grain of sand, okay, on a beach ball. If you kind of think of that idea, just a tiny grain of sand on a beach ball. That grain of sand does not experience curvature. It's too small for the curvature. Now, there is curvature on the beach ball. We can see it. We're big. We can see the curve.
Yeah, but you said it was an 1/8 of an inch. You said it was an 1/8 of an inch for over 2 Home Depots.
Every 660 feet, correct.
Yeah, so that's an 1/8 of an inch drop from one end to the other. And then the next 2 would be another 1/8, so that's a 1/4 of an inch. But
I don't know why you keep going back to the beginning and starting over. That's not how anything works.
Well, because it's
but do you understand?
Where you started from, but looking back,
right? But who cares? Who does that? Who does that? You would just build a Home Depot, 1/8 of an inch, or 2 Home Depots, 1/8 of an inch. Go to the next 2, 1/8 of an inch. Go to the next 2, 1/8 of an inch. Go to the next 2, 1/8 of an inch, and you would come all the way back to where you started.
What about looking backwards on it though?
But why would we do that?
Well, because it's curving, isn't it?
I mean, it's not curving much. How much does it take until you said 17 Home Depots would have 8 inches? But we can't even see that far. I mean, you wouldn't even. We can see. I'm not saying we can't see a mile, but you can't see too far, right?
Okay, so it only drops in one direction then.
No, the entire thing is constantly curving.
Yeah, from the beginning. So you've got a start point then, but
yeah,
it goes all the way around, doesn't it?
Yep.
So what about if you head back the other way? What about if you start from where you start and then build Home Depots going in the other direction?
1/8 of an inch, 1/8 of an inch every 2.
What, higher than when you started?
I don't understand the line of questioning, because you keep incorporating something that nobody uses.
You started at one point and then you went to the right.
Why not just build 2? Then it doesn't matter which direction you go.
Drop down an 1/8 of an inch to the right. And then if you started, then you went left. Would it go up from?
No, technically the 1/8 of an inch would be in the middle. I mean, if you want to get technical. Or you're saying for the drop? Okay, I see what you're saying. The drop is okay, so it's an 1/8 of an inch down. Now that we can take as one unit, and then we can go to the next 2 Home Depots and start that all over. It all starts again. This is why we're able to build bridges and build roads and fly planes and build houses. It's all because the sphere is so big that we can treat it like it's flat. This is why those manuals say treat the Earth like it's stationary and level. It's because you can.
Yeah, but if you were walking in the other direction, it would have to be going down that end as well, wouldn't it?
An 1/8 of an inch for every 660 feet.
Yeah, backwards. So if you walked, along 4 Home Depots, 1/2 an inch, and then you walk back, it should be going down as well, that way, shouldn't it? Should be dropping in 1/2 an inch that way, going back.
I don't know what you mean by that, but I mean, because you think you would notice that? That's what I'm confused about.
Well, that's going all directions, isn't it?
Yeah, but you're talking about what I'm saying is that the curvature.
The sides of the Home Depot.
The what?
At the sides of the edges of the Home Depot being 1/8 of an inch over that side, wouldn't it as well?
I can't follow.
Is it just a slope then?
Nope, it's a ever-present curvature of an 1/8 of an inch
every.
Huh?
In one direction.
No, in every direction.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So if you went back, you walked the other direction.
Okay.
So you went out 4 Home Depots and you dropped down half an inch. When you go back, it should be dropping down the other way, shouldn't it?
And that's what I'm telling you, is that it's constant curvature. You're saying if I stand here, then what happens off in the distance? But I don't see any reason to say that. We don't ever do that.
So you're going uphill then.
So no, not going. There's no uphills. There's no uphills. The Earth is level. So if you were to say, how do I word this? If we needed to build just the Home Depots, 2 of them, 660 feet, the guys would go out there. They'd use a level. They'd level them. They'd get them all squared. We'd lay the foundation base. Boom, we're done. At no time did they ask somebody down the road, "Hey, how far are you down below me over there?" Doesn't matter. They just start building.
Nobody built these in the first place. This is your idea.
No, it's not my
so
idea.
This is imagination, isn't it?
It's not imagination. It's called fact.
From the
it's
from
what
the point you started, if you went in the other direction, would they be going higher, 1/8 of an inch higher than where you started?
No.
What would happen then?
Explain the scenario, because the Earth is constantly curving. So I don't know what you're saying by go back.
Yeah, in every direction. So
correct.
If you went to Home Depots and it was 1/8 of an inch,
right?
And when you stood at that end, when you look back, the other end should be 1/8 of an inch drop, shouldn't it?
Yeah. Sure, that's what.
But how do you do that? How do you get?
Because that's the curvature of the Earth.
Away from each other.
Let me show you this. So, can you see? I don't know if you'll be able to see that or not, because you're kind of. Can you see my screen?
Well, you know, because you said it was 1/8 of an inch drop. You know, from one end to the other, and then another 2 would be 1/2 an inch.
Yeah, I'm confused where you're.
Then
where
I get
you're
that's
confused.
3/8, and then another.
So here's if you look here,
it doesn't add up over the mile. I know that.
What do you mean it doesn't add up over the mile?
Well, because when you get to halfway, you've only got 2 inches.
Yeah, that's if you're looking from the starting point.
Yeah, but that's where we started. Yeah,
but it doesn't matter. Why are you taking that into account? So
I was just trying to work out how it works.
Well, it works because the Earth is constantly curving. So see this diagram here? So this is the Home Depot. So this is one Home Depot, and it is flat and level. So you could say, well, isn't this 8 inches or it's higher than this side, or lower than this side? But yeah, we don't need to do that because everywhere here is level.
All right, but if you went 2 Home Depots out.
Okay, here's 2 more to the right.
And then you started there, and you built the Home Depots going in the other direction.
To the right, like these.
Yeah, if you went, you're going to build them going in the other direction.
Okay, it's the same
where
thing.
Where you started this one.
Sure, we build 2 here.
What would happen then?
It's the same thing.
But if you were, but if you were 2 or 4 Home Depots in to the right.
2 or 4 Home Depots to the right.
And then you started at 4 Home Depots. You started at the end of 4 Home Depots.
Okay.
And then you started building those Home Depots the other direction, back to where you started these ones.
Okay.
Then what would where would the 1/8 of an inch be then?
They're level. I think you're missing the point.
You said of an 1/8 of an inch drop, though. They can't.
That's impossible. That's impossible for people to even decipher.
Yeah, but you said it was 1/8 of an inch, so it must be measurable.
Yeah, well, it's calculable. It's not measurable.
Well, over 4, it's 1/2 an inch, so half an inch.
Again, I don't know why you would do that.
Easily measurable.
Sure, and if we built 1,000, it might be 65 feet down, or it might be 600 feet down. So what? That's if somebody's standing here at the beginning looking off into the distance, right? That's not for, if you look at these 2 football fields, every 2 football fields is 660 feet, these 2. So that's 1/8 inch of curve. So you're saying if we went, okay, we build this one and we build this one, then we go over here and we look back. So it's not that they build these with an 1/8 inch of curve. Do you understand that? They just build them. There just happens to be an 1/8 inch of curve.
Well, yeah, but that does mean that it's lower than where you started.
No, it doesn't. You wouldn't be able to determine that. The Earth is constantly curving. That's the point. You keep saying we'd be able to. We don't have.
It was 1/2 an inch. You could measure 1/2 an inch. That's a drop.
Over 660 feet? Maybe. I don't know if you can.
Whatever it is, 8 inches a mile. You said, but half.
So you think you can measure an eighth of an inch is 2 nickels stacked on top of each other? You think that we have measuring tools that can measure that over 660 feet? There's no way.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you were going back in the other direction, if you started at the point where you've got 4 Home Depots and you started building in the other direction.
Okay, but we already came from there.
Would it be an eighth of an inch higher to where you started?
No, we already came
Or
from
an
there,
eighth
so
of an inch lower.
we've already built
Yeah,
them.
but if you built, all right, let's build some next to it.
Okay.
You build 4, and then you start.
Right, you're missing the idea of level.
Going,
let me put it this way real quick. So imagine you have a 660-foot level, okay, so, which is nothing like that exists. But let's pretend 660 feet long level. Do you realize that you'd put that down and it would always show level? With the bubble, the bubble would be right in the middle. Huh?
Yeah, that's what level is. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so then
you said there was an eighth of an inch drop on the Home
right,
Depot.
and even a level wouldn't be able to determine that. So that's what I'm saying, is that you would just keep moving the level. It would keep showing you level, and you would go through the entire Earth and come back to where you started.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be an eighth of an inch over the whole thing, would it? You know, gradually it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, isn't it?
Nope, it's always the same.
From the start point.
Sure, but you keep bringing into something that doesn't matter. Why would you keep going back to this idea of a starting point? We don't build anything like that. We don't do anything like that. Nobody stands at one place and looks off in the distance and says, I'm going to build that way, and I need to know what the level is over there. You need to know what the level is where you're at. Do you understand that everything is level? So the eighth of an inch is in your head, first of all, because everywhere is level. So the curvature of the Earth is constant.
Well, then it won't be an eighth of an inch if it's level. That's, I don't know where you got the eighth of an inch from if it was level.
Because you can take half of the half of the half. If it's 8 inches per mile, then, we know that 2 miles is 32 inches, right? So half of 32 is 16, half of 16 is 8. So you can take half of the half to get the curvature on a smaller section. So if it's 8 inches per mile, then it's 4 inches per half. If it's 4 inches per half, then it's half of the half would be 1 inch for a quarter mile. Half of that half would be 0.25 or whatever that would be, 0.5 over.
But the bigger end. I mean, if you got 4, so if you built 4 Home Depots and then you've got a drop of quarter of an inch, or let's get to a half an inch, all right, and then you started from that point and you built Home Depots going in the other direction, would they be going up an eighth of an inch?
No, because wherever you're starting is the top.
So they'd be going down an eighth of an inch.
Correct. If you're starting from that starting point that you want to start from.
So why are they going in 2 different directions then?
They're not. It depends where you're standing. Where are you taking the measurement from? Because wherever you're at is the top.
If you're standing at the end of one, it's higher. But you said if you built another one, it would be lower.
Are you standing over there?
Well, I'm imagining standing over there, yeah.
Yeah. So then wherever you're standing is the highest position. Everything would fall away from you.
Yeah, I know, but in both directions.
Yes.
So if you got the eighth of an inch, when you stand at the end where it's eighth of an inch, it should be an eighth of an inch lower the other end, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it just depends where you're standing. Because wherever you're standing, you can call the top, and everything falls away from you. So if you
measure an eighth of an inch if it's not actually an eighth of an inch, because
it is an eighth of an inch, and you can't measure an eighth of an inch.
It's an eighth of an inch the other end.
You what?
But if you said it. If you built this thing and it was an eighth of an inch lower.
Okay, it's an eighth of an inch lower than where you started. Okay, got you.
Yeah, and if you built another one next to it, it would be an eighth of an inch lower the other end.
I don't think you understand the nature of a sphere at all. I think you keep thinking that if you move in one direction, that then, like, let's say you're looking at 2 football fields, you stand at the start of the first one. You think that if we walk to the other one, that somehow the Earth would have to shift in order for that to happen.
No, the Earth stayed there. You built on it.
Right, and where's down?
You managed it, but on this surface, you built a horizontal that wasn't horizontal.
Yep, that's what we do. What direction is down for the person at the start of the football fields and the person at the end? Are they have the same down?
Oh yeah, down is perpendicular. Vertical is down, yeah.
Well, to what? The plumb bob, right?
To horizontal.
Yeah, that's not a word. I mean, what you're saying is not incorporated. No, it's not incorporated in the sphere of the Earth.
Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, aren't they?
Say what?
Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular to each other.
Sure. And okay, so you're talking about using a tangent?
So if you built this Home Depot that was horizontal, then the vertical would be perpendicular to that horizontal, wouldn't it?
Okay, so each one is a different than vertical. They're not parallel.
So how did you get an 1/8 of an inch drop on it if it was horizontal?
Because there's an 1/8 inch curvature in every 2 football fields. Or 2 Home Depots.
But not if you built, I mean, the ground is something else. But if you
So I think
built
what you're
something
missing is
that's
that
horizontal.
No.
How is it sloping?
Because it's level. That's what levels do.
Yeah, horizontal level. Level's a tool for.
Sure.
for
You think is
establishing
level horizontal?
reference.
Is that the same thing?
Well, level's a tool for establishing the horizontal.
No,
reference,
level is
yeah.
a tool for establishing level, not horizontal.
Well, that's a horizontal, isn't it? Level.
It is for that one location where you're at. But you keep talking
Yeah, but
about
that's what I mean,
places.
you did.
Okay, but you
Yeah,
keep
I know,
talking
you
about
said
other
it,
places.
You built the Home Depot that was horizontal, but then you said
It's
it was
not,
an 1/8
it's
of an inch
level.
or two. It was an 1/8 of an inch drop on it. That's
No,
not horizontal.
It's level.
Yeah, level's a tool for establishing the horizontal.
Yeah, I mean, you
reference.
don't
Yeah,
get it.
yeah.
I mean, it's just it's you're going to keep fighting yourself because you don't understand that water, for instance, it lies level, but everywhere it's different. Now, we don't stand here and look over there and say, "Hey, what's level over there at the water that you're at?" No, it's just what's right here underneath my feet, and it's level.
Yeah, but if you use the water level and you put a water level at one end of the Home Depot and the other end of the water level at the other end of the Home Depot,
Mm-hmm.
then
what
that
do
would
you
be
think?
a horizontal. Those 2 points.
Yeah, what
equal,
you're
of equal elevation. Of
what
the
you're saying
water
doesn't even
level would
exist in
be-
reality. You can't do a 1/8 of an inch in a water level over 2 Home Depots.
Yeah, you can. Yeah,
Okay,
you
good
can.
luck.
Yeah. Probably is the most precise leveling device horizontal.
What is holding a
establishment.
tube up? Holding a tube and looking at the
Sorry?
line of the water in there?
Yeah. It's you can put a micrometer measure on.
So what are you
on
measuring
the
it from? What are
tubes
you
for water
measuring?
level
What are you measuring from the ground?
in relation to each other?
How would you do that from 2 Home Depots apart?
That's very easy. You just
Explain
hold
it.
one tube at one end,
Hold
and
one what?
at the other, and when the water is equalized at each end,
How would you know that?
well, because there's a micrometer, right? If you have a micrometer measurement on the tube at each end, you can see when they're both at the same position,
What do you mean? How? What if somebody's holding up a little higher?
and then the water will flow.
Right. So how are you
Same as
going
if
to
you've
know?
got
That's
an
what I'm
1/8 of
saying.
an inch drop. If you have an 1/8 of an inch drop on one of them, the water will flow.
Yeah, you're very
or it will
confused.
rise higher
You're very confused.
than the other end, won't it?
You're very confused. You need to learn what a sphere is and how a sphere is constant curvature. But if you zoom into any one location of it, for our purposes, flat and level. For every purpose that we would have flat and level.
Yeah, well, that's what a water level would establish. Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about that. We said if you have a 660-foot level, it would still show level.
Yeah, you could do that over 660 foot. You could have a water level.
Okay, so what? Then
over that distance.
and it would show level.
Well, you'd be able to. Well, if you were establishing a horizontal over there, you'd know it wasn't an 1/8 of an inch drop.
No,
Because
you made that up.
It, rolled, and you'd laid the concrete so it was horizontal.
Yeah. Do you think that we can determine whether? So, if you built a Home Depot on a sphere Earth versus a Home Depot on a flat Earth, what's the difference between the two? So,
If you built them, they would be the same. They would be horizontal.
they'd be identical, correct?
Yeah. So not of an 1/8 of an inch drop, or
No, the 1/8 of an inch is in there. You just can't figure it out because it's too small in that distance. We don't have tools to do that. If you think that we can measure an eighth of an inch is 2 nickels stacked on top of each other. What world are you living in that you think we can determine that?
Yeah. Well, there are tools that can measure
There's not.
that millimeters.
Okay, come back next
Yeah,
time
there
and
are.
bring me somebody who says that there's somebody who can measure in 660 feet an eighth of an inch of curve. It's like insane that you even think that. We couldn't do that on a home. A home is not level.
You could do that with an auto level, millimeter.
What's an auto level? What do you mean?
An auto level is a tool for establishing a horizontal reference.
With a laser beam?
No, not a laser. No.
Okay, what is it?
It's a sighting. It's a sighting tool. It's got like a
sighting
telescopic
tool.
lens on it,
So
and
in
you have a
660
marker
feet,
stick.
in 660
marker
feet,
stick.
yeah, I know what they are. So 660 feet, we can determine an eighth of an inch.
Yeah, you would over that distance. Yes.
I'd have to check into that. I will find out if we can do that.
Yeah.
Because it just seems crazy to me that you would even think that.
I mean, you might have to do it in 2 transitions, possibly.
2 transitions. All right, I'm gonna let you go. We have more people. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thanks. All right, we got next. Globe Turd Society. I like it. Is that am I president of the Globe Turd Society?
What's going on?
I want to be the president.
Yes.
Yes. Lovely.
You can be the CEO.
Great. What does that stand for, though? Crap eating officer?
Something about the office there. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, so that guy is like just super, super duper confused.
Oh, whatever.
Like,
I mean, what do you do?
he's considering the tangent line from where you start is a line that slowly rises up from the surface of the earth, and we don't consider it whatsoever in building. That 1/8-inch drop that he's talking about is a drop from that tangent, not a drop from level. It's still level the whole way.
Correct.
That
Thank you for that.
tangent line. It's just something. It actually is measurable, but we don't measure it in those small inches or whatever. We measure it in degrees, and minutes, and seconds.
Right, and then it would it naturally forms to that, right? I mean, no matter what you pour, whether it's concrete or anything.
Well, we are able to level out or flatten out a pretty large, area. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think if you did one, if I told somebody, hey, build a foundation of a house here pretending that the earth is a sphere, and build one here that pretending the earth is flat, there would be no difference. I don't think
there is no.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, there's no difference in the building, but I mean, he was concerned with the drop though, which is not like a drop. I don't know how to put it. Not a drop gravity wise. It's a you know what I mean.
It gets confusing because you're talking about everywhere you are you're reestablishing everything.
That's what I'm saying. He's talking about an imaginary line that, like I said, technically rises from the surface of the earth as it goes out into the distance.
Right.
Yes.
Which would then mean that they're basing their building off of their original level, which is not what they do.
No. They level as they go.
Correct.
So they don't exactly.
So that's why the eighth of an inch is a mental thing. It's a mathematics, a calculatable thing, but it's not something that's actually in play.
No, not at all. That's where that guy's completely confused.
Right.
And hopefully, if he heard that, maybe
that'll help him a little bit.
Yeah. But I also do want to say Flatzoid is I think he's retarded, like clinically retarded, and he's a lie. He has I think he's a liar.
Yeah.
A chronic liar.
One of the worst.
Clinical liar, retarded, just a horrible piece of shit human being.
Yeah, I've got nothing redeeming to say about him at all.
Yeah. He's almost as bad as Craig, to be honest. Just a little jab. But I also wanted to mirror what that guy was saying, to keep going, because you actually would be like a huge proponent in the new flat Earth community. Being the prominent flat earther that you were, and then switching over to, I know you might not want to do it, but you would be top dog. I say,
Yeah, well, we'll have to think about it. It doesn't sound pleasing to me. Again, like I've said before, that I taught the flat Earth because I thought we were being lied to about the shape of the Earth. So now that we aren't, then I don't have any real desire to teach the globe. The globe is counterintuitive. It is difficult for some, and I get it. I was one of those, and it's I think it's hard to explain to people. They trust their senses too much, or their common sense, as they say, and the Earth is not. We don't get to the sphere Earth through common sense. We get through it through evidence.
Yeah, exactly. Science and stuff. Because I actually will give it to them in the most simple and general sense of things. Like things do appear to be flat. Yes, it kind of presents itself as flat to us because it's so big.
Right.
And I can kind of understand where their mind would be like, oh, well, if it's flat here, it's flat everywhere.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No, I get
technically, yes, it presents itself to us as that. But when you go into, further investigation, all you really have to do is go up really high,
Yeah, I think you could do it with the sun. I mean, which is great, because then that's something you can teach somebody, that they don't need anything. They don't need a special flying machine. They don't need government. They don't need leaders. They don't need indoctrination. That the sun by itself tells you the shape of the Earth.
Exactly. And they say that you can tell the shape of the Earth by the lights in the sky, because that's exactly how we did it.
Right.
We mapped out a celestial sphere, and we're like, oh, I wonder what that can go around.
Right, and then
You
they
know what I
said
mean? Like
if we map out these GPs of all these stars, and they happen to all fit, we might have something here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. Anything else for me? I gotta let your clock run down here. You got 45 seconds or so.
I did have something else.
Okay.
Shit, I lost it. You can just keep on going.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the call. Thank you for helping clear that up a little bit. You think you worded it better than me.
Yeah, I was trying to. All right, bud.
Thanks.
Have a good one.
We got infinite loop. I don't know what that is. Is it an infinite loop version of the flat Earth?
Hey, Jaron, can you hear me?
I hear you. Great.
All right. No, I'm a Glober. Always been a Glober. I've been watching the Flat Earth more for entertainment. I actually started watching back in 2015, 2016. It was fun for a while, but it started being the same. Started watching back up, I want to say 23, 24. I'm not going to lie, I was a little upset that you came back and said the Earth was a globe. I was hoping you would say it was flat and run with it. But I got to give you credit. You were actually one of the few that was seeking truth versus others. But what I wanted to actually talk to you about is you came to the realization, and it took an act of, what's the word?
Sight?
Not miraculous, but like extreme measures, right?
Yeah.
For you to get that understanding. I understand your perspective where you don't want to teach the globe, and I get it, right? There's enough globe knowledge out there. However, that knowledge has always been out there. You had access to it, and you were able to deny it. Like McToon, Craig, yeah, they're not really teaching anybody. It's for entertainment. I get it. But I was going to challenge you to, like, as far as Flatzoid, Zedetic Warrior, and all of that other ones, I do think you need to take a more aggressive stance and actually go into the debate field, because while you're making proof videos, you already know all of that is going to get dismissed.
Yeah.
You would have done it too. So how, and maybe you wouldn't have.
Well, I just think that it's because we didn't have the full details about the South, and at least that's the way I look at it. And then you're right, it was me who went down, so now I'm able to say that we do have the full details of the South. But I think from that, there's enough information that people should, like, if they want to actually stand up and say the Earth is flat and that there's no South Celestial Pole, or then go down to Punta Arenas. It's not going to cost you more than $1,500. I'll put in $100, and you can go down to Punta Arenas, and when you see the sun set right to left, and when you're down there and you see the South Celestial Pole, and you see the light in the south way past midnight going right to left, it hits you that this is not the flat Earth. This is not the world that is flat. It can't be. The sun goes underneath the horizon for like 3 hours, just barely, comes back up, and it lit Australia, which is 30,000 miles behind you.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Again, you're not wrong, right?
Right.
But what I'm saying is that showing those proofs is never really going to convert a lot of individuals. And like, for example, Flatzoid, he's just making up random crap. He'll find whatever video that you did and find one statement.
Right.
Which is why I'm saying that even though you may not want to, I do think you should go into the debate form and say, all right, Flatzoid, I'm here. Let's have a debate challenge. Go to, I don't know, Zedetic Warrior, Sav, the other, whatever the few mainstream people are, instead of just providing them the proof, challenge them directly, because McToon and them, they're talking facts. You're talking more perspective from the same perspective that they had.
Gotcha.
So potentially that could be an option where they have to listen to you at that point versus just dismissing you. Anyways,
Gotcha.
That was
Good point.
a thought process around why.
Right. So you're saying that they don't want to watch me, so they're just going to completely dismiss anything I say. And even if they're watching for mistakes. They're watching me for some other reason. They're not listening to the words. But in a debate, they would have to listen because
yeah, like for example, you just said with the Flatzoid, you had one screen share where you had a picture of a girl. They assumed it's Lisbeth without any proof.
Correct.
In a conversation, how can he avoid that?
Right. I'm going to say, who told you that? Where did you get that from? And he would have no answer.
Exactly.
Good point.
Versus if he's making a video, you'll make a counter, he'll make another counter, and it will just go tit for tat.
Good point. Well taken.
So that's it, man.
Okay.
Good job. Like I said, I was pissed off, but I'm actually happy for you.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, man.
Hey, it's Misinformation Agent, one of the guys I enjoy watching. What's up?
Good evening, Bob. I want to talk about a point which I think misunderstood by many flat earthers, and even the guy that you talked with before, and your example with the Auto Depot.
Mm-hmm.
I want to give you a better explanation.
Okay.
About, I think it's a better explanation.
I'm ready.
And the point is that reality isn't perfect.
Correct.
Flat earthers think that stuff are perfect. And when I take a part, even a small part of steel to design by machine and cut it down to something, it has tolerance. Even the parallel, even if it has two lines and they need to be parallel, I need to give a 0.1 inch tolerance because the machinist needs to prep the tools and the machine to go there. And where does it meet us with the Auto Depot thing? We need to understand that over distance, in some cases, it does matter, the curve. And I will explain.
Okay.
If the distance that you gave over the two Home Depots, it doesn't matter. And sorry for my imperial example, but it's easier for me in imperial.
Yeah, that's what
over 1 kilometer, you have 8 centimeter. And places that it really matters for them, a straight line. I forgot. You said a few times to him level, and it confuses them.
Yeah.
I think the right term is a straight line. And when you say a straight line and the expected drop from that straight line, you let's assume you level once and you put imaginary straight line. You don't call it level. Then over 1 kilometer, you will have the 8 centimeter drop.
Mm-hmm.
And when we build stuff for lasers, let's assume LIGO, the laser research facility, which is 4 kilometers, you can actually open the drawings of the device itself, where the light has to come through,
Mm-hmm.
and you will see that they would have it given a tolerance for those 32 centimeters that they need to take that into account, all the supporting structure. So in the end, they will have an actual straight line which diverges only by a point something of millimeters, so it will be able to walk. Like if I put a shaft inside the turbine and the shaft over 6 meters, it has deflection because of gravity, I will take into account this deflection because I still need the shaft to be able to rotate while gravity still impacts it in higher speeds, it will be very, very small, but the machinist, when he creates it, he knows that. And the engineer designing it, he gives that. We do take stuff like gravity into account. So I think this is also matters to debunking it.
I don't think that that's easier for. I don't think that guy would have got that.
Yeah, he wouldn't got that. I'm just explaining for you. It is better to talk about LIGO and the fact of the straight line.
Okay.
And overall, I did a video, if someone wants to watch, about Flatzoid, but I didn't talk about his toxic ways. I do want to mention that besides hurting people, they actually hurt themselves the most. Like, they lose jobs because nobody wants to work with flat earthers. Because over time, if you would agree with me, sitting in closed rooms and rejecting and muting other people makes you kind of toxic from the inside.
Yeah.
Even if you just talk with people.
No, I think that's probably true. If you are a flat earther, you have a short fuse. You always think everybody's against you. You're gonna, you're gonna be a pain to work with. We've seen that, right? We've already seen that with the people. Anything else? Your time's up. We'll go to the next one.
No, so I just made a movie about that, and congrats. I hope you keep doing the good job.
Thank you very much. You as well. Thank you. All right, we've got Truther 6242. Truth, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Hear you great.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you great.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, good. So the first thing I want to do is apologize for last month when I claimed stuff without having evidence, which is not right. And I think you would agree with me on that. So this is what I claimed last time without having any evidence. I actually have you calling me out on that, which is good. So, wait a minute. I think I forgot to share my screen. That's the problem. I didn't last month, but I'm going to point it out. I was wrong last time, but let's take a look at what I did wrong.
Okay, where are we at? What you're sharing?
So, wait, you can see my screen, right?
Is your screen showing my show? It's going to create...
You can see my screen?
Yeah, the screen I see, though, is my show.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if I put that on, it's going to do an infinite loop.
Yeah, okay, good. So, I claimed last time without having any evidence of this. Well, I went to take a look. There is him on January 2025. There's you with him in 2018 at the conference after the fact.
Oh, I don't know
Then you all, Dave Weiss, your boss, Karen B., your co-host, all backed him and victim shamed the
What do you mean, when?
14-year-old girl and told her that she needed to go to jail. Shame on you.
When?
This was back in 2018. And then shortly after that, I said in 2018.
Yeah, I'm saying what show? When did I say that?
That's the video right there.
Where?
And then
the video has Karen B and a guy on the left.
These are your handlers. These are your handlers.
No, I don't deal with those people at all. That's just retarded.
After that, you did this. Now, wait a minute. Everyone, this is on his channel on Odyssey. You can see the full video there. It's episode 29 of the Baby Truther Show.
Zach thing. There you go. Okay, NFL running back.
Look at me. I'm looking down. Do you see me looking down?
He's teaching her how to do like a alignment.
He loves her.
Yeah, he's doing what's best for her.
He's doing what's best for her? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
You've got.
No, I'm not. I don't
be kidding me right now.
I don't virtue signal now.
And then, after that, you did this with the whole penis contest.
Again, you have to bring this up? You have problems?
And take a look, everyone. Less than a month later, the court rejected it because of how ridiculous you sounded. And then after
so Jake, here's your bet. Clearly, he has.
Said he was on.
What?
drugs and stuff. He was crying because his dog died. How dare you? How dare you? You are a menace to society.
Wow, you have problems. You have a lot of problems.
No, I don't.
You do.
You showed my friend after his dog died and accused him of being on meth and drugs.
That's not when his dog died.
You have a lot of explaining to do. I just covered everything just now.
'Kay.
You have been busted. Everyone knows
I'm
now
busted.
that you protected and aided and abetted a pervert.
Why? You just said that. You just said words. When did I aid and abet?
Explaining to your audience
When did I aid and abet a pervert or whatever you said?
Yeah, you did.
When?
You did, pal.
When?
I'm
When? Of course, there's no when. You just make things up. All right, let's go with Casey. Welcome.
Oh, great. I gotta follow that. Mic check.
It's fun. It should be fun. You should be excited. We got
How's
your
it
clock.
going?
Go ahead. Good.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the McKeegan talk that you have coming up.
Yep, we are meeting on Saturday, a few of us, to put together our best evidence, and then we are going to hand it to Dave, and then we'll be doing a show after that he'll try and debunk the 6 or 8 things we come up with.
Okay. I have a suggestion.
Okay.
I was thinking it might be a good idea to get an idea of where both sides are at before you start showing each other your evidence and stuff, to try to figure out, if we're moving closer to.
Well, the plan is that if I get a couple people together and we come up with the top, let's say 8 things that we think are proof that we didn't go to the moon, and then we give those to Dave and say, here's these 8. And none of this would be in front of the audience. It's just going to say, here's the 8, here's what they mean. And then Dave's going to go and come up with whatever answer he has for them. And then we'll have a show where basically I say, here's the debunk number 1, and give our rendition of it, or our version of it. And then he has to come back with what his explanation for it is. So my guess would be on some of them, he might have an explanation that I've never heard before. And I go, oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Or there's some that he maybe has an explanation that I totally disagree with, that I say, no, that's not possible. Which is probably the case. I mean, there's like, for instance, one thing I just saw today was here in the garage. I always forget which computer I'm at. There's a Apollo video where I think it's Apollo 15 or 16. And the guys are putting the flag in or something, but you can clearly see that there's a hot spot on the moon, and then everywhere else is dark, right? It's like a bright spot where they're at. They're at the flag pole. They're doing their thing, very bright, but then the rest of the moon is dark, which is just, I mean, again, that's the kind of thing where we would have a couple things like that to show how can you have this, if it's on the moon, there's only one light source, and the light source is the sun, and the sun must light up the entire area of the moon. It can't light up a small circle while the rest of it's dark. That's not how light works. So things like that, where he would have to come back and say, so what's he going to say to that? He's going to have to say it's a camera setting, that the camera's just picking up the brightness of the, but then we'll be able to show, well, why does that not happen over here? So that's what that's what the fun show will be, is to be that the back and forth over our position versus his evidence.
Is the bright spot right in the middle of the shadow of the camera?
No, let me see if I can find up that image real quick. Because this lets me search my history from the garage too. So give me 1 second, and I'll find it. Go ahead. I paused your time though if you want to talk.
Yeah, I was just thinking. I've seen that with my drone sometimes. If I'm looking where my shadow would be in my drone, it's weird, but there's like a halo around it, and I'm wondering if that's something like that's going on. But it's also kind of weird because you don't see like a hot spot for the sunlight that's shining off of the moon,
Mm-hmm. No, this is I don't mean like that. Let me see.
So it's not like the moon surface is very shiny.
No, yeah, it has a little
kind of matte
albedo or something. No, I've seen that too. I've seen him cover with a blanket and then get rid of that. What video was that on? Somebody did that. Let me see if I can figure out this one. Where's the multimedia? Is up here. Multimedia, and then I went to. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able. It's in the garage, but I can't. Is it gonna be any of these? It's so. I mean, and the other thing I want to bring up to him is I just want to show him that. So NASA's website, which is like where you should be able to find a ton of Apollo stuff. If you go there, it's like they have literally. If you click a mission, so if I do Apollo 1, and then you go down to where it says images, there's like none. So let me see how many there's. So there's 30 images total for Apollo 1, which just seems crazy. Oh, this is where I did find it. Let me go. I don't remember what Apollo number was. Apollo, the 15 or so. Let me see if we go to 15, Apollo 15. I believe there's even less. Let's see, Apollo 15, if I go all the way down to where images are, this is on NASA's website, 19 images. 19 images for Apollo 15. They used to have the Surface Journal, and they used to have all these clips and all these multimedia video. That's all gone. The page is still there, but you click on it and it says there's no videos. So I actually think that a lot of videos have been scrubbed from the internet. For instance, the Apollo 17, they were in the cart for 4 hours. They drove 22 miles. There's not one video of them driving in the lunar rover on Apollo 17, so that I can find, and that's weird. I don't care what anybody says. So I will be, asking Dave, explain that. Why would they? And I think it's because in Apollo 15 and 16, you can actually show that it was fake. You can show that the sides and the deep distance are backdrops. They're not actually surface features because they don't perform to parallax and things like that. So my version is they couldn't get it right Apollo 15, 16, so they knew, hey, on Apollo 17 we can't film anything from the driving on the cart. That's my guess, unless maybe somebody can find that stuff. I think you'd have to do a FOIA request on all this stuff, really, to even see it. Go ahead, though, while I'm trying to find this picture for you.
I can move on to a different subject. I was kind of curious what level of precision you think people could get over a mile. Could people make a exactly straight line that they could measure, like water curving over it? I was thinking if you had
with what though?
Total stations on each side of a mile.
Maybe, but
you lined up a marker in the middle.
Yeah, but you're looking through atmosphere. So you're talking about okay, I thought you were talking about the 1/8 of an inch. You're talking about over a mile? Yeah, you could come pretty close to that.
Yeah.
You could find 8 inches in a mile.
I was doing some calculations. I think if you had like a water level that you had really long, like a mile long,
okay, you
could have like in the middle another part of the water level that comes up, and it should be like 2 inches higher than it is on either ends. Right?
Yeah, I've actually seen somebody do that. It's on.
You seen somebody do that?
Yeah, I've seen it on YouTube. They showed curve. I'd have to find it though. But I have not seen it recently. Oops, I gotta go down a little. But I have seen somebody do it. Maybe it's Apollo 11, Apollo 12. Just trying to find this one particular image, just because I saw it earlier. It's pretty drastic. Let me try this one. Maybe
another thing I was thinking about was not only you keep talking about the longitude lines getting a lot shorter in the south than they are in the north,
right?
Like than they are at the equator. And I was thinking that's also kind of the same for star paths. Like if you pointed a camera straight up, I was looking at this in Stellarium.
Okay.
At the North Pole, you don't have any stars moving. You have one star that just stays in the middle of your sky.
Mm-hmm.
As you move lower and lower and lower, the stars move faster and faster and faster until they get to the equator, and then they start moving slower and slower and slower and slower again. So you could also, if you compared the speed of stars going directly over you at different latitudes, you should see them going slower in the south than they are at the equator.
Which you would say is proof of the sphere?
Yeah.
Okay. I could see that. I don't know if that would be easy to measure, but I'm sure somebody could.
I feel like that's a better proof than longitude lines, because people think that's GPS, that's NASA setting where those lines are, but they can't tell what the stars do.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, but we know that they are all the same distance between each other on that same longitude, right, or latitude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you think you'd be able to count that way? Don't you think?
Can you say that again?
Hold on, I'm looking at this picture. If I can find this picture, I was just saying that you can. So, for instance, there's 69 miles between every latitude line going north or south, right?
Mm-hmm.
So people can think that that's GPS, but you could actually get in your car and you could double check that.
Right.
Right. So the same thing is true east or west. I mean, if Australia is supposed to have 55 miles per 1 degree, and the flat Earth is supposed to have 165, it shouldn't even be a question. People should go, oh, okay, clearly the Earth's a sphere, because there is no other way around that. You're going to have a problem with it because what is your options? To me, I don't think you really.
Yeah,
have
exactly.
One. Yeah. Okay, what else you got for me?
No, that's it.
Okay, I will. I cannot find this image. It's out in the garage, but this is the one. Hold on, maybe I do recognize this Apollo 17 one because it looks like the guy's driving a car. So, what is your thought on the moon? Did we go?
I think so. Okay. I haven't looked into conspiracies about the moon very much. I'm not kind of a conspiracy guy.
Do you think it's weird that we haven't been back?
I think it's probably something to do with economics I just don't understand.
Okay.
It doesn't seem like Elon Musk is anywhere close to getting us back.
Not really. Which is, a lot different than they build it. He should already be there with the money that they've been giving him.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that reason is either. I don't know if that means something is up or what it means. Or if it's just a big kind of scam that they keep running, to be honest with you. Going back and forth, always complaining it's a money thing, even though they make $80 million a day, and it should be plenty, I would think. But, NASA, I'm talking about NASA making that much. Just that at this point, you'd think they would just get back because people have been talking about it long enough that you'd think they'd want to go back. Yeah, I can't find it right now. I'll have to find it later. But anyway, if you go look, there's tons of pictures that show, or video that shows just a really bright spot, but nothing's being lit. The camera doesn't have a light on it. So I'm not really sure what the...
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll send you a message on Telegram, and you could just PM me the picture, maybe?
Yeah, I'll do that, because it's in my garage. I'll be able to get it for you.
Okay.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, huh? Okay, we got Bev, try thinking.
Hey up.
Bev.
Hey, good day.
You got 4 minutes.
All right. I do have a test I wanted to go over with you at some point. Not now, right? It is along the lines of what we've seen with the straight line test.
Oh, okay.
Practical test that we can do. But what I'd like to give you is a thought experiment we call Aporia Canal.
Aporia Canal?
Yeah, that's what we call this
one. Okay.
Right. It's a triangular canal, equilateral, and each leg of the canal is 1 mile long.
Okay.
Right. We're going to just A, B, and C. We're going to establish a horizontal at A, and we're going to travel from A to B along the canal.
Okay.
And then we're going to measure from the vertical from the horizontal at B. Have we got any number in mind there as we've travelled from A to B along 1 mile canal?
I don't know what you're asking. So you're saying you're drawing a triangle of 1 mile each leg?
Yeah, it's a triangular canal, 1 mile each side, and we're going to go from A to B, and we're going to establish a horizontal at A, and we're going to travel to B.
On that horizontal,
what would be the difference of the water level at B from the horizontal that we established at A?
It depends. You're saying it's 1 mile?
Yes.
Well, I guess 8 inches.
Okay. In the downward direction, right?
Yes, if that's your baseline.
Okay. We're going to establish another horizontal now at B, and we're going to travel to C.
Wait, hold on. So are you calling each dot a letter, or are you calling the angles a letter?
Each point of the
the
path, right? That we're going on the canal. So we've gone from A to B. We've done 1 mile, and now we're going to go across the bottom, the base of the canal, triangle, and go from B to C. Same again, 8 inches, right?
Okay.
And now we're going to go from C back to A, and we're going to establish a horizontal at C and travel back to A.
Okay.
Have we gone down another 8 inches?
Okay.
Well, so we've started at A, we've gone from A to B, from B to C, and then from C back to A. But we've
do we need to know? So you're saying, I guess I'm getting confused where A, where B is, and where C is. Do those have a specific spot?
Yeah, it's just on the canal.
Yeah, I don't know what that means by. I don't understand. On a canal, there's a triangle. That doesn't make sense to me. So you need to explain it better.
Well, the points of the triangle, let's say.
Okay, there's 3 points.
But okay, right now these 3 points of the triangle lay out a triangular canal.
Just a triangle that has water in it?
Yeah.
It's like a triangle lake.
Well, no, because it's a canal. It's just, I don't know what you have canals. We're in the UK. We have canals.
You have triangle canals?
Well, we just have canals, but they're not like wide. They're about, say, 20 foot wide maximum.
Okay.
Most of them. So that's all we're doing. We've gone for a mile in a direction on a canal.
Okay. So let's say that the top dot is A, and then the bottom one is B, and then the one to the right would be C. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now
so
what?
we travel from A to B and go down 8
So we go down from A to B. Okay.
Yeah, and then we go from B to C and we go down 8 inches.
You're talking about from A to B, we go down 8 inches?
Yeah, that's what you said.
But that's not how we build.
What?
That's not how we build.
It's just a thought experiment.
Okay,
right?
well, yeah, but it's not practical. But okay, I'll give it to you. So we go.
So you go from A to B down 8 inches, from B to C down 8 inches.
Okay.
And from C back to A down 8 inches.
Okay.
But we've ended up at the same place we started at.
Yeah, because you're
we're not 24 inches different.
And it's not where the each person would be taking the level. So you're saying if we start at one spot and then we measure away, and as if the canal drops like that.
Yeah, from the horizontal. That's the claimed thing, isn't it? The water level drops
from a tangent.
Horizontal.
Okay. So I get that. So you're saying because so it's like looking at a 2D sphere, but now thinking of it in like 3D, that there's a line coming at me, one going towards the horizon, one coming back. And you're saying that if we drop down here, then drop down there, then drop down there, that it's kind of like an infinite loop of drop downs.
Well, that's the way the numbers and the maths worked, right?
Right.
But that's not how it works in reality, is it?
No.
No. So there's a problem with our understanding of how this drop works and how the horizontal.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten rid of that whole idea. I've gotten rid of that whole idea of drop because I just don't think it's necessary, really.
Yeah.
But it's mathematic, I guess.
Well, the drop would be a surveying measurement on the vertical, wouldn't it?
Surveying measurement on the horizontal?
A vertical, like the drop would be measured on.
Oh, got you, from the tangent. Okay.
Well, just from the horizontal, right? That's established.
Yes, the vertical line down from the horizontal.
And that's how we measure elevation changes.
Okay.
So you saying that there's a drop of 8 inches from the horizontal, it's saying that there's an elevation change effectively.
From the original spot, yes.
But water level doesn't change in elevation, does it?
From the original spot, yes.
Not the water level. No, the water level doesn't change elevation.
What do you mean?
There's no change in elevation.
Oh, because it's level. You're saying
level. Yeah.
Okay. So doesn't that make sense then? If you were to draw that triangle on the water, the triangle you were just talking about, right? that really what you'd have to do to get the entire picture is to stand in the middle of the triangle. And everything falls away from you.
The 8-inch numbers is correct for physical drop, as far as McTombs said.
Sure, but you have to stand at the original spot.
Yeah, establish a horizontal.
Okay, but then you went somewhere else and tried to establish a new horizontal.
Yeah, no, that was for the second leg.
Right, but now you can erase the first one.
Yeah, you did, but we'd already gone down.
No, you tried to add it. You tried to add it into with it. You tried to say that there's a cumulative drop
on each mile. Yeah, apparently that's the way the numbers work.
Well, but it only works from one spot. You added 3 spots that we're measuring from, and you tried to add those things together. But you're actually going.
That's the way it works.
What do you mean? You're actually going backwards. You went back to where you started.
Yeah, because it's a canal.
Okay, but if you do that, then you can't add the 3 together. You're actually eliminating the curve. You're going back.
Well, that's the point. Is that it is a straight line. You just have to think of the straight line differently. That's the whole point of the straight line test. I will hopefully try and get to you.
Okay, yeah, get it to me. But I appreciate you getting me to think. I got to think about that one.
Yeah,
because
you should, like I say, you should come round and have a chat about this because
I don't do Discord. I'm always on Telegram. You can come find me there.
Well, I will. I'll try and find you on Telegram if that's the best way for me to.
Yeah, that's the best way for sure.
Explain this.
Yeah, or just get me send me the paperwork or whatever you have, PDF or something for me to look at.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right.
Later. We got Scholar Kevin. He's got a scholar in the house. What? Scholar? Oh, you're on mute.
Who does that? Who has time?
I don't know. Oh, we lost him? Eric, too gay. What? Couldn't you just be gay? Did you really have to be too gay? What happened? We lost him. Eric, for some reason you're on here twice, and it's not letting me put one of you on stage. Oh wait, now we got you. Maybe. I'm gonna kick this one just because you have 2 people here. Oops, not that. Kick you out of this one. Kick from studio. Okay, I think we're gonna get you now. Let me remove you. Pull you back. It's so weird. I see your picture there. Can you talk, Eric, for a second? I'm going to pull him away. Let's see what happens with Scoundrel.
Hey, I could hear you.
Hey, you didn't have any, I don't have any music for you. Let me see. What do we have here? How about this one?
No, you got to use AI.
I got to use AI? Oh, yeah. Sorry. I don't have any AI ready for
I sent a message earlier on the submit
I haven't got
a message thing.
Yeah, what's there?
I sent you a link. I didn't expect to be able to call in, but I had to stop working. And so I was like, screw it. Might as well just call in.
Why'd you have to stop working?
Huh?
Why'd you have to stop working?
I don't want to give stuff away.
Oh, you
but,
don't tell.
Yeah, so
okay, let me go to the forum.
Now I'm off. But I heard that angry guy call like Jake's friend.
Yeah.
And so now I want you to play like the whole Jake's a Mouse song that I made.
Oh, that's a good song. Okay.
Like, I was gonna be a surprise for you, but you seem down and out, and I wanted to cheer you up the other day.
Thank you.
And so I sent it to you, hoping to get a laugh out of you.
Let me see.
But
we got your responses here. We got Scoundrel. There he is. And you've got.
Link.
Can you play a minute of each of the following songs? Can't call in tonight. Oh, you liar.
I know. I didn't.
And what did you upload the videos or where? Oh, I see him. I see him. Okay.
Yeah, it should be a playlist.
Playlist. Okay. And you want to listen to this? Copy. Okay.
That one and like the
Let me see what's in the playlist.
No.
Oh, you're breaking up. Breaking up there, homie.
That and the cult that nobody knows. The cult that nobody knows.
Okay, and the Jake song. Okay.
Jake the Mouse and the cult that nobody knows.
I'll play them both. I gotta use the restroom anyway.
And that'll be my time. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do that.
All right, I'm hanging up.
All right, later. All right, that was Scoon Drool, formerly Upside Down Guy. I actually think you should be Upside Down Guy now, and give up the Scoon Drool. I don't like it. Okay, so we've got the cult nobody knows. Here's Jake the Office Mouse, and oops, it was gonna be that, but we lost it. All right, be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. We're gonna put this over here, and see you in 2 minutes. And we'll watch together the cult that nobody knows. But I can't find the right paper. All right, here we go. Enjoy. We shall see. I'm just laughing at the image.
In the office closet where the dust mites thrive lives a little mouse with a fire inside. Jake's got no money, got no cheese, just living like a bum on fake news beliefs. But when the lights go low and the screen stay bright, Jake climbs up to the desk at night, cracks his knuckles, sips Mountain Dew, types out truths the world can't chew. The government's corrupt, sports are a lie, the people are sheep, they are too fat to try. Jake's got free Wi-Fi, Jake's got the rage, posting hot takes from his tiny cage. He struggles to climb on his office chair, logs on YouTube with his angry rat stare, says the earth is flat, open your eyes, the transpocalypse is real, Adam's apples don't lie. He's living on dust, but he's got big dreams, shouting at the void through computer screens, eating stale Doritos, raw meat on his face, streaming out lies from his office space. But there's one more thing that ruins his life, one more name that cuts like a knife, Jaren, damn that guy. Why is Jake poor? Jaren, that's why. The government's corrupt, sports are a lie, Jaren took my money, don't ask me why. Jake's got free Wi-Fi, Jake's got the rage, blaming Jaren for his tiny web page. Jake's looking all wired, doesn't brush his teeth, screaming, Jaren's the reason of my defeat. When the office manager shows up, it's time to play hide and seek. Jake must run with the final squeak. One day they'll see, one day, and Jaren will pay.
Good stuff, good stuff. Oops. Sorry, we're not doing that one. Got too much music playing here. Get rid of this. And we're going to listen to one more. I'm back, but we're going to listen to this one. The Cult That Nobody Knows. Finish off for 2 minutes. We'll be back with the show. Let's watch. Oh, that's scary.
They meet in shadows when the moon's low.
Its own light.
Wearing robes like ghosts that softly glow.
Its own light.
They chant in whispers only cats can hear.
Wow, that's awesome.
Their empire while we snooze in fear.
Man, AI is pretty tits.
They've got politicians under their thumb. The leaders just giggle like they're kinda dumb. Sign the laws with invisible ink. World domination's closer than you think. The cult nobody knows is taking control. They're swapping your coffee for a mind control bowl. Got the bankers and bakers and DJ pros. Nobody believes me, but I know how it goes.
I like the video better than the song.
They lace the Wi-Fi with a strange intent, making you dance to their strange event. The phones and TVs blink Morse code, but I'm the one who cracked their cryptic code. They're in your fridge, they're in your bread, they're in your selfies memories and the thoughts in your head. They've programmed pigeons to work on this.
Wow, this is deep.
I tried to warn you, but you just replied, vibes. The cult nobody knows is taking control. They're reshaping the map without asking your soul. From museums to malls, their network grows. And you think it's a myth, but it's real as you roll.
KFC is better than the Globe. Love Colonel Sanders. He's so much better of a model than the Globe. Colonel Sanders. We love Colonel Sanders. Give me an 8-piece with mac and cheese. It's a better model than the Globe Earth, which predicts everything we ever fucking see. All right, we're back. I want to know, Scoundrel, where did you do this AI video thing? I haven't done the AI video thing. Haven't done that. All right, let's get back to the show. That was a fun little interlude. We've got Eric Two Gays. What is going on with that? Eric, when I see you down in the box, and you're here twice. There we go, got you.
All right, you hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you kind of okay. You're kind of. Let's put it that way. Go ahead.
All right, yeah, so new subscriber to you. Found you looking into Flat Earth, and came across you when I was looking up the list of guys that was going down there.
Awesome.
And it got me out of getting into Flat Earth, that's for sure.
I'm happy to hear that, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, the sunsets and stars kind of had me curious, and then of course the 24-hour sun. It's
no
kind
brainer,
of a
right?
giveaway.
Kind of a cut and dry. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the position that I wished all flat earthers were in. We all knew that going into it. We all knew that from the start, that the South had to be a lie. That if the South is just the opposite of the North and exactly as described, then the Earth is a sphere. It's not that difficult. But we didn't have a lot of information from there. A lot of us didn't believe things that we were getting from there. We found anomalies. We basically confirmation biased ourselves into some anomalies. But when you go down there and you actually verify it, then there is no arguing. The Earth can never be flat, unfortunately. But
right, and I get it going into it. When I was looking into it, there was a lot of mystery around it. A lot of the censorship around all the flat Earth stuff was just kind of all a bunch of red flags.
Yeah, that's one of the big things too.
But I guess
they do definitely do
were
that.
just flags. And that was about it.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that figuring out why that censorship goes on is important. But the only thing I could think of, if you said, Jaron, is there 0% chance that the Earth could be? The only thing I would say is that, well, we could probably have a couple people down there observing at the same time, and maybe have people fly from go from each continent to the South Pole or something like that, and that would be solidified. But the reason I wouldn't push that is because the flat earthers wouldn't accept it. They would just say that it doesn't matter. We can't look at the South Pole and determine the shape of the Earth, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious now that some people are just too far gone.
Yeah, that's sad.
It's kind of sad to see.
It is a little bit. And it's okay. It's like we could just move on. There's other conspiracies. We don't need to sit. Because like what I would wish they would notice is that we've been here 10 years and we didn't do anything. So why would you be so gung-ho about continuing the next 10 years? That nothing new is going to come. You haven't been able to answer anything. In fact, you regressed. You went from having a model and went from having a map to now no model, no map, no claim, no sun, no moon, no South Pole, no South Celestial Pole, no circumpolar stars. So now it's just, we're just flat earthers and we don't look at anything anymore. There's nothing to look at. What are you going to bring to the table that's not been explored and uncovered?
Yeah, exactly.
Where do you live? Where are you from?
I'm in Pennsylvania.
Okay. Your Phillies
I
started
love,
out to
I love your videos you're doing of the rocket launches.
Oh, thank you.
I mean,
yes.
That's been great info.
Yeah, I think that there's a little bit more I want to do with that, just to kind of get an idea of how perspective would work, but in that situation. But I think that I now know not to go to any day launches. I've been to a couple and I can't see anything. So now at least it's good to know, go to night. Or, right at sunset or sunrise or something like that. But thank you.
Yeah, I think it's awesome what you're doing. I'm looking forward to seeing what's to come.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you following. And what was your journey into flat Earth, say like a year ago? Where were you? Did you have never heard of it, or you'd heard people mention it and you just ignored it?
I heard of it a couple years ago. I got a buddy, or my cousin. He's one of those cryptozoologist kind of guys.
Okay.
And he got me into a lot of the alternative kind of thinking of various things. And so I came across flat Earth that way. And then I couldn't find any info.
Yeah, they scrubbed it.
Really hard. Like, you can't just YouTube it.
No. And I have to come up now with like reasons for that. You know, why is that? And the best I can come up with is that it's counterintuitive, and they don't want people starting to go down that road because it really would kind of, I mean, again, it sucks to say that because you're like, wait, they don't try and help us out, but it really would hurt humanity if people started to go down that road, in my opinion.
Right. I see both sides to it.
It's kind of a free speech issue for sure. And I just think that, like, well, here's one reason I think it's actually warranted in a way, is because like Steve Falconer did that video called Scamartica 2. It's completely and totally wrong. 100% wrong. He doesn't know how to use the globe. He misapplies it and just thinks he has something right. So he posts it. Has he pulled it down? Of course not. Dave Weiss reposted on his channel. Has he pulled it down? Of course not. Mark Sargent pulled it down from his channel, put it on his channel. Has he pulled it down? No. So flat earthers are completely fine with having incorrect information if it builds their case. And so if that is the way they're going to operate, then I would back YouTube. I would say remove the videos from their search history or their watch history. Because what they're going to do is they're going to go back and look for that video to go share it to somebody, and it's wrong. So just remove all of it. It sounds crazy for me to say that, but at the same time, why should we be okay with people lying to get the truth across? We shouldn't.
Yeah, I agree.
So, and that's what Flat Earth is obviously okay with. It's been thoroughly debunked. So that video should come down, and everybody who's a Flat Earther should be over there saying, Steve, your video's been debunked. Pull it down before people start believing lies. But these guys do not care. They have no care in the world about Dave Weiss is telling people that a bucket of chicken from KFC is a better model of the Earth than the globe.
Yeah, he's awful.
He is awful.
He had me at first, but at this point...
Well, I'm glad you saw through the facade. Took me
put out garbage.
Took me 10 years. So, a little too long.
I know my time's, but is there any interest in you getting on like modern day debate or anything like that?
Yeah, I think so. I don't. Yeah, I want to kind of get my bearings together, but I think it'd be very easy to debate from a globe perspective at this point. Just with the 8 points I have, or the top 20 list, we'll just be able to pull from that and do it. So yeah, that'll be coming up soon.
Yeah, awesome.
Okay, thanks for calling in. I appreciate you watching. Hope to see you in the chats and stuff.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, later.
All right, have a good one.
Okay, we got Scholar Kevin is back. Sorry about last time.
That was all my fault. So
no problem.
I'm glad to be back.
Welcome back.
Yeah. So I got into the whole flat Earth thing with Mark Sargent.
Okay.
With his whole series of videos, and
me too.
I found it really interesting, really kind of compelling. But I've been kind of just agnostic about it, and just entertained it as a thought experiment.
Okay.
And so, like, I'm not going to lie, when TFE came around, I had this little misgiving, like, oh, here it goes. This is, this thought experiment has been fun for, 8 years. So all good things must come to an end. And, but I was working the Renaissance festivals at the time that I started listening to Mark Sargent and all that. And I was working Renaissance festivals for 16 years. And when you work the circuit for that long, you start to develop this fluid community that's people are coming and going, and people go to different shows, but then they meet up next year and things like that. So like friends in my community that I actually knew and had rapport with, they're standing around smoking pot, and there was this like very animated discussion and disagreement about whether it was a flat Earth or whether it was a concave Earth. And at that moment, and for a number of years after that, I was like, I just checked out. I'm like, I'm done. fuck all this. So, but,
yeah, there's a lot of people trying to get me into that movement right now. They're messaging me saying we live inside of a concave cell or something.
Yeah, like what the hell?
Yeah, it's just there's one shape that answers everything.
Right. Well, I really appreciate your being upfront and honest with your observation and you know, in games I'm what's called a chaotic neutral.
Okay.
So because I have had this whole not atheistic but agnostic aspect, or looking out to the whole flat Earth concept.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not so attached, and because I am chaotic neutral, it is thoroughly entertaining watching the shit show that's going down since y'all got back. So,
well, thank you for pointing that out, because it's not as entertaining for me, but I could see where somebody from the outside's got to look at it and say, "Wow, this is must-see TV."
Well, I mean, it's kind of like that whole. Who was that guy? He had a Jerry Springer. Where it's, you know, it's a train wreck. You don't want to stare, but you can't look away. It's like,
right.
I've gone and I've joined your Telegram groups of the J rants and the J rants responses and, you know, all those guys, and like chaotic neutral, sure. But that loses any kind of entertainment value rather quickly.
Yeah.
So
it's pretty crazy over there. What's I wish I knew why everybody just hates each other so much, and everybody feels like they have the moral high ground. They are the arbiters of truth. It's just very strange. And I'm not saying I'm any different. It's just funny because people are just really intolerant. Everybody likes to push themselves to the front and say, I'm this way and I do this and I'm this guy. And then somebody's got to complain, well, you shouldn't be that guy. You should be like this. And it's just kind of funny because there's like such animosity.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's hard not to be, I guess. I would wish there wasn't, but there is. So.
True story. And like, I'm one of the guys, like if you look in the history of one of the J Rants groups, where people are going and trying to rake you over the coal and saying, oh, you shouldn't have done this kind of thing because you know that this kind of thing could have happened and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I don't know about them, but like I'm a heterosexual male and everybody that I know has done stuff that
me too.
If it came and was brought to light, they'd be embarrassed and it was, a thing of shame. But it's one of those things, just supply and demand. You get that much shame from that many people. It's not really a thing to, shake a stick at anymore.
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, it's because it gets overwhelming to the point where you'll just jump off a bridge eventually.
Right.
I mean, to be honest with you. Yeah, because it's just people don't want to take the position of saying, oh, okay, yeah, I could see that person did you wrong or something. Because like you said, everybody's done things in private. And if the person that you were doing things in private with decided one day to say, hey, I'm just going to go and release all this footage, I mean, that you would immediately, yeah, sure, somebody could say from the outside, you shouldn't have done those things with that person. Right. Well, okay, you could say that. But I mean, also the person shouldn't have been in a consensual thing that they said was going to be private. So there is a person that's doing an actual, whatever you want to call it, is making an offense there by doing that. And then the person that ultimately shares it to everybody in the chat is doing the ultimate dirtball thing. So what are you going to do?
Right. My German grandmother had a saying that I think that more people need to take to heart, and that is, you can shit in one hand and
hope in the other.
And hope in the other, and see which one fills up faster.
My grandpa used to say that too. And it will always be the shit. I hate to tell you.
Yep.
Yep. All right. Well, I appreciate you calling in.
Absolutely.
Take it easy. Peace.
Take it easy.
Later.
Don't jump off a bridge.
I'll try not to. Thank you. If I do, there'll be water underneath it. Andrew Smith, welcome.
Hey, what's up?
How are you?
I'm doing good.
Fantastic. Nice to see you.
Good to hear.
All right, we got you
So
on the
I mean,
clock.
basically, I've been listening to you for a little while. I mean, since I said a few things in chat before, but I mean, it's been about a year. I mean,
Awesome,
but I
thank you.
basically got a free membership last stream. Basically, I think it was like last Friday. It was pretty cool. But it's like, first of all, I want to say it's like, I mean, seeing your growth. I mean, it's hard to change a worldview. I've done that myself. I was Mormon growing up.
Okay.
I served a mission in Brazil. I mean, it was great experience. I learned a lot, changed a lot who I am. Can't say it's like anything bad about it, but at the same time, it's like you grow up, you learn a little bit more about life is, and you realize it's like you can either accept reality or accept what you see, and or you can say it's like, well, this is my world belief, and I'm going to keep doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it takes a lot to say it's like, you know what, I think I was wrong for 35 years,
Right.
and I need to change that. So I think it takes a lot of courage to just go out and say it's like, hey,
and respect to anybody who's done that, because I know how hard it is.
Yeah, exactly. Just want to talk a little bit. I work in plasma systems. I don't know how much you know about that. So,
I just know about the fake plasma sun.
So basically,
laser beam sun.
we use plasma for a lot of things. A lot of people know it like plasma through like neon lights and things like that. But it's like it's actually so useful in a lot of other things. I work in the semiconductor industry. So for myself, what I do basically is we have 3 different types of systems for plasma, and this is going to explain a little bit more why I'm saying that.
Okay.
We use it to create patterns in silicon wafers and at the microscopic level, basically at the nano layer. That's how we create the different types of chips and different types of production there.
Okay.
And we do that. That was one way. Another way is we do it to basically create a chemical deposition of different materials on top of silicon wafers to create different layers that we then will etch a pattern into to create the patterns of the circuitry basically we need to do. And the other way is we will do a physical bombardment to a specific material, like let's say tungsten or something like that will do that. So the way it works is that you create a plasma. So you put the system down into like the microtor. So basically whenever you have the less pressure in something, you can create physical and chemical reactions much easier because it takes the amount of other material inside of space reacts. So we basically create in a vacuum system, and then we create the plasma using different gases, and each one does for a specific reason. And the biggest thing is that we do a couple of things with it. So when we etch a pattern, we take the plasma system and we then create a magnetic electrical field to bombard the wafer to remove specific material. We have something selective, so it chemically reacts with what's on the wafer to remove it. Chemical vapor deposition, we do the same thing, except for it's to react to put something on there. And then the physical deposition we do is we actually bombard above it. There's normally a seed or some sort of like material that you put above it that bombards it, and it falls the material on top of the wafer. So basically we have to take into account lots of different factors. And the biggest ones are, of course, electrical fields and with electrical magnetic fields and gravity. So literally we have to take into account gravity, let's say you're taking plasma, you have to bombard up, and then you're depositing on a wafer. So you have to do that, and you have to take into account gravity for that, because it's there even in a vacuum environment, and it's the same no matter what tool you're working with. So in learning this, and it's like once you learn a little bit more advanced things, it's almost laughable when somebody says gravity doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, when they say that though, they still think things fall down, right?
Yes.
Right. So I mean, that's why. I mean,
but
whenever,
once again,
yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just saying. I mean, at this point, I have the same belief in gravity that you do, but I was just saying, as a flat earther, it didn't change. Nothing changes in the flat Earth world. I just said, well, items have weight, and that there's an electrostatic force creating the down, and things go down. And then now I can just say, well, now there's the weight comes from the pull of the Earth. It's what creates the weight.
Yeah, but you have to understand though. It's like when you have the physical, like plasma has weight to it, and everything does. You're forcing it down or you're forcing it up. So you have to take into account how those forces counteract each other.
Got you. But don't things only have weight because there's gravity?
Well, yes.
Okay.
But that's what I'm saying is you have to, in order to, that's what I'm saying, you have to take into account that force. So when a lot of people say, what is the basic typical things there? Buoyancy and is the big thing. They say it's like it's a buoyancy,
Density and buoyancy. Density
and buoyancy. Yes. So when you're living in a vacuum environment, you take those factors out. Yet the force is still the same.
Got you. Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
So it's
like,
ever present, is what you're saying.
It's ever present, doesn't change, because once again, we live in an atmospheric environment. Let's say is a 760 torr is what we live in, is an atmosphere, one atmosphere. When we're looking at a micro torr, we're going in an environment that's literally thousands of times less dense than that. Yet the force is still the same.
Right. Okay.
So it literally, if that means that there is no argument for density and buoyancy when it comes to that force, because literally you can remove all material in an area that you're in, like to the thousandth of an actual pressure inside of it. The buoyancy and density is completely different. And you're creating a plasma in there that's still, once again, much less dense than actual, atmospheric air. Yet the force is still the same. We still have to take in a factor for those things.
Well, I never even thought about that. Okay.
So, yeah, because literally, it's like, once again, when you guys know all this, you've done a lot of experience during time. I mean, it's experiments, things like that. Once you take in there, you have your dependent and your independent variables. I mean, we do experiments all the time here, and we make mistakes all the time. We're wrong all the time, and that's okay.
Right.
We learn from that. And so when we have a situation where you have a variable there, when you say density and buoyancy, that means that the amount of something in an environment. That's the whole. People say you have a dome over the earth,
right?
Because you have the pressure contained. Well, if you're removing all that, and we have the ability to do that, then we see what forces act in this environment,
right?
And then you have to say, it's like, so we have, because the pressure is much less, or in other words, the density is a lot less inside the actual environment. We can create different plasma and field and electrical fields easier because of the ability for us to do things. So that factor is something that we can take into account. We can see. Yet gravity is something that is taken into account that doesn't change from that.
Gotcha.
So in other words,
ever present.
It cannot be influenced by the amount of material in a substance. Interesting to think about that.
Very, very often think about that. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We got
to talk to you. Thanks for having me on.
Peace. I don't remember who the guy was. Was it Elder Bear? I don't remember who was it that had a. Oh, maybe it wasn't Elder Bear. Who cried about Jake? I don't remember who that was. Anybody remember? I don't remember either. But I wanted to bring this up because, again, remember he brought up, he said, oh, Jake, you made fun of Jake because he's crying. So let's see here, this part here.
And that this existence is like some attack on me personally. Excuse me. Kind of feels that way sometimes.
Okay, so remember he said that the reason for this was because his dog died, right? So if I go back to 135 here, let's go to this part. Let's see. Who is this? Uh-oh. So the day that he cried, that you said we were making fun of his dog dying, that's why he was crying, and we said he was on drugs. He's on shrooms. He admits it at the beginning of the show. So don't come in my house calling me a liar when you, sir, just got everything wrong. Okay? This is his dog.
Isn't that the cutest fucking creature?
His dog is alive. There. Not now. So there's his dog. Okay? So don't come on my show and show him crying when he's pulling this part. Okay? And he's crying here. And say it's because his dog died. Because that's a lie. So I don't appreciate that. Because you're trying to make me look bad like I'm making fun of somebody when his dog died. And I'm not. If I'm making fun of him, it's going to be for being 5'6". Okay? It's not going to be because his dog died. That's just rude. That, or if he comes on to talk, we'll talk to him.
Shut up, baby dear.
Mm-hmm. All right, Andy, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Jaron. I appreciate that.
Anytime.
I am officially renouncing being a flat earther.
All right. Do I have a celebration sound? Let me see here. What do we got here? We got a no, we don't have one that's good. I don't know. How about no? Sorry, I don't have a good one. We can do some.
No, that's
I don't know why that sound character or whatever. Well, thank you for doing that.
Yeah, well, I have you to thank. And, I've taken 3 months to come to the final decision about it. A large part of it I think I've let you know already that it's the community itself that has made it be so unappealing. I wish there was more than two options here. I'd still like to believe that there is a third logical explanation for it all. However, when I see the parroting going on, Steve Falconer parroting Nicole Murphy's work, and then Dave parroting Steve Falconer's work, and Marty parroting Dave and Mark, and this whole thing. And I really want to officially nominate Mark Sargent for Dirtball of the Week.
Okay.
I can't believe his arrogance and ignorance, and how I defended that guy of not being a shill to other people, other flat earthers for forever. I've always just felt he was just kind of a dork that needed to smoke pot. But and honestly, that would be my advice to him, to burn one, because he needs to settle down.
Did you hear his show the other night when he was talking about how he thought like the court case would be like some TV show, and they want to put me on the stand? You want to put me, Mr. Nice Guy, on the stand? It was so cringe.
Primarily the reason I'm calling him out, because it is cringe.
Yeah.
What's so sad is that he doesn't understand. I think Marty did remove his Sunday service video about the SEC allegations and everything like that, but everyone is so desperately looking for some sort of rationalization, and Mark should be ashamed of himself. Patty, Robbie, and Paul all had due cause to do what they did. With his, him edging it on, that's very narcissistic, and it's unfair because, like I've heard you say in your video about him this week, that he. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you go ahead. You think where you're coming from? I just want to make one comment about that. The other thing that he's doing is he's creating his own world in his head, and what that's dangerous because then the things that he's saying actually make sense. For instance, he said on his show, Jaron messaged me to ask me to read Patricia's letter. Now, and he says that's weird. Okay, so if I did message Mark before his show and say, hey, make sure you read Patricia's letter, that is weird. But that's not the story. The way it really went down is he did the show. He didn't read her letter. She was upset. She asked me, can you believe he didn't read his letter? So I went to his Skype and I said, Mark, why didn't you read Patricia's letter? So there's nothing weird there. That's me helping her out, reaching out to him, like saying, hey, why didn't you read it? But he's telling the story that, Jaron reached out to me and asked me to read Patty's letter. Meaning, like in his head, it's like, well, Jaron told me to read Patty's letter. That's weird. He shouldn't be even knowing that, So it's just like these little details that he changes in his mind, and then he presents his own little version of the story, which does sound conspiratorial and is weird. But he acts like, and Patricia and Robbie and Paul, they all at the same time. Well, they talk. They're friends. Like, that's not weird. They're not like three people that don't talk to each other. They talk to each other. They're friends. So they all came around at the same time because they were all talking off the scenes. Did we need to go and to see them talking in their living room, or can we just trust that these three friends have been talking behind the scenes? So anyway, go ahead.
Yeah,
I've paused your time.
He was also insinuating like Patricia came back with a vengeance on the Strange World, when he should be grateful that he was willing to help her out when his other host failed. And his show is tanking, and he doesn't even get it. He was good up till about episode 500, and it's gone to shit since Patricia left. And it's obviously he's got emotional attachments to. Anyway, I feel like I really wish I could get through to him. I've been calling this out to DJ and trying to get him to see that, like, you're kind of guilty by affiliation if you're going to continue to promote Dave's app when it's incorrect. And it's sad. And I wish that, Crow just had a new episode 621 about information about the two sun thing, which was interesting just because the guy that he's that this episode is with, that he's interviewing, they just crossed paths 2 weeks ago, and that they've been having similar observations. Anyway, it's a fascinating episode. I would love to see there be an alternative explanation besides, either the globe or flat. But you have had such rational, calm, non-hateful. The other, if there's any flat earthers listening to this and me, it is so much more peaceful not being a flat earther and not being a part or affiliated with people that are just being vindictive and so vile. It's gross, it's sad, and it's disgusting. And come to the dark side. The cookies are delicious. Anyway,
unfortunately, I think many of those creators.
I'm much happier realizing that I woke up and admitted that I was wrong, and that, wow, I'm prone to be, it's kind of why I took 3 months making the decision. I was making sure that you weren't a new Pied Piper for me instead of some of these other guys that I've trusted and believed. I've kindled some friendships. This Ben Cleary over in the UK has been a really good friend to me.
Yeah, I like Ben.
It's peaceful over here. I really didn't watch much Melodome until all of this, and I really appreciate Austin's work. And Nick, that's a little bit harsh on the last song you put out, but
I heard that too.
I did laugh. I did find it.
I did have a laugh too.
And I don't want to be like that. I just don't want to take actions that the flat earthers are doing in this WWF. But I'm your newest member.
All right, welcome to the WWF. The titles are already held, so you got to fight somebody to get a title. But no, I appreciate you calling in and saying that, because we haven't heard that enough, which has been surprising, because what it makes me think is that, man, flat earthers are they'll all go along with whatever happens. They'll explain away criminal behavior. They'll talking with Karen over the last 2 months, she had the same problems that I did with Dave's app. We talked behind the scenes, and that now she's just decided to become best friends with them, I guess, and they're cool again. But the app hasn't changed; it's still leaking. So it's unfortunate.
One more thing I want to say: the person that I've seen in FE approach this all with the most class is Christopher Crumb. He did his first stream back from taking a break after a death in the family.
Right.
He really nailed it on the head. And a lot of people, I think, want to keep their friends that they've found in the FE community, and so they don't want to, necessarily stop correspondence with people that are flat earthers. But his approach was so admirable and honest that I encourage people to look at that stream as well.
Yeah, I'll have to look at that, because I need to figure out a way to do it, because I'm in the same boat. I went.
He did it with the utmost class. He's such a great.
He's such a good guy.
Just much as yourself, Jaron, and I'm sorry for all the grief that you've had, and thanks for enduring that for all of us.
Yeah, no, I've done it because of the people like Patricia and Paul that aren't ready to speak yet or can't speak because of the case. But I want to be there for them. I want to be strong. One thing I was thinking, though, I don't know if you think this is a good idea. I don't know if he's in the chat. Hopefully not. But I was thinking about. I want to get Melodome a telescope. I think it would be really cool if we kind of all, because he's helped out the community so much. And
there's somebody that is taking it upon themselves to actually do something.
Yep, exactly.
None of these people talking smack about the results from the observation in Antarctica are doing a jack shit. And even Crumb came up with a new model just to demonstrate.
I liked it. It was kind of cool. I mean, I didn't understand why things were spinning, but
it's just that
at least he's thinking.
You would have come back and said, "Hey, let's all go back to the drawing board and re-examine what we're thinking and seeing here," and yet everybody just so viciously attacked you.
Well, and they don't care, right? They say they don't care, that it doesn't matter.
Defend yourself.
Yeah.
And
I'm glad you see that.
I appreciate all of your time, and like another caller said earlier in the show, thanks for responding to my messages on Facebook, and that's something that none of the other people on the other side are really willing to do.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. It keeps me busy. So thanks, Andy.
Yeah. Hey, well, thank you. Jerry.
Later.
One love.
All right, that was Andy, and
No, you're doing it all wrong.
Right. Doing it all wrong. Let's look at the submissions here, see if there's any ones. Where did we do that? Oh, we got rid of it. Let me find that for you. Jeez. And what is the forms? Couldn't remember the name of it. You know who I apologized to yesterday? I apologize when I need to. Is Larkin Rose. I felt bad for that guy because if you think about it, the entire truth community has just turned their back on him, or not the entire one, because he stood his ground and said the Earth isn't flat, and we all kind of gave him shit. And so I was in his chat the other day, and I said, or not in his chat, in his comments, I said, hey, you were right. I was wrong. More power to you. Have a good time. All right, let me see what we got here for this form. And we've got responses still 3. I think these are the same 3. Scoundrel, Anonymous, FFE. Okay. All right, so we got, hey, Jaren, this is a great idea. I wanted to tell you my story, but didn't want to call in. Your trip to Antarctica was truly the final experiment, in my opinion, not only with the circling sun, but then with all the streams you did explaining how perfectly things work on a globe. I appreciate everything you've done. Looking back, I can clearly see that I was brainwashed in so many ways, especially to believe the continent of Antarctica doesn't exist as shown on maps, and that there's an ice wall. I often wondered because Admiral Byrd clearly stated that there was a continent about the size of the United States, and he didn't see an ice wall. Plus there are many trips to the South Pole that can be found online. It's pretty far-fetched and strange to believe that they're all false. This video posted below with Pastor Duffy and Wolfie6020 really disputes many of the FE false assumptions. Speaking of pilots, I had gotten into a heated discussion with a pilot shortly after I got into Flat Earth. Of course, now I see that he was right. So I texted him the other day and told him that I had to bake some humble pie and that he was right, the Earth is a globe, and we had a nice talk. Although it may not be an official cult, the FE community definitely has cult attributes. One thing is that I found myself wanting to defend Flat Earth. I never felt this way with any group I belonged to before this. Another strange cultish thing that I noticed is how most of us would get Flat Earth posters, maps, and t-shirts, and even jewelry. I really never felt the need to get posters and t-shirts and maps and stuff when I was in the other group. Plus, I felt offended when I saw a globe. It's just so weird looking back at it all. So now I'm getting ready to sell a bunch of Flat Earth items on eBay, and just 6 months ago, I would never have dreamed of doing so. It's the same old stuff, but with a different meaning for me, so I'm sure somebody will be happy to get it. Thanks, Jaren, for your bravery, and try your best to ignore the trolls, and remember, it's not about you, it's about them and their own issues. Stay strong and focus on the positive. So after 2 years, I'm happy to no longer be embarrassed by my beliefs, and we got a beautiful globe that's sitting on the entry table here in my house. LOL. Wow. Very cool. And that was Anonymous FFE. Thank you very much for that. We've got also... don't know what this is. Somebody send a video looking back? I got to see what this video is. I don't know who sent this. Kind of gets confusing on this form. Where did they come from?
Hey everyone, this is super.
I'm going to put this in the chat. It's just Duffy and Wolfie6020 talking planes. The plane. Okay, there you go. That's for you. Okay, we got 1 second for you, and then we've got, let's see here. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we got that one for you. Let me read this last one. And we got, looking back, do you feel like filming the ISS go by the moon yourself should have convinced you of the globe? No, I mean, it's all evidence. I don't think that would be convincing in and of itself, but it is very telling that you can get the speed yourself. And I mean, that's one thing I'll keep pointing out. This is what tells you that the Flat Earth is not interested in the truth. How many Flat Earthers do you know that posted the ISS transits of the sun or moon? And the answer is just me. I'm the only one. So in my mind, I think this is why I'm kind of hated by Flat Earth, is because they have all decided somehow in their heads that they just let things go, that they don't call things out. They don't say when things are wrong. I mean, Steve Faulkner's video is a joke. Steve Falconer. It's terribly incorrect. And the fact that they just leave it up tells me these guys are not interested in the truth. Dave Weiss is not interested in the truth. His stupid video about the 20,000-foot clouds blocking the horizon line would debunk all of Canigou, right? Canigou's only 9,000 feet high, but we see the mountain from 1,000 feet high and 175 miles. Well, that's how far away I am from the rocket. So if Dave's theory is true, then we wouldn't see Canigou because it would be behind a tiny little sliver at the horizon of 20,000-foot clouds. So Dave just makes shit up, but he leaves it up on his channel. So just so you know, if you are a flat earther, you are following liars. And again, I'm going to keep saying this. We all got into this because we thought we were being lied to by professors, by school, about the shape of the earth. Now you've solidified your position, and now you are truly being lied to about the shape of the earth, and it's not coming from Globers. It's coming from your own camp. And it seems to me like you guys are like, yeah, well, so what? They lie to us. Big deal. Earth's flat. That's, I think, your opinion, which is crazy. We don't need lies to get across the truth. Okay. I think that's it for now. Okay, great. Let's go back to the phones. Who do we got here? I think we know who it is. We got, let's play this song here. Oh, who's that? It is the great Tony Atlas Almanac Coriolis. Sorry about Atlas. Could be Atlas though.
Yeah, no, I've heard it before.
That's
good.
good.
And well, one hell of a preface to my call.
Uh-oh.
No, I hear you. And you know, it is what it is. That's this show has been fun calling in, but I mean, I get where it's going over here, kind of, just like chat wise and everything. I mean, it's hard to be a flat earther up in it. Just saying.
Yes.
As you could imagine, right? You could imagine that, yeah.
I can imagine. I do.
Okay.
So my question to you is, though, if let's say you had no friends in flat Earth, is that really what's holding you there?
No, it's not just the friends
Okay.
and stuff. If I'm trying to boil it down to something, and it's not really like I wanted the call to be about this. It's not even.
Yeah, we can
a
pause
big
for a
deal,
second.
dude. You're still just a guy on YouTube.
Yeah.
You know, it is what it is. No one should be all that mad on some guy on YouTube having a stance and going down a road of intellectually anything different. It's fine with me. But okay, when you're talking about the rocket, I'm seeing your rocket thing, and you say that's an explanation for curvature. But then I just know one time when you showed it, you said it doesn't even matter where the rocket goes. And to me, I think I'm not thinking that rocket's really going anywhere. So to me, that's what's still keeping me flat earther, you know. But I get that's different than discussion of the place that you live. So I'm at least hearing you fully out. But that's why I'm still staying in it, and I'm not seeing anyone else really in the chat hanging with it. And I don't know. It's interesting.
I mean, the worst part for me is that I wish the friends are the only thing that, well, and they're doing a good job of making sure that I don't feel that way anymore. But that's the thing I miss. And when I went, you know, clearly when I went down to LA and met that girl, and then I couldn't even answer her calls because she's just not my people. And so that's
I hear you.
Yeah, that's the upsetting part, is that I'm dealing with people
I know exactly
that
what you're talking about with that.
yeah. So that's the hard part. But again, they've done a good job of making them unappealing. And I've been told this week by Marty Leeds, by Weiss, but people say never contact me again. And it's not like that's right.
I'm saying that too because I'm listening to all your stuff, and yeah, man, I'm surprised by how some people are, I don't know, handling this whole thing with you, and but I did have some stuff I wanted to talk out on the call. Just classic call, but. It's okay. Okay, you said a couple times that you only get paid for like the live streams on YouTube, right?
I don't get paid for live streams, man.
But you get paid through super chats.
Oh, yes, that's true.
But then that's the only money you get from YouTube?
No, I have members. I think I've got like 110 members.
Okay, so should there be no ads on your previous live stream videos? Because as I've told you, I've re-listened.
Because every time. Yeah, no, because if I put any song in there that gets copyrighted, then they take the copyright and they have control over the ads.
What song would be? Aren't you using all AI kind of stuff here?
I was, but I mean, like for instance, when I use it's magic, that one that gets copyrighted when I use, and I have to get them off the board because the other one is
soundboard would get you copyrighted.
Yeah, and I've tried to argue with them, and they just decline it. And then the choice is if you try and go again, then the next step is a strike. So I just kind of let them do it. But they put like ads like all the way up the video.
Yeah, dude.
It's ridiculous.
Some of them are riddled, and then you actually did just have you did the two last flat Earth ones. Were by all means, I just knew kind of calling into this. The fact that you said your last flat Earth talks and everything, I'll understand if you don't want to talk about it anymore. Which is actually the second time I've said. I kind of just call in and BS a little bit.
Yeah.
If you go all non-flat Earth, I'm fine with that, and I'm not gonna pressure you with trying to talk it. And yeah, I'm still into it. I mean, I don't know. I took a stance claiming it off the bat. It's the constant debate that always goes on. Flat versus globe. It exists, and that's why everyone's here. So I'm still there.
Yeah, I mean, it used to exist for me now, and now I don't have that question, and it's just because if you found out that this, so let's say that the globe Earth, say Google Earth or something, has a layout of the south, and where you're standing somewhere, there's got to be a certain star above your head. That's the way the sky works,
Yeah.
right? So
I hear you on that, totally.
So if you found out that the south was exactly like Google Earth shows, exactly like SunCalc, would you then realize that if the south is the opposite of the north, it's identical, just 6 months later it's flipped upside down? Would
Now,
there then be a question?
Even when you put me on the spot like that, I mean, Jaron, come on, you got to understand. It's not going to be like I'm going to say, "Oh, okay." Like I've heard everything. I've heard all your.
No. I'm saying if you went down there, I said.
If I went down there, I really don't think I'd like. Okay, if I'm being honest, man, I know that you have stuff to say about a parent-son, and I get it sounds like a La La Land thing because then people say, "No, it's on the other side" type of thing. But just how I'm personally seeing it at all times. And the sun and the moon, and how I've grown to know them more just in my life and stuff, is why I'm still flat. Maybe it's because I'm half listening to all your stuff, even though I'm listening to it literally all your shows like twice, just to make sure I'm hearing everything you're saying. But it has to do mainly with me for how I see the sun and the moon.
Okay.
And if I went down there, would I connect all the dots like you're saying?
Well,
You did.
I think one of the easiest dots to connect, and nobody from Flat Earth can explain this, and I don't think they ever will. And even a parent son doesn't explain it. In the north, the sun sets left to right, and people get confused when I say that. And I've heard that they all say, "No, it's all relative because if we're looking in this way," and you're no. I'm saying if you stand at the coast of California and you look west towards the water, and the sun is setting, it will always set left to right. Okay. If you go down to Brazil and are standing at the beach looking at the west coast, looking off into the water, the sun will always set right to left. Now, on a flat Earth, the sun only goes one way. It only can go
I've definitely, Jaron, I'm sorry, man, but yeah, I definitely have listened to your stuff enough.
Okay.
I've heard that. I get what you're saying. Totally.
Right.
But then, okay, can I not just go, okay, just a little adventurous. I know I'm probably going over.
Sure, yeah, we've gone a little bit over, but you're all right. There's only two people.
Okay, so another thing that keeps me to this whole thing is the whole thing with where would the rocket go for you. It doesn't even matter when you're trying to figure out the shape, okay? But then, like, I mean, I still grew up and I watched, like, the show Jimmy Neutron where he just goes straight up in a rocket. Like, I just so think there are problems with going up. You had an earlier caller that said, oh, well, it's easy once you just go up. And then, like, you had the two pilots on, and then he said from 45,000 feet, he can see the curve. And we all know what, the flat Earth response to that would be. So can you really see the curve? I don't really know yet.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You can connect the dots to say globe, but I'm still flat.
Yeah. I get you. I see why.
It's no big deal. I'm just a caller. I don't do anything, everyone.
No. But I think that for me,
I did get attacked today on Instagram just for calling in here. Someone they followed me and then they just blew my phone up at 4 a.m. as I woke up for work. I was like,
for what?
It's so weird that people are acting the way they're acting. So yeah. What were you gonna say?
No, I was. What did you say? They called your phone? How did you get? They got your phone?
No, they just commented on one of my Instagram posts, and
okay.
I told you
Yeah, no, I can't. I mean, I feel bad for anybody who's getting half of or even a tenth of what I'm getting. But
yeah,
I get it. I mean, I get it. It's not like I expect them to be all lovey-dovey with me and say, "Oh, go watch Jaron's show," as he tells us that we all live in a globe. I get it that they don't believe that, but I thought that we were truth seekers. That's my thing. I thought that in a world, in a picture perfect world, this would be the time that everyone would be excited that okay, we got there, we got the truth, and then we move forward as looking for new conspiracies, looking for uncovering new things. But if we're just going to get to the point where, because this is where we're at now, that even when something has been thoroughly explained and shown and evidenced, that we have a group of people who just refuse to admit that. They're just going to hold. I mean, Dave Weiss is going to hold on forever, and that's not what science is. In fact, we wouldn't have the things that we have today if people operated the way that flat earthers operate. We wouldn't have cars. We wouldn't have airplanes. Because flat earthers don't operate that way. They don't. You have to move forward. Like, how does this work? Does this work? Does this work? And then when you find something that works, you move forward with that. Does this work? Does it move forward with it? Right. So if you have everybody arguing about the things that don't work and say, well, maybe they could work if we do this, and maybe there's an apparent piece that goes here. If you do that, then you'll never get anywhere because everybody will be always confused and people will be married to their ideas because they brought them up. And I'm just not like that.
Well, that is kind of part of the problem with the whole internet thing and the fact that everyone's still on the internet so much and that you know, do people even rewatch their live streams to see how they like thought of something, you know, live doing it? Some don't. Okay, some really don't, and that's part of it because we're not supposed to be all on the internet like this. It's supposed to be done. I don't know.
Very true.
I just figure internet keeps us trapped. And you were gonna do that radio thing. What's the update on that? Any thing happening there?
No, who would I have join me? I had Karen B was going to do my morning show, but she's obviously not now.
That's what I kind of thought, dude. Damn it.
Yeah, I was upset about that. But again, yeah, so funny. Somebody in the chat right now says, is David Weiss attacking Jaren or is Jaren attacking David Weiss? Again, if David Weiss went on a trip somewhere and was gone and then he came back with new evidence, the very first thing I would do before I made a video, before I tried to say something about the trip, is I would call Dave Weiss and say, Dave, you just went on a trip. Tell me about it. How did this work? What did you see here? He's never called me. So everything that he's claimed and said about the trip has never gone through me, and I was there. So he has no regard for me. He basically was upset at me months before I went by saying, they're going to do this. It's going to be a scam. You're going to get scammed. And I said, you know what? I trust myself. I trust myself to not fall for a scam sun in the sky. I have good observation skills, and everything that I was seeing seemed to show me that the trip was on the up and up. And if it was going to be something funky, I wanted to be there to see it, whether these guys were going to cheat some experiments, whether they were going to try and do something funky. And what I saw was that those guys went down there and did science. That's what they did. And that's a tough pill to swallow when I'm used to seeing Dave Weiss and these guys. They're not doing science. Dave Weiss is making shit up. He's just making shit up. And
I just know that. Okay, I'll end on this.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, wait at the end. We got people behind you.
But I'll just say, props to everyone that calls in. You know, having an input, calling in. I like that it is even possible here. You seem to have been nice with me every single time I've called in.
Always.
It's that easy. Honestly, if we're trying to reach any sort of, like, no one be afraid of calling in to something. Because I even think if Dave called in right now to you, you'd have a talk. I don't know.
It'd be great, but he's already said he'll never talk to me again. They don't even say my name. So imagine having a friend for 10 years. You go on a trip, you come back, you're telling the truth about the trip. That's what they don't realize. They want to say that I've sold out, I'm getting a house or something. No, here's the truth, is that I'm not getting anything. I've not been offered anything. I've not been talked to any officials. And so I'm telling you the honest truth, and to come back and tell the truth and have your friends of 10 years say now, we can't even say his name. We have to call him Jay.
Yeah.
That's...
No, and, okay, one last thing I wanted to say, too.
Yeah.
When you say, what has the Flat Earth provided in 10 years? Okay, if I'm just trying to say, what has anyone provided in 10 years? Any sort of conspiracy person, anything? Like, either way, I'm not even trying to throw that back in your face, but I'm just trying to say, I hope that, Jaren, if you're really trying to get something done, find out some answers, just good luck to you. That's what I...
Yes. Do you think that COVID, our coverage of COVID helped anybody?
Yeah, I do, but is it still a smart thing to wear a mask? Yes, they would say that nowadays. I don't think so. What does the COVID stuff get us? We learned a lot.
No. I'm saying... all this. No, I'm saying that is the good things that you said conspiracy theorists haven't brought anything. And I'm saying, no, the ones who did COVID stuff brought pretty good stuff. I mean, there was an expose on, look at Tony Fauci told you, if you get the shot, you won't get it. You can't, you're safe. And then he's, I got 6 boosters and I got,
But I'm talking about like in an academic sense. Like in an academic sense, they would still say COVID made sense. They operated as the science says.
Yeah, of course.
This is still the current science and everything. I have problems with science.
Yeah, I get it.
Big time. Yeah. And I don't know if the rest of this chat does. It seems like people that all...
No, that's why my audience is going to be hurting. I mean, I don't know if you saw the interview I did with a guy the other day, but I could tell there's like a disagreement with us because, just if you start disagreeing and you go back and forth, it's like he told me, he was like, oh, well, the reason I knew we went to the moon is because and I'm going to get this wrong now and he's going to get mad at me. His wife's uncle, worked on the Saturn V or something. So anyway, what I was trying to tell him is I said, okay, but that's not proof. Don't say that to a conspiracy theorist because we don't think you can go to the moon. So to say my wife's uncle worked on a Saturn V, big deal. That's zero. So I say that and he gets all upset. He wants to keep messaging me about it, saying he doesn't get it. What I'm trying to point out, it's not even my argument. I'm just saying there has to be better ways to say that we went to the moon than my uncle's or my wife's uncle worked on the Saturn V. Because that doesn't mean it went to the moon. Right.
Hey, I totally hear you on that. And one last thing, Krista O is someone that I know from real life. Actually, one of my old call-ins, I said I met her in a Jeranism chat, and she came to the local meetups we do and everything. She's totally following all your stuff still. And so I don't think, oh, what are you thinking, Krista? Krista's a nice girl. So she's here in the chat. Shout out to you, Krista.
Awesome, Kristen, welcome. COVID came from Asia.
all right,
Maybe
I'm
that's
out,
why.
I'm out.
Later. All right, we got the next person. I just want to take 1 second. So we got a. I just want to see what this outside looks like. This rocket launch is happening right now. I just want to see if I'll be able to pick it up from my house. Wait, you can't really see that. Let me show you this. We've got a. Can you see that? No, it's bad view. Let's go to YouTube instead.
Stage 2 log.
Quiet down.
Stage 2 logs loaded.
I wasn't going to go to this one because it's daytime and I didn't think I'd be able to see it, but I want to look outside real quick and see what it looks like. See what. Oh God.
Ground gas goes out.
Okay. We will be right back. We're just going to watch this launch, and I'm going to see if I can see it from my backyard. It is kind of clear looking, even though that video on the screen doesn't look clear. So this is launching from Vandenberg. This is the ones I try and film, but I film them at night or sunset or sunrise because this is usually I'm looking into clouds and it's hard to see. But I'm going to see if it shows up in my backyard. If it does, I'll film it on my phone and come show you because I'm about 200 miles away. So it's going to launch right about T-minus 30. I'll be right back.
T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff of the Falcon 9. Go SpaceX, go Starlink.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal. Vehicle is pitching downrange. Power and telemetry nominal. Vehicle is supersonic. Max Q. MVAC 2. Main engine cut off. Stage separation confirmed. MVAC ignition. Bearing separation confirmed.
Oh. I couldn't see it. Didn't see it anywhere. All right. Okay. Would I miss anything exciting? No. Yeah, I didn't see it at all. So that's good. It gives me more reason why I don't go during the day anymore. I'll have to wait till the next night one. All right. Let me fix the screens, and I don't know if there's more people who've showed up. We do have a little bit more time if you want to join. tinyurl.com/cornerism to get on the show. You can also use the submission, which is tinyurl.com/April Corner. I believe, yes, April Corner. All right, and I'm going to fix the screen. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. This is my favorite song that AI has ever made, believe it or not. Well, I don't know if I like this one better, or I don't know, I might like this one better. All right, let's go to, where'd it go? Not that one. It's called, nope, don't see this. Nope, not that one either. Where is it? Let me search for it. Wait, what? Okay. I thought I did have it, but I guess
Stage
not.
1 entry burn startup.
Where is this? Shoot. Be in show. Oh. What is it going to land in the barge again, which means it's going to duck out for a few seconds? Let's see.
Entry burn shutdown.
Look for it. Oh, there it is. That's the one I want. Validate. All right. I will put something else on the screen as soon as that's over, but let's listen to this. See you in 2 minutes.
20 on the shot clock. Hold on, don't start. Snack stash deep, hit the fridge, hit the cart. Popcorn popping, microwave sound singing. Phone buzz loud, group chat still pinging. Wait for it. 2 minutes just a flash. Grab a drink, text your boo, make it fast. Blowing O's. Chill vibes as they flow. Spread the word, share the show, let them know. Skip the ads, let it breathe, let it marinate. Time's quick, no trick, don't overcomplicate. Couch dip low like sitting in quicksand. Showtime soon, countdown in hand. Clock ticks, you can almost taste the beat. Feet up, zoned out, time sheet delete. Living in the pause, it's the in-between. Scene setter, making moves with the routine. Wait for it, 2 minutes just a flash. Grab a drink, text your boo, make it fast. Blowing O's, chill vibes as they flow. Spread the word, share the show, let them know. Break's almost done, clock reels us back. Snacks in hand. Wait for it. 2 minutes just a flash. Grab a drink, text your boo, make it fast. Blowing O's. Chill vibes as they flow. Spread the word, share the show, let them know. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Done. All right, we're back. We've got can't read that name. And now it's time for a church chat. Welcome. Church chatter. Church chat. Church chat. Church chat. Okay. You're gone. Upside down guy.
I was hoping that guy wouldn't answer because I didn't know what you were saying.
Yeah, no, he did. What's up?
It sounded blasphemous.
It was a little bit.
So, first time I called tonight. Upside down guy here.
First time, yes.
I just want to point out, I called multiple times last year. Every time I called in,
Nobody cares.
About from like
Nobody cares.
about from like June, I started realizing that it might be a globe, and I was the first one to flip, and I was like, everyone.
But you didn't tell
can
us?
mock me now. I said everyone can mock me now, and then your retort was like, okay, once we go down there and we see the Antarctic sun set, then what? And then I was like, yeah, I'll simply flip back. But so would every other scientific believer.
Right.
But what I'm saying is I was the first one to flip.
Do you want an award?
I was a glober.
I'll get you one if you want. Can we get an award, please? Something.
And finally, Joy, how about a new car?
What do you think?
I wanted more Jim Fetzer. Have you listened to that guy lately?
I have not. Oh, that's another guy I owe an
No.
apology to. Oh no, wait. Yeah, he said you're a ball.
Well, Jaron. Well, you don't understand. Hold on.
That wasn't very
We
good.
go I can't even.
I've been
do a good
studying
impersonation.
science for 35 years.
And the theory behind it's a lot of is proof that. Oh, he makes me so happy when I still hear him talk. It just brings a smile to my face.
I think it's the same thing.
But
what?
I just want to point out.
Here we go.
A lot of people hate me because I call in a lot, change my name a lot, because I don't want to be doxxed. But
I don't like Scoundrel. I'll tell you that right now.
I don't know. Like, this is upside down guy. I don't know who you're talking about.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's some other guy I don't like.
Last year, like, I realized, like, the sun, like, if you're on the same longitude line at the equator and you start walking north and you put your arms out at the equator, like left to right, and you start walking north, you'll, like, kind of hug yourself, make a hula hoop, and you'll, like, end up in the Arctic Circle. And then I was questioning, okay, if we did that south. And then I also asked Brenda, I know you're listening, Brenda Debates, calling you out right now. I sent a super chat with you and Jaron in Debatism number 2.
Oh, Debatism
I asked Brenda, the North Pole, if you make a star trail photo image of the star trails in the north, around the North Pole, it makes a nice little circle. And I asked Brenda, does it do that in the south? And she sucked at explaining it to where it kept me into the flat earth for another year.
Oh, it's Brenda's fault.
She kept me in it because I started questioning it, and I didn't want to go into AI because I like anyone in flat earth or conspiracies really think AI is programmed by them and they.
Right, of course. And
And
actually,
not to like do pronouns, but I guess it's just they. They don't have multiple pronouns.
No, they them.
program the AI.
They them.
So you can't do any research with AI.
I'm still trying to find a good entrance song for Brenda. What do you think about this one? It's just an idea. running
No,
through my head.
it's getting hot in here, so take a Nelly. It's so take off all your
Let me see if I
clothes.
have that.
Too hot. I'm gonna take my clothes off.
I don't have it. I'm sorry. I have.
Nelly.
How about this one?
You know what I'm talking about, though, right?
All right.
That's more of my stuff.
Okay, good.
But,
I'll try that for you. But how much time do you have? Oh, 2 minutes? Jesus. It's a long call.
Play another song.
How about this one? I still remember like walking around trying to find the guy with the light or something. Walking through bushes and things. That probably was before your time, huh?
With you?
No, it was before your time. Did you play Zelda? No.
I was born in 1988.
Zelda would have been probably around 1990. You would have been a little too young. And that could
I
be
was one of the first in my neighborhoods to get a Nintendo, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
What year was that?
I think we got it in 93.
So you like this more for Brenda then?
I like big butts and I cannot lie.
No?
Nah, Nelly, it's getting hot in here.
I don't think I have that. Hot.
Or you could do, she wanted it. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and I'm not better than yours. Brenda's.
I don't have that either. I don't have that either.
I don't know, man.
You got 51 seconds. You're running out of time.
All right. What else can I talk about?
I don't know.
Oh, authentic intent. That guy was fucking crazy, and I don't think I've ever heard you.
No, he like shows it. He shows a picture of me with him at a conference. Like everybody came up to take pictures of me, douchebag. I don't.
Yeah, and that's like his background wasn't well known at that point. I don't think.
It's just
for
stupid.
my understanding, it seemed like most people didn't know what he was.
Yeah, I
So,
don't
mean,
know the whole. I don't even know the whole story, but I was never a part of it. And I would never promoted him that I remember, at least. But
yeah, so like if like the promoters of that event, I mean, I don't want to name names, but like promoters knew of his criminal background and he was convicted, that would be a little bit different than like it was like not as well known as it is now.
I'm gonna
like
shock
if
people.
it's
That's fine.
like if he called in right now, would you allow him to talk for 10 minutes?
No.
Or 4 minutes or whatever it is?
Who Authentic Intent?
Yeah.
I guess I don't know the whole story, but based on what I've heard, probably not.
Yeah, see, you still don't.
I still
and
know.
you've been called out by Jake's friend, and you're a piece of shit, a liar.
I am very much
I don't
so.
know. All right,
Yeah.
I'll take it easy, man.
You're
Later.
done. Later. All right, we got up next. We'll try again, and now for church time.
All right, I'm the church leading. This is church chat. Now,
What's up, church time?
earlier, I think it was a couple days ago, you mentioned something about the flat Earth and the globe. So I'm going to play that for you, and then I'm going to show how you lied about it.
Okay, can't wait. You did a good job last time you were
I
here.
forgot to share my screen. I forgot to share my screen. That's my bad. I knew I messed up something. I think that's better.
Okay.
I think. There we go.
He's saying we can't, or did you find me saying that you can't say that we can tell the ground by the lights in the sky? Go find me saying we can't tell the ground by the lights in the sky. Well, I don't know if things in the sky means that we have to be something that's in the sky, right? I mean, if you're in a store and on the ceiling are a bunch of lights, you wouldn't say, oh, because those lights on the ceiling are squares, that means we live on a square.
Correct. As I've said over and over again, every time that argument has ever been used, it is about the shape of the items in the sky, douchebag. I've already said that 1,000 times. You guys stole that. You changed it to mean we can't look at the lights in the sky.
You said it right there.
Yeah, because it's the shape. Is anybody saying that the sun is a sphere, so we're a sphere? Who's saying that? Nobody. You guys are saying we can't tell the shape of the ground by the lights in the sky. You've just misappropriated it. You've fallen for Dave Weiss's trap. Hope you're proud of yourself.
I'm not a Dave Weiss fan.
Well,
Absolutely
that's who
not.
made it
He
up. That's who made it up. That's where it came
Who could have
from.
made you a liar about that?
What?
Who lied about that?
So nobody lied about it. We back years ago we said when people would say, "Hey, the moon's a sphere, the Earth's a sphere, therefore, the moon's a sphere, the sun's a sphere, therefore we're a sphere." We said, "No, you can't tell the shape of the item that you're on by looking at the shape of the items in the sky." That is true. That is logical. It's a non sequitur. It does not follow that just because spheres are in the sky that you're a sphere. Nobody's saying that now. What we're saying now is
So what are you trying to say?
that you can use the sun, which is the same as a measuring stick. Do you know what a measuring stick is? It has to be rigid. It has to remain the same. A ruler works great. It's always the same.
Yes,
Guess
I
what?
do.
The sun works the same way. The sun is a ruler. It's a measuring stick because it goes in a circle in 24 hours every day for the last 1,000s, 2,000, 3,000 years. Okay? So we can use that item since we know its path, and you can look at a map and say, do I live on this map? I just got to look at this thing in the sky and see if it matches the map. The AE map does not match. Therefore, it's falsified. Period. That simple. Right?
Well, I never believed in the AE map.
Okay, so what map do you believe in? Because there's no other map that works. So that's when it's time to admit that it's a globe.
Well, I believe in SunCalc
SunCalc is from the globe, my friend.
and the guy from Tasmania.
The what?
Actually, it disproves the globe and the AE map. Both.
What does? How could something disprove the globe? Go ahead. Give me.
SunCalc.
SunCalc is from the globe. Disappointing what you guys believe in.
Well, isn't that
Special?
special? Now, well, no, SunCalc disproves both things because you can look at the angles.
Okay. And where do the angles not match the globe? Give me
Here,
one
let me
example.
show you.
Give me one example. I'll let you go extra time because you just keep striking
I
out today.
will.
Yes, you will because I let you. Because you struck out twice already today. 0 for 2.
All right. It's loading. Don't
We're all right. We got you. We're waiting on you.
worry.
Yeah, brave Sir Robin, you're wondering the same thing I am. Okay, let's see. Now, wait, can I bring up the globe model so I can verify?
Is this the right SunCalc? I know there's multiple SunCalc websites. Is this the right one?
Yeah.
I
SunCalc?
think it is. Okay. So, what time is it right now?
6:24 something? 6:24?
All right, so it says it's right here. Now, is there a way to move? Oh, here it is. You can move it with this. All right.
Those are angles.
It's 6:47.
Where are you putting that? Where are you at? I'm saying where are you at?
I'm at now I'm at 7:30 p.m.
No. I want to know where the location is. Like east of Santa Rosa?
Roseville.
Roseville. Okay.
Yes. So this is 7:30. The problem I have is, at least I think. Alrighty. I'm looking at it.
0 for 3, huh?
No, not yet. I'm
Okay.
looking.
Okay, we'll give you a
Don't
second.
worry.
We'll give you a second.
That was embarrassing.
What are you trying to do? What are you looking at?
All right, but I do know one thing.
Okay.
I'm trying to look at the angles.
Well, the angles are the orange line there.
Okay, maybe I need to go south. Oh, I think I know what it is. Oh, I think I know what it is now. Even in a globe, the sun has to rise southeast and set southwest. That's impossible for north and south on a globe and on the AE map.
Wait, what? On a globe, it's impossible?
Everyone sees the sun set southeast and rise southeast. The sun has to rise southeast and set southwest for everybody, and that's impossible on a globe.
Okay, so when I show it to you right now, are you going to admit that you were wrong and you went 0 for 4?
Look at it.
That map is a flat map projection. That's not the globe, sir. It's the globe calculations, but it's on a flat map. It's on a flat...
But even on the globe, you can't see it, and all those fake NASA pictures.
Okay, let me show you, because...
and then the moon landing was fake, too, so...
I agree with you. So what do you want to say about that?
You're going to say that's real?
I said that I agree with you. Do you have a hard time with listening and understanding people?
Well, thank you about that.
Let me show you this. Shoot, this is going to have to come over here. Okay, so I'm going to show you this. It's kind of not really fitting. What's going on here? Can you please go in the right spot? Here. Okay, so now this is the globe. So you're saying on this globe that we can't have the sun set south of east. I'm sorry, set south of west and rise south of east. Well, where do you want me to go? Where do you want me to start?
No, you cannot.
Okay, I'm going to show you. Where do you want me to start? I'll show you. So,
Tasmania.
Okay, so we're going to Tasmania, which is over.
Tasmania.
Yeah, I said we're going to Tasmania. Relax, dude. We're going to change the longitude. Go to Tasmania, which is going to be down here. And shrink this down to here. Okay, so Tasmania is thereabouts, right? Right on that little spot. Correct? Down here, Tasmania.
That's right. I think so, yep.
Okay, so now when we watch the sun rise and set, so let's go to... what date? You want to go to December? Okay, we'll go to December. I don't know. You didn't pick a date. We'll go to November.
I'm trying to think. What was the date I wanted? There was this...
Well, here's November. So now watch. So watch the sun. Where's the sun rising?
Okay, yeah, show me multiple examples.
Okay, well, here's one. So this is rising south of east. Notice it's rising south of east. It goes up, and now it's north of you, and then it sets south of west. Okay, now you could take any day during this year, so let's go to a different day. And we'll just, as we move it up, watch the line. Do you see that red line? That is the path of the sun. So every single day, it rises south of east. Now there, you might say it's a little bit east around the equinox time, and then it's a little bit, where is that? Is that north of east? Yeah, so it rises a little bit there, north of east as we go here. So I don't understand what you're saying doesn't work on a globe. Dude, the globe is so fucking ridiculously, insanely perfect that it's kind of sad that we've denied it for this long, to be honest with you. Because it just, there's nothing that could be this exact.
Well, how does the water all hold?
Well, I mean, that's, it's because the gravity pulls to the center of the earth. I mean, that's what they say. So, I mean, I don't worry so much about that because I can understand where water lies level. It's the same all around. It's actually not even, I used to think there was a hump. I used to think like, oh, there's a hump between two people and wouldn't it spill out over the hump? But that's not the way it works because everywhere is level. The water's being held in by itself. Meaning that there's water on the left and right of it. So it does have a container. It's just its own container. Like where would it pour? It's got water on both sides. So it doesn't have anywhere to pour. So anyway, so everywhere in the south, let me grab this. So no matter where we move that little bubble there, do you see that the sunrise and sunset doesn't change? Because they're all in the same latitude? So there is no question that you can have southeast rise, southwest sunset on the globe. Whoever's telling you that you can't is sorely mistaken. They're probably Steve Falconer. So the other thing that Steve Falconer got wrong, let me just show that while we're here, and then we'll get back to the calls. So Steve Falconer is saying from this location here, let's go down a little bit. I don't like this thing to be over here. In the butt. Okay, so we're going to go up. So that's about where Steve Falconer found those two spots. Oh, shoot. Can I get in there? Yeah. So again, and he was confused that in December, or November actually is what he said. November, let's go November down here. Okay, so in November, he was confused. He said that it's impossible for a place to be, let's actually spin this around. It'll make it easier. Okay. So now if there's a place on this area here that is further east than the other place, he's saying it's impossible that the sunrise happens for the place in the west before it happens for the place in the east. Okay. And that's an intuitive thing to say, or it kind of makes sense. You would think in your head, like, yeah, the sun always goes east to west, and therefore the sun would always be hitting the east item first. But that's not how the globe works. So if you have to learn how the globe works before you get crazy. So we're going here, and now we're going to go through the time, and we're going to watch the sun rise. Okay. So watch the little sunrise as it comes up, and you'll notice that watch this area here is going to get light before this area here. And that is meaning that the item on the west gets the sun before, we're going this way. Okay, so you see that, look at the light hitting it. Oops, let me go up here and do it. There we go. So you'll see that the light hits there in the west first. Look at that whole side of, this whole side is actually lit up first. Look at that side will get lit before this, and this is more east. And so his whole video should come down. It's garbage. It's a garbage. Watch the sun come around, and watch when we go through the night. I don't know why this thing keeps going down there. Oh, it does go to the next one. Okay, so there, you'll notice that it's kind of dark, and then you'll see it gets light, but then the place over there gets first, right? So right there, look, it's still dark where the red crosses, and then it's going to be light here. See, south of that and west of that is light, and then it goes to there. So if he understood the globe and even did this one time, he would figure it out and he'd take the video down, but he doesn't have that in his best interest, I guess. Let me just show you one other thing, just because I think this is crazy. And talking to a guy yesterday, he was like shocked. He's like, "You sure?" I'm like, "Yeah." Look up here. This is your daylight hours. Okay. Isn't it weird that if we go to, we can just go to, oh, that's time. Let's go to December 21st or somewhere around there. And now let's move the item to up here. Okay, we'll grab this and go. Okay, so watch up there. What does that daylight hour show? It shows 0 because we're in the southern summer. You'll notice daylight hours are 0. Now watch as I bring this down. It's just going directly down. Watch the time. It goes from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It's perfect. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24. Now, if this was wrong, somebody would say so. Easily. It's what SunCalc says. It's all this stuff. So how could we be living on any other structure if the two poles just work the opposite way? It goes from 0 to 24. Then guess what? If we move the date now to, we're going to go to the date to June 21st. We're about there. You'll notice that the same thing just flips. So now we've got latitude, what's with longitude? I want to do latitude. Okay, so now watch it. We're at latitude 90, and you'll notice that the daylight hours are 0. And now we work back up, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then, on top of that, if we go to the equinox, which is going to be March 31st, I'm sorry, March 17th, date March 17 in there somewhere, or March 20th, somewhere in there. Close enough. But now look at this, the hours for the entire globe. So you'll notice up here where it says 24. Now look at 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12. Ladies and gentlemen, you live on a sphere. The north is the opposite of the south. 6 months later, they work as a symmetrical unit. If you go to one particular line up here, and then you go to that line down here, it's identical. If you stay on the same latitude, how about this? Let me show you this. I'm going to move this up here. Okay, let's just go to this line right here. And, well, let's go to a different date so we're not on an equinox. Let's go, whoops, that's not over here. Good date. Let's just go to a random date over here in October. Now look at the daylight hours are 11:03, and I'm going to move the latitude. I'm going to go longitude. Watch what happens to the daylight hours. They're identical. So everybody who lives on a certain line of latitude has the same daylight hours every day. You know, I mean, the next day might be 11:04, whatever. And then you can go to anywhere. Just drop this down to wherever you want to go. Oops, that's the wrong one. We'll go down to here, and you'll notice, see the hours changing. So there's 13:56. Now we can just take this one, and it will remain 13:56. That is impossible on a flat Earth. So if you want to prove the globe wrong, then go show where this doesn't match observations. Now, let me explain one thing before everybody gets upset. If you're talking about going and looking at your real sunrise or sunset, if this thing is off by 4 minutes or 5 minutes. There's a reason for that. This is a mathematical model. It does not take into account any mountains. I live right next to the Sierra Nevadas. When my sun rises, it has to go up at least 5 or 10 degrees until I see it because I got the Sierra Nevadas right there. This map would not tell me that. It doesn't know that I've got the Sierra Nevadas next to me. It's a mathematical model. So somebody already came back and like, I found a discrepancy of 3 minutes. I'm like, good for you. The fuck does that mean? It means that the sun calc takes your local topography into account, and this map does not. So if you find, that's not debunking the globe, if you find a 3 or 5 minute discrepancy in sunrise sunset times versus a mathematical and a real model that takes into account local topography. So just pointing that out before you think that's a debunk. A debunk would be, hey, this says that we get 11 hours of sun here, but we actually get 13. Now you've got a problem. But if everything checks out, if you can call your friend in Africa and you call your friend in Europe and you call your friend in India and you call your friend in Australia and everybody goes out and says, no, it is correct, sun calc is correct, guess what? You just proved the shape of the Earth. It cannot be something else. Same thing with going every one of these lines on the way up, 69 miles, 1 degree. Adjust the North Star. So if you call me and I call you and you call your friend in Japan and another person does Russia and another person does Australia and we all go out and measure 69 miles in 1 degree, the Earth is a globe because 69 times 360 is 24,901. Or it's about 24,870, whatever. Anyway, that's enough of that. I just want to point that out. That's a great model here. I'm going to put the link in the chat if anybody wants to play with it. There we go. And here. There we go. Okay, there you go. Josie Bell says, I'm waiting on the day Jaren realizes that there's no reason for them to fake the moon landing. Yeah, there was a reason. So imagine that you spent the 40s and 50s and 60s basically telling school children, man will go to the moon. Man will be there, and man will bring there and bring great things into the stars, and man will do this, and man will be able to operate with a spacesuit. And then you realize we can't get out of the Van Allen belts. We can't put people up there. They get fried. Would you not fake it? You would absolutely fake it. You just got done for 20 years of feeding everybody is in school. They're going to the moon. They're going to the moon. We're going to the moon. Man can go to the moon. Man can work on the moon. Man can do this on the moon. Man can live on the moon. Man can have pipings and toiletries and everything on the moon. So again, to say there's no reason. Also, let me explain what happened with Russia versus the United States. So I talked to a girl in Russia. I said, what did you learn in school about the moon race? Did you guys learn that you lose? And she's like, no, that's what they tell the Americans. What they tell the Russians is the Russians were the first animal, first woman, first orbit, first satellite, first man, first everything. Okay. And then they knew that there was nothing going on at the moon. And they said, let the United States go to the moon and waste all that money. There's nothing there. And then we went to the moon and guess what was there? Nothing. That's the story that Russia gets to tell its citizenry so that they get a little prestige and they all gather around about the fact that they were way smarter than the United States and that the United States went to the moon and got nothing. And the story that we tell over here is the opposite. Yeah, they were the first ones to get there, but then we put our ingenuity together and we went to the moon first. If you can't see that, that is just a story, just a very crafty story. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't mean that we didn't go. I'm saying, in my opinion, if we had gone, there would be evidence of that. Like, for instance, they would have found water there when they supposedly were on the moon. And then India goes back and India's like, oh, there's water on the moon. But we never found it. We did a good job there. 6 times there, we didn't notice that there was water in the soil of the moon. That makes a lot of sense. And then they didn't go to the bottom of any crater and find water. Who knows? But the other thing that they did that doesn't make any sense, imagine this. They actually had children at home watching the TV when these guys landed on the moon. If you think that they would do that, you're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. What if they got out and died? You think they wanted the entire country to watch that? You think they wanted children sitting there watching these astronauts that go to the moon for the first time and they all... that would like have killed everything about America. If our astronauts... So they had it like a TV schedule. They had in the TV guide. At this time, this guy will walk out, and this time, this guy will walk out. So, to me, there is reasons that you would fake it. If you told everybody you could go and then realized you couldn't, you don't want to tell people that. You don't want to say, hey, by the way, you know, for 25 years, we've been saying, man will go to the moon, and man will be awesome when he gets there. I think that there is reason to fake it. But again, I'm not saying that we absolutely didn't go. I'm saying that they've done a poor job. Let me show you. There's a whole bunch of things that have to go with that. One of those is the Apollo 17. How could you have no footage of Apollo 17 driving the rover? If you've ever looked on YouTube, you know, the other day I was on archive.org. There's nothing there. the internet has seriously been scrubbed of moon footage. If you go to Apollo 17, if you type in moon rover, you know what the only thing you'll get is? You're only going to get that one Grand Prix. All the moon rover footage is gone. It's all gone. And I have some of it saved, so I can bring up what I have saved, but they've taken it off the internet. Let me show you. Oops, here. Okay, so this is, if you pull up, I just typed in moon rover, and you're going to get the Apollo Grand Prix. And you're not going to, you get the Apollo Grand Prix. Okay, and you get this is the one view, and people who've watched my show know that I show this all the time. It's only 3 minutes. And even in this 3-minute section, you can see that, as I'll show McKeegan, this mountain back here never changes. I could take a screenshot right now and then let the cart drive for a while. And then if I take a screenshot again, the background never changes because this is a sheet. It's not real. Okay. If you look at it, 3.3. This is a backdrop. Also, if you look at the rocks to the right over here on the mountain, they don't do parallax. These ones do. Watch, this rock will pass this rock. See how they parallax? Watch this rock pass this one. Parallax. Now watch these ones over here. They stay the same. It's a sheet. This is not real. Okay? Just the way it goes. Sorry. And if somebody wants to show me I'm wrong, then they can show me how the mountain does change. Like, for instance, if you're driving here, you would reveal more of this white mountain. See this white mountain? That's how things work. You should be able to drive and start to see more of this white mountain, but it stays the same the whole time. Never do you see more of it because it's a backdrop. So you can't see more of it. Another thing, these guys, when they're talking, they're driving over huge boulders in a go-kart. But their voice inflection never changes. Listen. Listen. The cart is jumping. The car is jumping with people in it, and they don't change. Well, you can't hear them talking. But when you hear them talk, watch them.
Yeah, I guess in a couple craters we remarked that we saw a boulder distribution that looked like...
Look what they're driving over. They're driving over rocks in a metal tire go-kart. Their voices are not changing. If I jump up and down like this, listen to my voice. Hello, hello, hello. That's because I'm bouncing up and down in my chair. They weren't bouncing up and down because they were in a studio.
It was linear, like it was a ray pattern.
Look, they just jumped. They're in a jumping go-kart talking normal. And people act like we're crazy.
Yeah, but we never did get a chance to really sample any of those.
Look at the driving.
There was one on the... we saw one on the south side of the dune, on the way down.
Have you ever driven in a go-kart before? It is the most bouncy, unappealing driving that you've ever done. And this thing is in a 1/6 gravity environment. And it should be, I mean, why aren't their voices changing? They're just cruising along.
We could probably save some time going back by not following the tracks, you know, because we can see the limb. You're right. I think we ought to head right straight ahead on. See home.
Notice this white mountain has stayed the same the whole time. So, in my opinion, the reason why that was, and actually this is probably the least evidenced of them, but they don't have anything else. Where's the other footage of the rover? You're telling me there's none on YouTube? Nobody's uploaded any rover footage? Where's the rover footage? They've pretty much done away with it. It's the Grand Prix, and that's it. Apollo 17, here's the EVA for an hour, 25 minutes. They won't have one time the thing driving on the road. They'll have these guys get out. They'll have zoom ins from here. They'll have this. They'll have these guys at a rock. These guys here. Geology Station 8. They're just walking around. They never drive the cart anymore. You can get mad at me all you want for being logical, but if we went to the moon, then it's weird to me. This looks ridiculous. First of all, like, people believe this. That's insane to me. Like, if this could not be tested on Earth, by the way. It's not tested. Watch this scene. And by the way, to people in the chat, I don't want to look. You're allowed to look at things and question them. If you don't question them, then you're not living life. Okay, if they want to present this to me and say, hey, we went to the moon 60 years ago and we just haven't been back, I'm allowed to look at it and say, that looks a little funky. Watch this craft take off.
Okay, monitor here. Okay. System A, main stop closed. Okay, B, SMC2 open.
Come on, get there. Let's go.
Feel them in the floor when they go. Houston, Challenger is go for liftoff. We're at 7:54. Their tank one to this you want.
Come on.
Yeah, on board and pretty sure of everything is okay.
Go. It's just gonna end.
On Bravo. Okay, Houston.
Yeah, Dave wants me to give him this stuff first, though.
50 seconds. That's a Challenger. Let's straight down here. Correct. Okay.
What is going on? Let's go.
Got your logic power breaker. Check. Okay.
By the way, one thing I think is pretty weird too. In that craft, there's no seat belts. There's no like seats. They're standing up, and then as soon as they take off, they're like pitch over, which means that they tilted to their side and didn't fall on each other. I don't know. Just weird. Can we get this done? Come on. Jeez. Of course that had to happen.
99, proceeded, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Right away, Houston. Vector grid. Exot.
I cannot believe people believe that. I mean, I really can't. I got to hear why he.
No. Oh, no, I'm not.
What? What is that?
I'm still here.
Oh, thank you. You're there.
Okay.
1 second.
30 seconds.
I didn't know you're still here.
3-0.
You went like 0 for 4 today. Let me ask Alex Jones. Alex, what do you think of that takeoff?
It's all fake.
All right, just making sure. Just checking. All right, what do you want? Let's go. You have 2 seconds. Let me get rid of that.
How about I look into it and next month I come back?
Sounds good. Looking forward to it. Is that it?
Alrighty, I'll see you next month.
Later. All right, we've got Lee. Oh, let me change the screen here before we screw up and get a never-ending white screen. We've got Leland 710 Extracts. What's up, my friend? That's awesome for you to join me here today. I love it. Why don't you tell people who you are? I like balls again.
Jared.
You ball
Can't
lover.
hear anything.
Why? Oh, you can't hear me? Wait, am I? Oh, I didn't know I was muted. Can you hear me now?
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense.
Leland 710 Extracts is here, and yeah, maybe people haven't seen your video. If you want to tell them who you are and why you're here.
I'm just a normal guy, man. I don't have a big following, nothing. I pretty much just stuck around Instagram. Had maybe 7,000 some followers and
More than me.
got banned.
Oh, you got banned?
Yeah, and then got my account back and started over and got a few thousand followers, whatever. Which is drastically declining already.
Hey, I can imagine.
So, yeah, no, I mean, I expected it after watching what you've gone through.
Well, and I give a lot of credit to people like you or Paul on the plane that have seen what happened and still were able to step out and say and make a video saying it. So a lot of props to you because I know it's not easy, especially seeing what already happened.
No, I appreciate it, but I mean, watching what some of you guys some of the other guys have gone through is crazy. You know, I don't get involved a whole lot, but I find myself in comment sections of Facebook and Instagram feeds quite often, and now that everything has changed, I kind of probably make more comments than I should. Just trying to explain my position.
Right.
And people have asked, and I've sent my video along, and what's hilarious is that McToon commented in that thread, and so did Patricia, and then Paul on the plane. And now they're like, well, we don't follow shows like that anyways. And I'm like, okay, all right.
Wait, what?
Well, they're basically, they look at my video that I posted, and they see that McToon and others, like Patricia and Paul and stuff.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying your audience says that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or I'm like, hey, just watch this video, whatever. Like try and open your mind a little bit, because what I'm seeing that's so crazy. Oh, I mean, there's a lot of it, but like the common response is I'll say, well, have you thought about this? Why do the stars rotate the opposite direction? And I know that the answer of what I would give as a flat earther is, and to see just like, it's like copy
Yeah.
and paste responses that are there.
You know what that's called? It's called indoctrination.
I know,
Yeah.
and it's insane because I'm looking at all these responses, and I'm like, that's the same shit I would have said a couple months ago.
Right, because we were like taught to say it, right?
And now I look at it and I'm just like, it's so cringe.
Yeah, it's bad. I mean, somebody asked me on that presentation I gave, they're like, so what did you call the things in the sky if they're not planets? And I was like, well, they're lights in the sky. And saying it, I felt so fucking dumb that like, oh, they're lights in the sky. What do you mean they're lights in the sky? Well, they're just lights in the sky. It's like, no, they're not. They're not just lights in the sky. And I'm having to tell you. And then I was like, told the lady, I'm like, I don't even know how I made that argument before. Somehow my brain was able to make the argument and be convinced. But now I'm embarrassed. I want to run away when I say that. Oh, the stars and the planets, they're lights in the sky. I mean, it's what? That's our best description of what the stars are? Anyway, go ahead. Continue.
No, I mean, yeah, I totally agree. And it wasn't until I saw Austin Melodome's sun observations and was really kind of looking at those, and I'm like, okay, well, between his observations with the solar filter and the time lapses and Crow 777's Hydrogen Alpha telescope footage, I'm like, the sun is obviously physical.
Agree.
So if the sun is physical, of course you can't say, oh, this is a sphere, we're on a sphere.
Hold on one second. I just want to speak up real quick to somebody in the chat. So it is different, if you guys pay attention, that he's talking about people repeating and regurgitating debunked ideas. What I'm talking about with the moon is completely different. So you're just wrong by just chalking up what I said about the moon landing right now and comparing that to indoctrinated responses about lights in the sky. I showed you right now there's no parallax, which is required when you're in a real environment, that the mountains don't change, that we don't see past mountains. So that's different. Now, if Dave McKeegan has a reason, if he can show me a moon map that shows that these places are this far away, and then I can go outside and I can drive that distance and see that the mountains stay the same or something like that, that's how we get past those debunks. But we'll see what happens. But to just say that that's the same thing, no, it's not. The things that I believe about the moon landing being fake are my own things. They're not based off of what I've been told by others. In fact, I think a lot of the proofs that they give it, the moon flag is waving and this stuff is just, that's debunked garbage. But go ahead anyway, son. Back to you.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I can't remember what I was saying though.
Oh, well, I if you guys want to check his channel out, it is 710 Extracts, and he's got his what was it, about a half-hour video you did? Where
it was something like that. I think my YouTube is 710_extract6.
Okay, there you go.
I'm not sure. It really doesn't matter. I don't put much.
Yeah, but I think people should hear it because I think it's good. Like a lot of people are probably feeling that same way. I know that I was. I know, talking to Melodome and Paul on the Plane and Patricia, we all kind of have the same story. 710. What did you say it is? 710 extracts underscore. Oh, wait,
no, I think it's 710_extracts6.
Okay. So anyway, I think that it helps people because you talk it out. You kind of say what changed you. What I just see 710 extracts. Where the moon is the picture or no? Hey, that's you.
Yep.
Yeah, you're just 710_extra.
Oh,
right.
That's weird. It shows up in my comments when I post.
Oh, maybe that's your like at name
for some reason.
All right, so I'm putting this in the chat if anybody wants to check it out. That is awesome half-hour video there, where you can and yeah, I think it's a sad video too. I mean, because I feel the same way. I see you getting a little teary because it is hard to admit that you were wrong and that we all wasted a lot of years. I mean, when I say that, I need to remember that I learned a lot. Like, I knew literally nothing about the globe 10 years ago. Zero.
100% agree.
Yeah, my wife and I, we were going around the bedroom trying to figure out how the Earth casts a shadow on the moon for the moon phases. And we spent like all night going through and trying to figure it out, and we couldn't figure it out. And it was like, let's go figure out, find something. And then we found online somebody talking about, and we're like, wait, it's not from the Earth shadow? So, I mean, we were way behind. And so to go from there to now, hey, I can at least feel good about that. Whether it's going to be actually necessary in my life in some way, maybe not, but it still does feel good to learn something and to have a better grasp of what the globe is and how things work, where I didn't have any clue before. Somebody would ask me, how does the eclipse work, or what's it? I would be, just would have zoned over it. So, and then I learned why the flat Earth isn't true, right? And so now I'm very comfortable in that position. And I guess that's the hardest thing for me is when you're a flat earther, let's say, and you're trying to teach people flat Earth, trying to teach the globe, you kind of accept that they're not going to believe it. They believe that it's going to be tough to get it through. When you're on the globe and now you've found the truth, it's different for me. I feel like everybody should be on board. We should be having a party now because we all found the truth, and now we can all go to tomorrow and leave the flat Earth behind. And if you still have some affinity to it, you're like, well, it still could be flat. Then keep that in the back of your mind. But let's move forward as a species and stop hating on each other over who believes what. But there's so many people who have made their religion attached to this, it'll just never happen. Once you've attached your religious beliefs to a cosmology, then you're going to not want that cosmology to be wrong, because now an attack on the flat Earth means an attack on God by Satanists, which is why Duffy's a Satanist and I'm a Satanist, and Satan came and acted as the sun and went around the sky. That's because you attach religion to it. And you would like to see Dean Odell be in front of his congregation and say, hey, if we go down there and we see this and this, it means this. And if it means that, if we see this, it means that. And we go down there and we observe it. And what does he do? He just changes his answer to allow for the incorrect observation. So those people are not scientific, and they shouldn't be taken as scientific in any way, because science is the testing of claims and then the moving forward with the one that better meets reality. So when you're Dean Odell and you're like, here's my claim, here's my test. All right, let's go. And you go and you see the one and he's like, oh, actually it was Satan. Oh, okay. Well, then do you realize we would never go anywhere? That's what I mean by we would not have cars. We would not have boats. We would not have cruise ships. Any of that if flat earthers were in charge, because they're more interested in being right and not growing for some reason. I don't really know what the whole point is. But anyway, let me let Leland get his last minute here before I move on. Go ahead, Leland. You got a minute.
No, I totally agree. Like the amount of the responses that I've gotten since kind of being public about it on my Instagram page, and I don't know who shared that YouTube video so much.
Everybody,
but it got around for sure. But I mean, just the religious side of it is kind of crazy, because I went back. I'm one of those who went. I grew up Baptist Christian. I went back to the believing in the Bible and creation after flat Earth.
Oh, really? I just got done earlier saying that didn't happen. Okay, well, that's good that you called in today. So I stand corrected. See how that works, guys? So when I just said I stand corrected, I was wrong. That there are people who have come into flat Earth, I guess, and then they went back to Christianity because of it. So go ahead, continue.
No, I did, for sure, because I'll admit it. I have Dean Odell's book.
Yeah, I like Dean.
I went through it, and I watched his debates and so forth, and I'm like, man, as a flat earther, this makes so much sense, and it backs up my belief in the scriptures, and it makes you feel good. And now that's been kind of the hardest part, but now I'm having conversations with people online. I'm like, personally, it is my belief in scripture and stuff. I mean, it relies so heavily on faith and not actual science. So,
right. Which in my opinion is okay. I have a religion that my beliefs they're not grounded in evidence, right? They're not grounded in testing. I just have a belief that I don't think that there's a chance that we're all from nothing, that we came from, exploding stars, and that we'll all just die and that's the end of it. That might be true, but I think that, I don't know who does is it not Fermi paradox, but there's the I forgot the guy's name. There's some guy who said basically, isn't it better to live a good life in case there's a God than to just live willy-nilly and then you find out at the end that there is God? Which is kind of the way I look at it. I just think that I don't believe in like a personal God, but I believe in a greater purpose that we're all here for, that we might all be parts of God, and that we come and go as different entities which are just acting out God's existence in this realm of time. And that's just my own personal belief, because it helps me get through, helps remind me to be a good person, that maybe there is something at the next life or next dimension for the people who do what's right here. And so that's how I operate my life. And if people have a problem with that, too bad, because I don't feel like I would have the same morality if I just said, okay, there is no creator and there is no judgment. And then you get it, then I start thinking that's why a lot of these people in the world get away with what they do, because they don't have that grounding in morality. So whether they're going to be right and I'm wrong, that could be possible. But guess what? If that's true, I'll never find out. So that's why I don't mind. I'll die and I'll just fall asleep and that's it. So it's not a big deal to me. Thank you. Pascal's wager.
At least you'll die knowing that you did your best to be a good person.
Right.
And you were honest.
Right. And not steal from people and all that stuff.
I'm looking at scriptures now as people, I'm looking back at all of the things I used to quote and all of these,
the flat earth stuff in the Bible, you mean?
Yeah, and all the in general copy paste responses that you would have to
right.
Glover's questions and stuff in threads that I'm now like cringing at. But I mean, it's like I look at the Bible and people will be like, "Oh, well, it says this," and I'm like, "Well, what translation do you follow? What,
right.
there's a million different translations. There's a million, like you could." There's parables, there's riddles, there's allegories, there's all sorts of things in the Bible. Like if you want to be hyper literal about one particular translation,
which is just stupid, because there's so many things you don't take literal, like so and so flew on the wings of doves, or so. It's right. Clearly not flying on the wings of doves, and you guys accept that, but then you'll take other parts and say no, it's literally a molten iron glass in the sky. Well, it's not necessarily the case.
Right. And so I've started re-questioning myself about those kinds of things, and those weigh so less on the scale than what we can actually observe and test.
Correct.
And it's an uncomfortable truth, obviously, to be a flat earther and go out against everything. And I see now how easy it is to there's every one of us that were a flat earther had that moment where you're like, okay, the earth is flat. And like you've been talking about, it's like that mental wall goes up at that moment.
It does.
And you just, I would have never thought that I would be thanking somebody like McToon in my comment section.
Me neither. In fact, I just told him yesterday. I'm like, hey, I just want to say thank you, because 2 years ago, whenever it was, if you guys remember, I was staying at that house down south, and we did a show together, and just the way that he treated me was different than I expected. He was nicer. And then so, sometimes I'd reach out to him if I had a question, say, hey, how does this work with this? And he would just always answer me nicely. And then eventually got to the point where he's like, I could tell you're not lying. And from that point, him and FTE, they just stopped attacking me. And then it allowed me to kind of listen to what they were saying. And I think back now and I'm like, if they would have been attacking me for the past 2 years, I'm not sure that I would be where I'm at now. So, I do have to appreciate them for at least not making me the butt of the attacks. They tend to stick to people they think are lying or bullshitting. So, I had to thank them today or yesterday, because it just hit me that, I'm not sure if I would be where I am if it wasn't for that. So, yeah, it is weird. I never thought I would thank those guys in my life.
No, I 100% agree. I'm like subscribed to them now, and I just want to hear what.
Yeah, so is everybody, and actually everybody enjoys. Toon is actually kind of funny. He can be funny on his show, and some of the games they play and stuff is just good. It's funny. So.
Totally.
Yeah.
And Craig is the same way, and I totally relate to him because I'm a stoner too.
Yeah, he wants to smoke with me, so we're trying to do that. So maybe there's new friends to be having on the glow side. Yeah, you
If
want to do
guys
it?
Do that. Send me an invite.
Okay.
I got to be a part of that.
Also,
I'll bring the goods.
All right. I also asked people if they are interested in a show that I'm thinking of doing, because I think this is going to start happening more and more. Would you want to see me interview ex-flat earthers for like an hour, just so we can get to learn each one of these guys who have come out of it? Maybe how did you get into flat Earth? How long were you there? What made you start to change your mind? How big of a dirtball is Dave Weiss? You know, the things, questions like that. So, but I appreciate you coming on 710. But I gotta let you guys people behind you.
I had to get my live stream sea legs on. So
Are you ready now?
and,
Good.
On that point.
Well, just so you know, you've been frozen the
wanna...
whole time, so you didn't do a very good job of the live stream.
What?
You've been frozen the whole time.
Really?
Yep, we don't see you. Well, we see your face, but it's frozen.
That's kind of crazy. I literally have like.
Let me try and dump you and bring you back. 1 second. Remove. Bring back. Now we can see you. You were just frozen the whole time.
That's strange. I'm like 950
Woo!
upright.
It might have been me. It's possible. All right, bro. We're gonna talk soon.
Yeah. Anyways, we'll go ahead and end this. But yeah, I think interviewing ex-flat earthers is a great idea, and I think it's valuable to see and understand just kind of the journey that all of us have gone through. I think it's important. So
I think so too. It's a great
yeah,
study into psychology. It's a great study into people been telling me to write a book, and my only problem is I'm still trying to fully understand what that block is, because I think it's different for each person. But I can really look at me and I can say, you know, when you go to that first conference and people were there to meet you, as weird as it is, I think that your brain probably likes it. I certainly didn't hate it. And so wouldn't your brain build up a wall so that it gets to continue doing that? Right? So if you are all of a sudden respected in a certain circle, whereas you maybe not have that before, or maybe you were respected for other reasons and now this is something completely different, I think your brain's going to protect itself. It doesn't want to destroy its current status, right? Which is what I've always said about Neil deGrasse Tyson. Think people like that. I say, oh, if they're lying, they can't allow themselves to realize that because their brain knows that they've been talking to children for 20 years. So your brain's not going to just be like, oh, you were wrong. Guess all those kids, you lied to them. It's going to actually set up a protection. So I'm going to be looking into that and trying to get to the bottom of it. All right. You have anything else? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the psychology of it all is a total mindfuck.
It is crazy. It is pretty insane. I've liked watching my wife. My wife has been so rational because she was a flat earther the whole time. And then when I said we were thinking about going down south, she's like, well, what will that prove? And I remember sitting out in the backyard and we're talking, kind of walking through the idea of what the sun does as we go south and how it would pop out. And she's like, oh, yeah, if it does that, then the Earth's a ball. I'm like, yeah, I agree. And so we went down there, saw it, said the Earth's a ball, and she hasn't looked back at all. But she liked balls the whole time, so that's probably something to do with it. All right.
Oh, yeah, that helps.
Yeah.
Actually, if we end up doing another conversation or interview, I'd like to touch on a little bit of the relationship between, I guess, my own personal experience with my wife in the flat Earth journey, because it's pretty much the opposite of yours.
Okay. Yeah, I think you talked about it a little bit, didn't you? Wait, I'm trying to remember. Did you talk about it in your video?
I might have touched a little bit on it.
Okay.
I don't think I mentioned her. I more mentioned
Did you
some of my family members.
Did you get back to me on Telegram, or I don't think I saw you get back to me?
I did.
Okay, you did.
I would let you know that if you want to do something.
Okay, cool. So I'll check that and I'll talk to you after the show.
Yeah.
All right,
Yep,
thank you,
sounds
sir.
good.
Sorry about that, guys. Let's go with Al Sedeus. I don't know if that's right.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, so I was just curious because, like, it seems like all these videos are flat Earth, but you keep talking about how you want to, like, your last Friday Unplugged was, the end, your final message flat Earth and stuff. So I'm like, do you have anything else planned for tomorrow? Like anything not flat Earth related?
Correct. Yeah, tomorrow's all not flat Earth.
Sorry?
Tomorrow is all not flat Earth.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah, because I'm just curious about where you're going to go, because I feel like you've got some interesting perspectives, and I'm curious to see what you're going to say on other stuff. I mean,
yeah, tomorrow is going to be a little bit about being men, and what I think has destroyed men, and I'm kind of tying it into a little bit of what I've seen from men, period, over this time period. But yeah, that's what tomorrow shows.
Okay, good to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, God, I had something else I wanted to say. Yeah, no, I actually think that is a good topic, though. Like, it seems like one you might have some interesting thoughts on.
Yeah, it's timely too, because I think a lot of the things going on in the world could be solved if this one area was fixed. Now, that's not an easy fix. It's not like, oh, snap our fingers and we all change. But it's I think getting people thinking in that right frame of mind might let them see why things are failing versus before.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot going on there. I might try to see, Friday nights, as much as I'm not spending with my wife, I'm often on the computer, but obviously she gets dibs. Anyway, couple of little things I want to mention.
Yeah.
You were saying how there's no Apollo 17 rover footage. I did a bit of searching on YouTube, and
Okay.
I'm putting one in chat now. It's like a 6.5, almost 7 hour long video of Apollo 17 rover footage.
But they're not driving ever.
I mean, I obviously didn't watch it. I was just looking for it during the show.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying is that they drove for 22 miles and for 4 hours total time, but there's no video of that ever happening.
I mean, it says it's TV broadcast from the lunar rover.
Yeah, I think I've seen all that. So did you put it in the chat? Oh, what
Yeah,
chat?
I put it in the
Oh,
chat.
sorry. I didn't even see all the people chatting in there. Holy smokes.
Yeah, no, it looks like. Oh, I see what you're saying. It isn't a lot of driving. It's a lot of.
I don't think
there's
there's any. I don't think there's any driving. Where are you?
I'm at.
Where's your link? I don't see it.
I put it in the chat a second ago. Yeah, it's about half a dozen messages up at the moment in the chat window from the bottom.
I don't see any link at all.
Oh yeah, you've got a. Oh no, not in the StreamYard chat, in the YouTube chat.
Oh, YouTube chat. Okay, sorry. You can't put links in the chat. That's why. Can you put it in the back chat?
Yeah, there it is in StreamYard. You'll see it now.
Thank you.
Scroll down a bit.
I gotcha. I just wanted to see some driving.
Yeah. So.
I think it's the one I just watched. So
no, this it was like a 3 or 4 minute one you were just showing, and this is like a 7 hour one.
Oh, okay.
So.
But so I'm looking for the footage of them in the cart driving.
Yeah, no, and looking around, like I'm just scanning through it now, and okay, I see a little of what you're saying. I mean, obviously it's like a lot of video, so there's probably some in there, but I'm not going to watch it all.
I looked up yesterday because I wanted to see what is and it's because I looked up how much driving time, and they said 4 hours total on that mission, which, because I thought maybe they meant 4 hours total, like including this, but obviously this is 7 hours, so it's actually 4 hours of them actually driving. And,
and then they must have gotten out and done experiments.
Right,
and,
and that's when it seems like the camera's turned on when they get out of the place, which is fine. I'm not saying that that's against the rules, but it is. It just coincides with me saying that I thought that the biggest debunk of the moon landing is the Apollo 15 and 16 rover. I thought that the driving of it is actually done. Oh wait, do I have that video? Well, let me show you some if I have it. I hope I put it. Gosh, I hate having two computers. I have one in the garage and one here, and I can never remember which computer I was on.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man.
It drives me crazy. Like, which folder is it in? Where is that? Is it here? We marched on Nevada, but the moon. What is this one? Yes, this might be it. Yes, this is the. Oh no. Oh my goodness! I got to show you this video too. So if everybody remembers, I mean, this is the kind of liars there are in the flat Earth. So remember on. I'm trying to think of what show it was. Well, the other day I did a show where I started out by wishing Will Duffy happy birthday, but I actually was joking around and I started out by saying, the happy birthday to Satan, that he was because everybody in the flat Earth calls him Satan, and he's clearly not. He's a pastor and he's a nice guy, and I've seen no satanic qualities. But look at this video. This is by a Christian. Can you imagine being a Christian?
And by the way, I want to start out with a birthday wish. Did you guys know it's somebody's birthday?
The name of this video that they think is okay to put is, and this is why it just makes me sick, man. Jaron loves Satan. That's the name of the video. Jaron says he loves Satan, and it's just like disgusting because it's like, why make that video?
It is Satan's birthday.
And let me see if I says I love Satan. This guy just lies. I didn't even say that.
Happy birthday to Satan.
Yeah, it's like if that was like an obvious joke, but it's not. You know, these people are actually believe what they're saying, which is kind of scary.
Which is scary. And then he doesn't even, so he has me telling the story. He writes fool on my face.
Hours than that.
But he never lets me, he has me stop the story before I say, oh, joking, it's Will Duffy. Yeah.
Kind of became friends with him.
Yeah, no.
Anton LaVey.
And then this guy
You
compares
can
me
make
to Anton
anyone
LaVey.
sound like a total idiot if you edit them hard enough. Like,
it's just ridiculous. It's just
talking about scripting reality shows. You don't need to script. You just take like 5,000 hours of footage and boil it down to 45 minutes. You can make anyone look like anything.
Yeah. It's just I just don't understand how you're a Christian and you don't misrepresent people. You don't bear false witness. That's what you're doing. You're trying to make me out to be a bad guy so you can talk about Anton LaVey being a Satanist, which has nothing to do with me or I never said I loved him.
You're not Anton LaVey? Shit.
I am not. Thank God. All right, back to you. Sorry.
Yeah, no.
Oops, that's the wrong video. Where are we at? There we go. Gotcha. Okay. What else got?
I mean, that was most of it.
Okay.
Have fun. Look forward to hearing what you got tomorrow, and I'll watch it on replay if I don't watch it live.
Yeah, and please, I would love help if you want to look around archive.org. I couldn't find much footage there.
I'll see what I can find.
Because the next step would be
solid.
The next step would be I've done it once before, and what we got was really shit footage, but is to do a FOIA request. So if there is 4 hours of driving and we can't find any of it, then I can do a request to NASA for all the footage of any rover driving in Apollo 17, and we'll see what we get.
Yeah, I know the Everyday Astronaut video mentioned where all the videos are stored. It's like some university library or something. So
yeah, and they used to have a site, the Apollo Surface Journal, and they had all kinds of videos there, and they're still there, but none of them work anymore. So it kind of sucks.
Anyway, I know there's a bunch of other people waiting. So
yeah, sorry. Later.
Have a good night.
You too. Sorry, McFingland. I know you've been there a while. I feel bad. Maybe I'll give you something free. What do you want? Roll of electrical tape, black?
You got a blunt?
That's all I got. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, man. I'm really impressed with you, man. I think you did a great thing coming back, and I know you're just speaking the truth. Maybe you don't think it's a great thing, but I think it's super admirable. I think you
Thank you.
had an inkling that the response would be what it was.
Oh, I knew. I mean, not as bad, but I mean, I figured some people wouldn't want to talk to me anymore, would distance themselves from me, yes. But I didn't know they would go through this whole campaign where they're not allowed to say my name or something. That's just stupid. It's like, what are we, third grade?
Yeah.
Give me a break. So,
That's
children. But thank you.
It's sad.
Appreciate you saying that.
Of course. And like I'm it seems like these people kind of need help. I don't know if you'd agree with that assessment, but it seems to alienate a lot of other people, like family members and all that. And
totally.
It's.
But I think what's happened is that they found a new family, right? They have their new friends. And so the thought of losing them and then you've already lost your family, the mathematics on that comes out to zero. So they don't like that idea, even though families will always take you back. And especially if you go back and just say, hey, I wasn't thinking the earth isn't flat. There's nobody in your family that's going to be like, you're excommunicated forever. They'll take you back. They just think it's weird that you pay so much attention to something like that they clearly know isn't the case. So
yeah,
give it a chance.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the problem within the community is just leaving the idea like unfalsifiable, essentially.
Yep, absolutely.
That it's just got to be so ambiguous that it can't be proven wrong.
Right.
I'm kind of curious. Have you heard of this idea of in science it's called the problem of underdetermination?
No.
So it's a pretty interesting concept, and I'm surprised it's not brought up more in debates.
Okay.
But it's the idea that you can explain any set of data an infinite number of ways. Like, why do we see the diversity of life on this planet? Is it evolution, or is it God, or is it two gods, or is it 20 gods?
Right.
You can explain it any number of ways, but the one that can predict new information before we have it, novel testable predictions, like you're saying for the globe, that's the one that has the evidence. That's the one that
the flat earth predicts nothing.
Warrant.
Predicts nothing. And if you predict nothing, then you are as good as nothing. It's just people can have it as a religion if they want and go have church services and talk about the flat earth. That's fine. But the weird thing is that they put themselves into the same conversation as science. And that's fine until you are shown that scientifically you're incorrect. At that point, you can no longer hold on to that opinion as a scientific one. And that's what these guys go around. Dave Weiss goes around telling people that scientifically the earth cannot be a globe and scientifically it's flat. Which, if that were the case, it would make a prediction, or it would actually be able to predict one sunrise time or angle. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, and it's absolutely can't. And I think that's why they all ran away from the 24-hour sun in the south, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
That they really don't want to test the idea. But I wonder why members of the community, and I know a lot of them did, like the previous FE guy that you had on, he came to the conclusion that this model is actually making predictions, but why other members don't.
I think that my guess with that would be that because I think when you work a job or you're not into the actual research part of it, you just watch YouTube, is you start to go with the characters, the actual creators, right? And so these people follow whatever the creators are saying. So the YouTube creators are saying they're right, they've always been right. Jaren's an idiot. Jaren's, Lowry's been saying we're over the mark. All these guys feel like they're still right, which is insane. But that's why I think that the audience is going to be just a reflection of the people that they watch. I don't think a lot of them have an independent thought that they can say like, okay, even all those creators that I've watched for all these years are saying that they're right. I think that they're wrong. They just are not going to let themselves, again, because then who are they left with? Right? A lot of people don't want, if you're a flat earther, you've grown up hating MC-Tune. You've spent years hating FTFE. So the thought to them of, wait, now I have to admit to myself that those guys weren't lying, that they've been honest about this, that's a tough sell. It's a tough sell to those guys. I mean, you think Conspiracy Music Guru is going to realize that MC-Tune is not lying to him and that Dave Weiss is? That's a pretty tall order to ask of somebody.
Yeah. And I don't know. I get the methodology that they use, like why they go about it the way they do, but I think a lot of it's just they get in these debate spaces and they get frustrated having the same conversation over and over again. They get kind of jaded. I actually went back kind of recently and watched MC-Tune early on. He's a lot more laid back about it. He's not willing to just start, telling him to shut up and calling him a liar and stuff, even though it's kind of called for, but I don't think it's a productive way of having a conversation.
Usually not, no. But I think that everybody should, yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No,
I heard the music, so if you got to head on.
Okay, we got more people. You have a final word?
You going to do more debates? Host more debates? I really liked your debates.
Yeah, I wanted to, but so far I haven't had the best people step forward. There's a guy, Kevin, who wants to debate MC-Tune on whether or not buildings are curved. I'm like, we're not doing that debate. And he's like, no, these guys say the buildings are curved and I say they're not. I'm like, I'm not. That's just a terrible debate. They don't believe the buildings are curved. He's like, they say the buildings are curved. I'm like, dude, they don't mean it. I get so frustrated. I'm like, I shouldn't care about it, but I will.
Just show them a picture of a bridge. It's clearly curved. It goes up and down.
Yeah.
Debate over.
All right. Thanks, bro.
No, thank you, man. Have a good one.
We got David. Oh, I know David Beverly. Music freak, Jesus freak, or something. What's it called? Sorry.
I have been sitting here for a while.
My bad.
It's been an interesting conversation, man.
Okay, it's fun.
One of the things I like about you, Jaren, is your demeanor.
Thank you.
Your delivery. Seriously. If you know anything about me, I think that it's pointless to argue and fight.
Good.
No one wins in a fight.
Correct.
No one. Having a comeuppance on someone, thinking that you look better because you put them down is absurd, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, I hope that you do more of these live like this. I kind of hope I would have been able to get in a little earlier, because you had asked a question about if you wanted to have flat earthers come in. I mean, ex-flat earthers.
Yes.
Give testimonies. Now I suppose you know where I stand on all this, right?
Of course, yeah. You're
Yes.
biblical cosmologist.
That's right.
Yes.
Yes. Now, Dean Odell, I'm not. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a little different.
So, and I talked to Will before you guys went down to Antarctica.
Yeah.
And I was with Josh Monday. Do you know who he is?
Yeah, I love Josh. He's great. We talk all the time.
Yeah, he is a great guy. Yeah. And I think, and this is the thought, I could be wrong, but we've had science tell us throughout the centuries, and I know the scientific method has been polished up, as it were, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the methodology has improved and all of that stuff. But nonetheless, we've had science teach us different models throughout the ages that were all found to be incorrect over the ages.
Okay.
Right? And we've had societies.
What do you mean science since like 1600, or you mean before
Yeah,
that?
exactly.
Okay.
Since, Francis Bacon
Okay, good. That's good to
era
know. Right.
and on. Sorry, some of our audience might know who the heck I'm talking about, right? But
Some
forgive me.
famous
right?
scientists. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but most people, Jaron, and you said this yourself. So, and I'm not trying to. I'm just pointing this out.
Okay.
Most people don't understand what the scientific community actually teaches. The
Very true.
white lab coated priest of scientism.
Right. The uneducated are not going to know, right?
Most people don't know what Copernican cosmology means. I just spoke a foreign language saying this
Correct.
word.
They don't know the principle or
And I'm not trying to disparage anybody. But see, to argue whether the Earth is round and spinning in the vast vacuum of space, or it's flat and enclosed and there's no such thing as outer space, if you don't understand the facets, at least some modicum of the facets of what it is that you're saying, and I'm not saying you,
Right.
I'm saying rhetorically.
Okay.
If you don't understand those aspects, and the people, I tell people flat out, pun intended, that the earth is flat and enclosed and immovable, like the scriptures plainly state. Now they state it within the structure of sentences when there's commentary about the creation. Okay.
Okay.
And so I say that to Christians, brothers and sisters that I've known for decades, and you can see their spirit rise up. The Bible will call it their countenance changes.
Okay.
Right. And but when you ask them the question, well, how fast does the earth spin on its axis?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they don't know, which is kind of a simple question, I mean, really, but they don't know.
Okay.
Or how fast, generally speaking, the movements, the planetary bodies, the movements around the sun, and how the moon orbits the earth in an ellipse, and all that rigmarole, right? And how all of that, the solar system, they teach, and they still teach, that the solar system, we have an elliptical plane that everything sits on.
Mm-hmm.
We know that's a lie, because of the movements of all of that. I hear music. I guess I'm supposed to get off.
It's okay. We got give it another minute or two.
Oh, sorry, man.
Just move it along a little bit so we do have people waiting.
Yeah. Okay. So look, all of that rigmarole. So most people are really disinterested either way. Really.
Yeah.
Right. I
still got to go to work tomorrow. That whole line. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Look,
I'm saying that's what they say.
Well, my point is that when we're looking up at the sky, according to Scripture, we're looking at a spiritual realm. It's not physical like this.
So
we're looking at spiritual realm.
Okay.
And so the physical things, like that program you had on your computer,
mm-hmm.
if your parameters are preset and you have a globe and everything, all of the parameters and all the math of that modeling piece of software is set within the software. So you're using.
Okay, let me explain something though.
Sure, go for it.
You're missing the fact that it matches observations. So do you think that they have control over the sun? Do you think that they control?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so then just pay attention to what you're saying. If there's a model that's been mapped,
right,
that's been programmed into the computer, and it matches our observations, guess where we live?
No. But see, our presumptions keep us from seeing. So just because that model maps what we see and they match, even predictively, like you demonstrated,
right?
It doesn't mean that that's really what it is necessarily. Okay, our presumptions set the line of what we're going to see.
Okay, so that would be true if there was another option. So what I mean by that is, let's say that you have the globe and you also have a pyramid, and both of them match the observations. Well, You're going to have a tough time because they're both matching the
Yeah.
observation. Now that
well,
is
when nobody's going down that other route, but you're right. I'm not saying that you're wrong here.
right. But what I'm saying is there's no other shape that you can map the Earth on that matches observations.
Sure.
So that tells me that it must be the one that does.
Sure.
So that's all.
But again, all I'm suggesting is that even the flat Earth model that we physically demonstrate is wrong, and so is the Copernican model.
Yeah, well, except for that one matches observations, so it can't be disproven yet. Whereas the flat Earth map has been disproven and has been shown to be falsified.
Yeah.
So
well, it doesn't match all observations, but I appreciate you letting me come on here and talk.
yeah, and I would love to have a conversation with you if you want to find me places that you think that the globe Earth doesn't match observations. Please find us.
No, because we're starting from an argument point that
no, it's just a conversation.
It's starting from a position that I disagree with, and so start with a globe, and Dave, and prove that it's.
No, I don't mean that. I mean, okay, so because the thing I hear from people like St. Pierre and stuff like that is they say,
I don't know who that is, but
Shane St. Pierre. He just says, "Oh, we got the globe Earth from looking in the sky." That's how they back engineered the globe.
That's a wrong statement because you're making presumptions. You're what's the word? I can't think of it right now. But you're
presupposing.
You're saying I see balls, so the Earth must be a ball.
No, nobody's saying that. Again, that's the same thing.
I know that.
Okay.
I've heard this though.
Okay. So yeah, nobody's saying that you cannot. That is a non sequitur. If you're saying the shape of things in the sky, that means I'm on that shape. That's a non sequitur. Nobody's saying that. They're saying that we know what the sun does, and it's never done anything different. And so it would be dumb of us to assume that the sun will do something tomorrow different. If it every once in a while went off and took a hiatus for 36 hours and it went up and down sometimes and went around, then you couldn't use it as a measuring stick. But because it's so perfect, we can use it to say wherever you tell me I live has to match the orbit of the sun because we know the orbit of the sun. So all I'm saying is if it's so easy to just reverse engineer the sky, then flat earthers should do that. Look in the sky and reverse engineer a map that works on the ground. The problem is you'll never do that. Because
the problem is that we've had 500 years of Luciferian men.
Yeah, I agree. So we can erase that, right? We can erase that.
To us.
So erase that and create our own world.
It's impossible, Jared. It's impossible for me. I'm going to be dead before I ever get to that point.
You might. I mean, okay, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks, David.
You see the gray hair, right?
Yeah, I got a lot too. That's why I wear a hat all the time. Later, sir. All right, we got Rose 777 in the house.
Hello, my friend.
Rose, how are you?
I'm doing better now that I'm talking to you and your wonderful audience.
Thank
and
you.
it's a pleasure to be here after so long.
It is a pleasure.
And it actually shocked me when I saw Jesus Freak Computer Geek show up when I joined the backstage because I'm like, oh my gosh, I really like that man. And he's so nice. And I really do believe that he's genuine in what he believes. And yeah, how can I come after that? Like, I feel inferior. But as you know, my main area of interest is observing the social behaviors of human beings during interesting times of division and conflict. I've always been interested in herd mentality, cults, mind control, brainwashing, and just like wondering, why do people do what they do and why do they act the way they act? And I just don't know. But today specifically, hold on, let me turn off my ice machine. I'm so sorry.
No problem. No ice making during the show. We don't allow it.
It's too loud.
Rose, do you have a favorite song?
Oh my goodness. Well, it depends on the genre.
Well, no, this has to be like your entrance song for the future. If you ever come on the show, we have to have something to play for you. I can't find anything.
Well,
How about this?
I love Rachmaninoff's Third Concerto.
Oh, all right. What do you got? Oops.
I'm so sorry I interrupted the music that you were going to suggest. What did I talk over?
What? Sorry?
You played something.
Yeah, it was my mind's telling me no, but my body. That one, yeah. My body's telling me yes. That one. Oh, how about this one for you? Is this rude? Is this rude if we play this one for you? They see me rolling, they hating, patrolling and trying to. That's a bad joke? Bad joke? Nobody? Anybody? All right, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, because I get it now. I'm just a delayed reaction. Honestly, I'm thinking about how I don't want to use up my 4 minutes because I actually came up here to shamelessly plug something.
My bad. I won't.
And I want to be my 4 minutes.
No more wheelchair jokes, I promise. Go ahead.
No, it's totally okay. I'm fine with it. Okay, so not to exhaust you with conspiracy theories and things that you might think are BS, just as a friend, just throwing ideas at you. And ever since you got back from Antarctica, I have felt a similar feeling of like, okay, let's bring forward new information. If you want to go in that direction, let's go somewhere instead of circling around, no pun intended, the thing that I think has been debunked, which is just the small and local thing for sure. We just know that it's not going all the way around a circle around the side because it was a 24-hour in that area. What else do I know? Nothing. But I have new information that I think is so interesting, and I may have already.
Does this concern Crow's most recent show?
Have people already told you that you have to listen to it?
Yeah, we already had somebody on the show tonight talk about it.
Oh my gosh, what did they say about it?
Just that it was good. He just met somebody, right, within the last couple of days or something?
Well, we recorded a while ago. Today is the day that we published it after Jason's editing, and you know how it is.
They told me it's a must listen to. That's what they said.
Yes, because even though he's talking about the measuring of electromagnetic frequencies of something in our universe or solar system, whatever you want to call it, there are electromagnetic frequencies that have been measured, and his basically saying that his argument is that whatever this is influencing the Earth by heating up the core, and those electromagnetic frequencies and the heating of the core is going to affect us, and it's all related to also human consciousness. I know I have discussed with you in the past the Hindu-Indian idea of the yuga cycles, and that human consciousness, and that the Earth their idea is like the Earth cleanses itself of all the evil that humans bring on with some kind of cataclysm, and the idea that, cell phones are like a crutch, and if only we would just get our shit together, we'd be telepathic and not need that, kind of low vibrational technology, as you will. Now, I'm just kind of like rambling about it. But basically, what I already told you was that thing has been measured, and this is all in alignment with Crow thinking that we might have a binary double sun idea. But that doesn't mean that that's a special way to explain the model that was debunked by you going to the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I'm just saying this is opening up more possibilities that we could know things that may have been suppressed.
Okay.
Because it's kind of the idea of knowing that if the Earth is going to expand or if we're going to have topographical changes, that's very scary. So I understand why they would want to hide that.
Yeah.
So I recommend the episode, and I really hope that you enjoy it and that you'll talk to me about what you think afterwards.
Would love to. Is the words pole flip used at all?
No.
Okay.
Is that a like a buzzword phrase that you hear?
No, I've been hearing it a lot lately, and I think it could explain some things, but that's all. Like if there was some sort of because it is very strange that we have shells on the top of all the highest mountains, right? It seems like there is something that upturns everything at some point. And I've seen some models of what a pole flip would do, and it could cause where all the water would just cover the entire land. It would then recede, and then some people who were underground would live, and you would basically start over, like you said, the Earth cleansing itself of David Weiss's.
Oh, don't go there. I have to stay neutral with David
I forgot
Weiss.
you like that fence. You like that fence. Is good for you. All right, that was Rose. Everybody, thank you, Rose. Can I play your entrance music on the way out here?
Sure.
Thanks, Rose. You're awesome. All right, we got she's at the riding dirty. Rose 777 riding dirty. We got JR 5 times 1,000. JR, you're on mute. Hey, what's up?
Can you hear me?
I hear you great.
All right. Well, it's good to hear Rose. I haven't heard Rose in a long time. I've been around.
You've been around a while.
A long time. And I think, it's just strange to me that how the whole flat earth, how it came up since 2015, 2016.
Can you try real quick and just see if there's any way you could fix your mic?
Is that better?
Yeah, much better.
Is that better? Yeah, since it all came up in 2015, 2016, and I'm just so thankful for what it did. I don't know if people were inspired who discovered it the same way it felt back then. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
mean, people were change their lives. It was so inspiring. All of a sudden, you felt like you were snapped out of this frequency, and you were ready for a whole new world at that moment.
I agree with that.
And it has gotten ridiculous over
I'm glad you see that too.
the past couple of years and stuff. It's just
Yeah, it's gone away from, you know, I don't want to blame Bob and Rob Skiba, but I mean, that's kind of the era I remember. And then the new era is like, it doesn't matter. We don't make claims. We don't make models. We don't have, you know, ideas. We don't make predictions, which is just vastly different.
It was so fascinating back then. I mean, to listen to the podcast, you know, family events, parties, you know, going to the bar, still being able to go, sitting in your car late at night, you don't want to bother anybody in the house. You want to listen,
right.
You know, how it used to be. And it was, but what it led up to, you know, this might have saved a lot of people's lives, you know, over what happened for the whole COVID era, the waking up,
good point,
getting healthy,
it's possible,
you know, finding a new path in life.
You're back to roboting again.
Oh, just an awakening, the way it was, you know, and I think it really saved
and
a lot of people's lives in a way.
It's true, and I heard a lot of people talking about how it's made them healthier, which it's done the same to me. But I think, look at my arms. Oh, sorry. So if you take the time to kind of look at what you've accomplished over the last, that's where I have to make sure I don't say that, oh, it's been a waste of 10 years. I wouldn't have Mavi. I wouldn't be in this house. I wouldn't be, there's a lot of things that I have to be thankful for. And I think that,
I can agree with that too on my end.
Yeah. And I'm way healthier. I mean, I weighed in 2019, I was weighing like 238. Now I'm down to like 195. So it's so much better. And I have a lot of that to owe to the people that are involved in the flat earth. Because there's this push to get healthy, right? But I think that what we need to do is so you can still take everything that we found with that and move forward without the need for the non-realistic and debunked map. And I just don't understand why there's this connection where people are like, no, we can't let go of this map, which I would understand if you're like, but look at all it explains. Look at all that it predicts. But it's we don't have a map, we don't have a model, we don't have predictions, we don't have the sun, we don't know where this is, we don't know where that is, we don't make claims, but please don't take away my flat earth. And it's like, this guy, there's nothing left.
I would never bring it up anymore like I used to people. Not in a while.
No,
you know, it's a different world back then, and you know, but I think Rose was right on when listen to the latest Crow episode. That is absolutely a fascinating episode.
Oh, cool! Check it out.
Talks about water, and it's the pathway it's led to. I'm just blown away. You know, there's the only 1% chance. I mean, whatever phenomenon that I could imagine when you were down there.
You're roboting again.
1% of me feels like.
I'll give 1%. I'll give 1%. I'll give 1%. Sure.
1%, because maybe there's a phenomenon that happens when you get down that far. That when you finally get down that far at a certain time of year, your pathway to escape the place you're at is lit for you, and you got that one chance to go. You know, at whatever explains that. Yeah. You know, however, I don't know. Whatever one. That's just my imagination talking.
Right, and I agree with that. There might be something. For the most part, though, I draw the line at the end. The purposeful deception. Too. Yeah.
Absolutely, but man.
Well, thanks. I'm glad that you've been with us the whole time. I can remember you for. I mean, at least how long do you think? Has it been 10 years?
It probably has, man. It really probably has.
All right. Well.
It really probably has since the beginning. And
appreciate you jumping on. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna check the submissions, and then we're gonna get to super chats. 1 second. Let me make sure there's no more submissions. And did I find this? Animation season simulator. What is this? If I can find this one. Oh yeah, this might be it. Oh no, I guess not. I saw this video that showed this. I must have said. Oh, I think I did download it on the computer. Okay. Anyway, there's a. Oh wait, is this where the picture came from? Over? No. All right, it's not the right one. I don't think it's. No. All right, so let me bring this up, and we're going to check this out. Let's see what we got. We've got forms and how many people? 7. Okay, we got a lot of responses. Let's get through them. So we let me just reading somebody's funny business over here. Let me go viewing sheets. It's easier that way. Kind of lays them out. What is this? Okay, so we did that anonymous guy. The second person was fits of rage. Looking back, do you feel like filming the ISS? By the way, if anybody wants to film that, Flat Earthers, jump on. I don't know why I can be the only one. Transit-finder.com. Put in your location, and then you can go watch your own, what do they call it? Transit. All right, so we got Scoundrel, who we already did. We played that song. Okay, great. Now we've got Rich, occasional pilot. Nice. Hello, Jaren. The Canal Triangle chap should just be put in a room. Should just be put. I hate this thing. Why is it? Should just be put in a room with a Sharpie and a tennis ball. Let him watch the triangle infinitely descend around. Yeah, very good way to put it, Rich. These things are things I still have to learn, right? I've been doing 10 years of Flat Earth, so when people bring things up, I don't have good ways of getting my, my information out there. West Side Girl Reacts is back here. She was here last month. She says, I was wondering if you could see it in your heart to unblock Sean Hawkins. Pretty please. Why would I do that? Yeah, I don't mind doing that. Let me just see if he shows up. If he doesn't show up real easy, then no. Sean Hawkins. Is it Hawkins? Hawkins? Sean Hawkins? Yep. Shill. Great. I will put under. Okay, where's the channel? Come on. More? And report user and unhide from channel. All right, you're back. He's back. Thank you very much. West Side Girl Reacts. Do I have anything to play for you? No.
What you say?
Okay, let's go. We got Jeranism, replace the Sharpie with a crayon. Just don't give him too many. We don't want him eating the crayons, okay? No eating crayons. All right, we got the next one. Thank you very much, Westside Girl Reacts. We got Leo from Puerto Rico. I like the name. Jaren, you should seriously consider pursuing studies in science. It's rare to see a person your age remain curious. Curiosity is the only true requirement in the sciences. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know how I would even begin that, but we've got Karen is a witch. Nice name. Let's see. This is a video they want me to play. We shall see what it is. Where did this go? What's going on here? So we can go to YouTube. Whatever. Scoundrel, your music chase is terrible.
Deep in the woods where the moonlight fades, there's a tale that lingers, a shadow in the glade. Karen be the witch, they say, whisper secrets the stars betray. She's got crystals, she's got runes, charts the sky, sings to the moon.
That's funny stuff. All right, let's go to super chats. We are going to grab this. Oops, that's not it. Accidentally clicked on that. All right, we got copy this. We're going to put it over here into the YouTube chat. Browser 2, properties. And it's this one. Okay, got that one there, and okay. Put it back on the main screen, and our chat's working. There they are. All right, we're good. Okay, let me put up a different screen here. Let's go to this. No. Okay, that's good enough. Let's go, Jaren. How old are you really? I am 45. 45. And I feel 25. And I look. Oh, sorry. All right, let's go with fan funding. Thank you very much. To any super chat. Hey, we got a few. I like it. We've got up first Steve from. I don't know how to say that. Wyram Haven. Thank you very much. He is a member, and then he also gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so kindly. We got Dave's Waffle House, always here, always supporting the channel. Thank you very much for the £2. Benjamin King, $20. Thank you very much. He says, mad respect, Jaren. What do you think about the notion that most people who flurf never had a solid grasp of the globe model to begin with? Yes, I would say that's probably most definitely true. There are some people who say that they did and they became flat earthers, but I think when you really dig into it, that you're probably correct. Which is then a education problem. And I think everybody can admit that we weren't taught the globe correctly, at least in grade school or high school. Maybe people who became physicists and had degrees or something did, but we certainly didn't. There was never a day where they were like, half the class be flat earthers, half the class be globe. Let's come together. Let's do measurements. Let's do tests so we can figure out which one's right. They just kind of mowed right through it. All right, okay. Who is Present 99? Thank you very much. $50. Welcome to the globe, and sorry for Trump, I guess. Anyway, I would hope things will get better one day with these idiots. Yeah, I know. I'm not thinking that. I'm not holding my breath. Let's put it that way. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, especially with just the double down, triple down on lies. It's like somebody gave, I don't know, I just can't imagine friends of mine giving me a cease and desist order or letter, and then me just being like, nah, I'm not doing it. I'll send it to whoever wants it. I'm going to keep doing what I want. It's just not very cool. But we got, I'm the Craig says, Flatzoid is a POS. Hey, Jaron, what's up? What's up? How's it going? I'm the Craig. We've got Brian Stanton, who says, think you mistake wits at word salad for intelligence. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that. I mean, it is what it is. I think that he's intelligent. I think that he can speak very well. He memorizes things really great. Do they have substance? Are they actually correct or backed by evidence? That remains to be seen. But he does speak well, and I think that it's hard to call somebody who speaks well like that not intelligent. I don't think that's even a possibility. But we got Joshua McTaggart says, remember, you're in a unique position. Don't blow it. Thank you, Joshua. Although I liked your sentence until don't blow it, because what it seems like what you're saying is there is like, you're in a unique position. Don't go back to conspiracies. But here's the way I got here. And the way I got here is I'm honest. So I'll never tell you, I think we went to the moon until I think we went to the moon. And that should be a quality that people look for in somebody. You shouldn't want yes men who just go along with whatever they're told. You should want somebody to have to force me to believe in the moon landings because of evidence. So if now I don't feel there's enough evidence, that could be possible, right? I haven't seen everything that there is to see. So the good thing is if you're going to encourage me to do anything, rather than don't blow it, it would be, make sure you have a good conversation with Dave, or make sure you have a conversation with Scott Manley about rockets, or whatever it might be, right? But to just blanket statement like you're in a great position, so now you must believe everything that you were ever told about science is just not me. You should look elsewhere for that, because it's just not me. All right, we got to call Flatzoid and his ilk evil is the least you can call them. Yeah, I think so. They are, and I've never seen somebody lie as much, and then to call themselves a Christian and go around and you can't, like, they've never admitted that they've been wrong. It's just everything's, you're wrong and you're lying and you're just you're a shill, and it's crazy. Their beliefs are insane. I think if you ask them right now if there's a 24-hour sun, they would say no, which means there's, I don't know, 40 bases times, say, 50 people. There's 2,000 people in Antarctica all the time. So they're all lying. They're all taking money and they all don't speak up. I doubt it. We've got Nick, $10 for my Globe Shill money. Thank you for your loyal service to the United States Federal Globe PSYOP. I thought that we were going to get more than $10 though, Nick. If that's the case, that's not cool, because I was told much more than that. All right. And Suzanne's always been here. She's a great supporter of the show, and she gave $10 and says, everyday astronaut has a recent YouTube video, The Truth About the Moon Landings. Can agree or disagree, but it answered, debunks, and a lot of my own questions. Worth a peek. I'll watch it for sure, because I want to see kind of things he brought. Maybe it'll save me from having to bring something up to Dave that's so easily debunked. Okay, we've got Suzanne back again. $5. She says, yeah, good idea to watch Everyday Astronaut show before debating with Dave. Good prep. Anyhow, I'll be turning in for you too. Love science and logic. That's awesome, Suzanne. I think flat earthers have lost a little touch with, we can say, oh, we don't like the current science or something, but to just shit on everything that's been handed to us, we're pretty lucky. We could have been here 100 years ago or 200 years ago, where we'd be lucky to read by candlelight and not have to milk 13 cows every day. So, we do have a little bit of goodness there. We've got, who's this? Blake, 1991, says, what trajectory would shuttles take if not going to space? I don't know what that means. What trajectory would shuttles take if not going to space? I don't know. Many people that would say the one that they take, but the upside down and the thing's on his back and the tank goes over the top of it. I don't know if that's what you're asking or if it was more of a general question. Sorry. We've got Scoundrel gifted 10 memberships. Dude, you are a good guy. I don't care what everybody else says. You should watch the moon landing film by Everyday Astronaut. It took him years to make it, and it's incredibly well researched. It took him years to make a video? Wow, that's impressive. Jaren Club for 7 months. Nice job. Way to go. You are awesome. Okay, I will do that, and thank you very much for being a member for 7 months. Yeah, I have been watching. It's crazy pictures. We've got Logic says, have you been following the Fram 2 SpaceX flight? It's circumpolar. Incredible pics from it. Dearth said a circumpolar flight would falsify flat Earth. Yeah, he'll never believe that. You can't, again, this is the thing. Like the last person just said, they've set it up so that it's basically undebunkable, right? Any kind of hole in the armor, they've just covered it up and said, oh, that's just normal behavior, or that's kind of scary. Hopefully somebody's checking that stuff. We've got, did you hear that the disgusting things Flatsoid was saying about Lisbeth? She was the neighborhood bicycle for everyone that went up there. Yeah, it's insane. And he also says she sent me pictures, which has never happened at all. And he's just like saying, and then he tells people to check their facts as he makes a claim like that that has no basis in any reality or at all. Sorry, I read that one. JSS Tiger. I didn't see that. Says SunCalc is a Mercator projection of the globe. The only accurate part is the equator, and it's stretched out as you go north or south. But it is correct with the sunrise sunset times and angles, right? What would you say about that? I'll look in the regular chat. JSS Tiger. All right, thank you very much for the super chats. I'll say hello to people in the chat, and then I'm going to go. Oh, good, perfect timing. Wow, that is good. That is good stuff. All right. I didn't really see anybody. I'll ask you now in the chat. Let me put a poll. Let's see what I can. Do you want to hear from? Oops. Do you know the way to San Jose? All right. Let me grab this. All right, and there. Wrap my hands in tape. I don't know why. Wasting tape. Okay, we did that. We did that. Great. And we did that. Okay. So in the chat, I just want you to tell me if I should start a poll. Should I interview XFEERS? Yes, no, go. No, I don't want to add another option. Okay. There we go. There we go. Let you guys answer that. I'll look in the chat, say hello to everybody. Can we... Beliefs don't, but actions do. What the F is this person? This is insane. Quietly, silently, of course, beliefs can cause trauma. I don't know where we're at. As a flat earth truther, saying Flatzoid is a real flat earther is like asking Nathan Thompson to debate flat earth when he doesn't have a brain. It's nice of you. Jaren should collab with Cody from Cody's lab, and they could get some edumacations. Yeah, edumacations, like it. Brother Jaso says, Jaren, I love you. You're welcome back to Flat Earth. I would come back as soon as you can explain anything. Just explain one sunrise, one sunset, one angle, one eclipse, one day without the secondary sun. You know, those things would be nice. Yeah. Okay, we got this one there. We got this one. I wanted to play that song one time because I thought it was hella cool, but I don't see it now. Where is it? Gosh, I don't know how I lose everything in here. Too many sounds. Too many sounds. Was it here? My goodness, what did I do with it? Is it more in show? Music. Oh, show. Check the chat. If you want to tag me, I'll look at the chat in 1 second. Then we're going to be calling it a day. Let's see this. Oh, it's called. I can't remember it. Move it over here. And that one's good. Okay. And this one over here is going to be in the GP drive. Yes. No. public drive. There you go. And shared garage. And MP3. And this one, I think. All right, we're going to check the chat. I'm going to play this song because I really like it. I think it's one of the cooler songs ever. It really makes you just want to dance.
Get hype, get up, time to learn something new. Always honest, sometimes right. Ooh, you feel that energy rising.
That voice is good for AI.
The truth is calling, but we'll need some analyzing.
I really like it.
Let's take a ride. Jaren's almost here, time to toss the lies to the side. Lights down low, crowd tuned in. Truth unlocked, let the show begin. Red pill taker, no fake, no shill. Jaren's in the house, he always keeping it real. Always honest, sometimes right, he claims. He's seen the lies, he broke the chains. Now he's here to level up the game. Crypto truth, let's talk growth. Mind unlocked, yo, he does both. He's been around, he's seen it all. 10 years of flat, now he back on that ball. No more fakes,
Yep.
no more scams, no apps to track. Jaren's here to save the
No more
day
apps to
from these
track.
maniacs. Oh, open up your eyes. The world ain't what it seems, no disguise. Take a step, take a breath. It's time to rise. No regrets.
No regrets. No
Was
regrets.
flat, but that was whack. It was fake. Out the gate, globe's a fact. So I went back. Now I gotta shake the hate. Bad research, bad humans, bad intentions, built with lies. You can tell the shape of the ground. Just look up in the sky. He's a man who admits when he's wrong, when he makes a mistake. Them other little boys will never give up.
They're saying TFE was fake.
We are waiting on the man, the myth, the legend, and host of the show.
All right. I'm good there. Sorry. All right. I don't see anything for me. Nobody said anything, huh? I write all my own songs. No AI bullshit on my channel. Oh man, we don't get the lecture from the social media expert. I don't know what that's for me. What's going on? All right, I don't see anything for me. Making a bowl at the same time, can't type. Packing a bowl, I'm going to be doing right behind you pretty soon. I can smell AI lyrics from a mile away. That song? How is that AI lyrics? Do you didn't hear the lyrics? It's about me. I don't know if you hear that. But man, stupid brother Jocko, cry, fix Earth, nature is watching. That was weird. Addicted to Gaming. Hey, Addicted to Gaming says, I might have nominated Mark Sargent. I saw it for Dirtball of the Week, but I'll be very disappointed if you deny Karen such an exquisite opportunity just because she's a woman. No, there may be a first woman. It could possibly happen. Thank you very much. For Me is here. Me, I saw you in the chat recently. Oh, I saw you in Toons chat the other night. It was fun watching you guys as I was watching. Oh, we got one more person? Is that what I heard? All right, we're going to go one more. Anonymous. You're on. You got to hit the mic button.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Who's this? I will hunt you down and I will kill you. I will find you.
Hello.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yes, can we talk in a regular voice?
Oh, my voice is like this. I sent you a link. Debunk this.
Okay, I don't have time for that. Don't have time for that kind of game. All right, we're out of here, guys. It's been fun. I enjoyed it. It's another month in the bag. And tomorrow's Friday. Be here at 3 p.m. We get started about 3:15. Countdown around 3:10. Should be a fun show. We're not going to be talking flat Earth. It'll be something better than that. And we can all learn from it. All right, I believe that's it. I'm going to listen to that song one more time on the way out of here because I like it so much. I'm going to dance, but I'm going to turn off the camera. You don't get to watch me. Sorry. I predict you'll be wearing an Apollo cap inside a year. That may be true. If it's real and it gets proven to be real, I will definitely wear one. Ironically, you can be freed from them lyrics, but not chords and melody. Hey, what do you think about this one right here? What do you think about that, huh? All right, let's get out of here. Much love to you guys. What is this person? What? Contemplate Everything says, I guess when you're being honest, you have to throw everyone under the bus, right, Jared? Me? You people are psychos. I would never share in my life ever revenge porn. Yet that's what all of you guys did yesterday. You had people in chat saying, look what, guess what I got in an email. Who wants a link? And people handing out, committing crimes. Absolutely disgusting, deplorable behavior. And anybody who's backing that or thinks that that's a good thing, it's just disgusting. It's so funny because people have a problem with me, but it's like, okay, well, there's a thing that's between two consensual adults that are in a private manner, which has no bearing on you whatsoever. Nobody's committing a crime, but then somebody did take that and commit a crime, and it's like, well, we committed this crime because you did something not illegal. Excuse me? Doesn't make any sense. Crazy people. Psychopaths, but they're now exposing who they are. Their black hearts are being quite shown for the world to see. I can see. I used to think that McToon and FTFE would sit around and decide how they attack Flat Earth, but now I literally know that CMG and Dave Weiss and Steve Falconer, they sit around about how to destroy me. So that tells you something. I'm obviously living rent free in all their heads and their eyes now too. So it probably was the Asians. All right, guys, much love. Listen to the song on the way out of here, and we will see you guys tomorrow, 3 p.m. Pacific, and then we've got a crypto class in the evening, 6 p.m. It is the first Friday of the month. I remind you, please do your own research. When you do, you'll never again believe that you can't tell the shape of the ground by looking at the lights in the sky. You can. It works like a perfectly orchestrated measuring device, and it will tell you where you live. And guess what? You don't live on a flat earth. You live on a sphere. The north is the opposite of the south. Get over it. Tell Dave Weiss to get a life. And till next time, this has been Jeranism. Much love. We love you. Did I mention that? Did I say it already? And I don't have the song ready. Unbelievable. Would have been a great way to exit, but I didn't have it ready. Now I got to go find it. Unbelievable. Oh, wait, I do have it ready. No, I don't. I lied. Quick lie there. All right. I love you guys a lot, and we will see you soon. Be good. And if not, well, be good at it. How about that? Till next time. Peace.
Time to learn something new, always honest, sometimes right. Ooh, you feel that energy rising. The truth is calling, but we'll need some analyzing. Open your mind, let's take a ride. Jaren's almost here, time to toss the lights to the side. Lights down low, crowd tuned in, truth unlocked, let the show begin. Red pill taker, no faker, no shill. Jaren's in the house, he always keeping it real. Always honest, sometimes right, he claims. He's seen the lies, he broke the chains. Now he's here to level up the game. Crypto truth, let's talk growth. Mind unlocked, yo, he does both. He's been around, he's seen it all. 10 years of flat, now he back on that ball. No more fakes, no more scams, no apps to track. Jaren's here to save the day from these lying maniacs. Oh, open up your eyes. The world ain't what it seems, no disguise. Take a step, take a breath, it's time to rise. No regrets, no regrets. Was flat, but that was whack. It was fake, out the gate, globe's a fact. So I went back, now I gotta shake the hate. Bad research, bad humans, bad intentions, built with lies. You can tell the shape of the ground, just look up in the sky. He's a man who admits when he's wrong, when he makes a mistake. Them other little boys will never give up, since they said TFE was fake.